Good morning, everybody. May I request everybody to be seated? We'll start shortly. Good morning. Namaskar, everybody. On behalf of the Civil 20 Working Group and the Satsang Foundation, we welcome you and thank you all for joining this conclave on the revival of rivers and water management. Most of us think of our bodies as solid, whereas by weight, we are actually up to 60% water. Two of the most important parts in our body, the brain and the heart, are over 70% water. Similarly, a planet's surface is more than 70% covered with water. Over thousands of years, civilizations have risen due to the abundant water and fallen without it. And yet, for such an elemental substance that's so vital, we have become masters at ignoring or even abusing it. Just about 200 years ago, there were only about 1 billion human beings on Earth. Today, there are 8 times that number. During this time, the amount of water available on the Earth hasn't increased. In fact, our usage of existing resources and the polluting of water sources has only diminished the availability. If there is to be a water-secure future available to the current and future generations, drastic shifts need to happen in how we treat water, use water, and nurture water on this planet and in our day-to-day lives. Fortunately, we have begun to make those shifts. This very assembly of highly experienced, motivated, and inspirational people is a marker of that. On behalf of all gathered here and those who are joining us from around the world, I offer this little prayer. May we all be able to learn from the experience available in this gathering and implement those learnings to the benefit of all human and non-human beings that depend on water for their very existence. May we protect, nurture, and revive this very source of life. We will begin the proceedings with an invocation by Vidushi Kashmira Sarnobat. May I call upon Kashmira ji, please.
Varna Artha Sanghana Rasana Chandasa Mangalana Kartaro Vande Vinayaka Sajayati Sindhuravadano Deva Yatpada Pankaja Smarano Vasaramani Deva Tamasa Rashina Shayati Vignana Asumukhae Kadantasya Kapilo Gajakarnakaha Lambodara Vignesh Dhumake Daksho Bhalachandro Gajanana Ekadantah Mahakaya Lambodara Gajanana Ekadantah Mahakaya Lambodara Gajanana Vignanashaku Sarvakaryeshu sarvada Sarvakaryeshu sarvada Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
Thank you, Kashmira ji, for setting the tone for the session. Uh, I would now like to invite the dignitaries for the first part of this program. Shri M. Sir, may I invite you on the stage? We have, on behalf of Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, who's the chairperson of the steering committee of the Civil 20 India, Swami Amritanandamayi. Mr. Vijay Nambiar, who's the principal coordinator for Civil 20 India. Dr. Rajendra Singh ji, founder of Tarun Bharat Sangh. And Shri Abhijit Pawar, chairman and managing director, AP Globale. We will begin with the traditional lighting of the lamp, which will also be followed with a very special ceremony of bringing together waters from the major rivers across India into a Jal Abhishek, pouring them into a unique Sangam, a confluence that represents not only the waters coming together, but a joining of the ancient and modern knowledge, timeless wisdom and up-to-date technology, and the joining of our hands in the service of a boundless, sustainable water commons. I would request the dignitaries to remain on the stage for the next part. There will be a... Sir, could I... So we have a large kalash, and the small pots are from 12 rivers. So the confluence of the rivers Yamuna, Narmada, Mansarovar, Ganga from Gomukh, Vaitarna, Girnar, Saraswati, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, Vashishti, and Pavna. We will follow this up with a... yes, sir. Felicitate the... Yes, sir. Yeah, I request Shriyam to felicitate the dignitaries with a token. We'll begin the program with a short audiovisual clip that speaks to the themes of the conclave.
Every second, every minute, is one hour.
That's it. I request the audiovisual to be played. Thank you.
Only land that begets life turns into a grave for us all. Distant as it may seem, but certainly not too far if we go by these warning signs of the times we are in. And what brought us to this apocalyptic specter? A mix of factors, but majorly climate change, human action, and population growth. Yet, the good news is that we can still turn the clock back, as is proved by some governments, organizations, and individuals around the world. One such individual who is showing us the way through his own example is Sri M, the founder of Satsang Foundation. Sri M, as he is affectionately addressed, and Satsang Foundation are undertaking many steps towards restoring the entire water ecosystem and also creating awareness, particularly among the children who unfortunately would have to bear the brunt of our negligence and indifference. Satsang Foundation is leading the way in river rejuvenation and water management through such activities as desilting of lake at Malmurbad, cleaning the Ram Talab in Delhi, creating a water body at Chaudipalli, and the very recent Aviral Godavari project aimed at cleaning, beautifying, and keep the holy river flowing all through the year. The Satsang Foundation is inculcating and propagating water discipline in the society by organizing awareness campaigns and events involving children from its schools and Vidyalayas.
A river is like the bloodstream of a human being in any country in the world. It's that which keeps everything going, is the life essence of the whole country. Waters, rivers, water bodies, clean water, and above all, drinking water, which we can drink and not get sick. A very, very important thing. So this is our theme this time for the C20. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Uh, while there's much to be said about every speaker who's in this room, on the stage with us and off right now, I'm sure we will fall short, no matter how extensive the introduction. With that quick apology, we'll begin with a short audiovisual on Sri M. Thank you. I now request Sri M to come and address the audience and deliver his keynote.
That was embarrassing sitting and watching my own. I'm sorry for this, but they wanted an introduction to every speaker. So I think that was a small introduction. let me start with, आज तो अंग्रेजी में ही बोलेंगे क्योंकि there are some people from outside, हिंदी में तो नहीं बोले. Let me start with a sloka from ancient source of all the spiritual teachings we have in India. The Vedas goes like this: Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkhapat bhavet. May I also add loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. We are merely following the ancient teachings of humanity, that may all human beings be happy all over the world. While this G20, there are not entire nations all over the world involved in it. There are a few nations, that's okay. But the message is universal. All humanity being one, all actions taken reflect upon each and every soul on this earth. The G20 now falls with India. We are proud that it has come to us this time, which doesn't mean that previous G20s didn't do work. They did a lot of work. But we now, since we have it with us, the C20 is an attempt from India to support the G20. Already the Prime Minister has used the key sentence from the Vedas, Vasudhaiva Kudumbaka, which means we all are children of the same supreme reality. But slogans are not enough, as you know. Work is required. And I'm very happy to welcome all of the dignitaries on the stage, as well as the dignitaries in front here, and all our friends who are attending this meeting. We deliberately chose the subject of waterways, rivers, and reforestation, because as many of our eminent people who are present here will tell you, that this forms the core surviving for human race as a whole. No water, no life. No trees, no water. So while we are doing a little bit that we can, with the help of all our friends who are here, who are working in various fields, I know that there are some of people here who are doing such important work on reforestation and water bodies. This is an attempt to bring that into the mainstream. People tend to think, oh, this is some kind of a borderline work. No. This is a mainstream work, because it's like I said in the introduction, water is the bloodstream of the human civilization. Without that, nothing can survive. And trees, since ancient times, all the teachings that have come to us came from discussions under the trees, from the forest academies, from the forests. So these two are very important for human survival as a whole. And therefore, we are trying our best to get people together to introduce it as an important element in the C20, G20. Thank you very much for being here. I'm not taking your time because this is a conference. It's not a satsang or a speech. There are eminent speakers here. We also have the Sherpa of C20, Vijay Nambiar here, who has worked with the United Nations, the Indian Foreign Service, and the rest of the eminent people here need no introduction. They will speak for themselves, I'm sure. So thank you very much. Namaskar, salam, jashikar.
Thank you, sir. Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, also known as Amma, is a renowned spiritual guru and humanitarian. She is also the chairperson of the C20 steering committee. She is represented here by her disciples, Swami Amritananda and Brahmachari Ramanandamrita Chaitanya, who will convey a message on her behalf. May I please request you to come on stage.
Om Premamritanandamayi Nityam Namo Namah. I begin with my humble prostrations to Amma, Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, the C20 chair for this year, representing who I stand here to share a few words. First of all, my humble salutations to Shri MG, to Ambassador Vijay Nambiar, the C20 Sherpa, Rajendra Ji, Swami Amritananda, and all the dignitaries present here. I'll begin with a short message that Amma sent for everyone present here. Amma bows down to everyone who are the very embodiment of pure love and supreme consciousness. Amma is very happy to learn about the efforts in bringing a positive impact in preserving and reviving rivers and water management. The ancient Indian tradition always regarded rivers as divine mother, mother that always flows unconditionally. Through multifarious terrains, over and around hurdles, finally merging into the infinite ocean. Right from the cleansing of the individuals who take a dip in it, to nourishing huge range of flora and fauna, to sustaining communities, villages, cities, states, and being the very source of livelihood for millions. The rivers nurture us like mothers. And we being their children. So many kinds of people come to the river, whether we bathe, drink the water, spit, urinate, defecate in them, they still accept us unconditionally. They just give and keep giving. That's what rivers represent. It should be our foremost priority to not just revere the rivers, but proactively preserve them. It remains our duty towards our mother. Amma also feels that if at all a conflict of global scale has to happen in the future, it will most likely be for water. All the efforts to conserve water will be boundless service we will be doing to the world and for the generations to come. Amma sincerely prays that the revival of rivers and water management working group led by Shri M and the Satsang Foundation is able to create an impact that the G20 nations are inspired to adopt the policy that comes forth through all the engagements you have over the next few months. Amma bows down in reverence to all these sincere and selfless efforts put forth and offers them to the Paramatman, the Supreme Being. Great civilizations like the Harappan civilization, the Indian Indus Valley civilization, or the Mesopotamian civilization, the Egyptian or the Greek civilizations, or even the Chinese Yellow River civilization, they were all built next to a river. And their very sustenance was significantly dependent on the river. Even today's thriving cities and communities bank on a river that acts like a safeguarding angel. The pressing question then remains is how well are we reciprocating for all that the rivers give us? Amma usually shares a story of a beggar who lives on the street outside a residential community. One of the residents decides to help him, takes pity in him, and decides to give him 100 rupees every month. But over a few months, the 100 rupees became 50 rupees. And after a year, the 50 rupees became 25 rupees. So once when this person was handing out the 25 rupees to the beggar asked him, I'm quite inquisitive, why did the 100 become 50 and then become 25. Why don't you give me 100 rupees anymore? And the person said, long time back, I was just single. I was all by myself. I could afford 100 rupees. A few months later, I got married. My expenses went up, so I could afford only 50 rupees. And now we have a child, and I cannot afford 50 either. So I've brought it down to 25. That, it seems, actually infuriated the beggar. And he screamed back at him, telling, how dare you run your family affairs with my money? And you didn't even have the courtesy to discuss that with me. And Amma basically says our situation is something like this, like that of the beggar. We are here as tenants on earth, but we actually live as if we own everything we have around us. Rather, we should live as if we are taking a loan from our future generation. The situation, even with fresh water being available, is as if we are taking a loan from Mother Nature. And we should ever behold the attitude of paying back. And that's exactly what this working group is endeavoring. In terms of paying back, I feel it happens at two levels. One, at our personal level, and two, at the level of the community or the global level. At the personal level, each individual needs to develop a mindset of responsibility of safeguarding water bodies and to preserve water, be it with simplest of gestures, even at home. Parents and elders should inculcate the attitude in children when they are an impressionable age. To create a personal bond with Mother Nature remains quite important. It will take us a long way. Bond between a child and a mother is always special and profound. The Sabarimala temple in Kerala, where millions of pilgrims come every year, there is the custom wherein they take a dip in the holy Pamba river before they ascend the Shabari mountain to get Lord Ayyappa's glimpse. If my memory serves me right, in 2012, the government of Kerala approached Amma and Amma's organization to help clean up the Pamba river as it was overwhelmed with filth and waste. Around 5,000 volunteers were deployed, including monks, ashram residents, university students, school students, and other forms of volunteers. And there was a massive cleanliness drive that lasted for several days, and tons of waste was collected, sorted out, and most of them actually recycled. It eventually became a regular process. Every year, we started getting invited to clean up the Pamba River. As a matter of fact, getting invited every year itself is a statement. It speaks for the fact that the humongous effort that was put in to clean the river was nullified the very next year. People started again discarding waste and making the river filthy again. So it remains important that we should work on policies, the working group should work on policies that would at least passively aid in inculcating a sense of responsibility in individuals and to develop compassion and selfless attitude. The second level we were talking about was at the level of community, the global level. We need to create an environment that sensitizes people and actually in some way compels them to adhere to principles that help preserve water bodies and Mother Nature as such. I remember when Amma pledged rupees 100 crores for the Namami Gange project, championed by the government of India in rejuvenating River Ganga. Amma stressed on creating an awareness in villages at the banks of Ganga River as part of the 101 village adoption project by Amma's organization to transform them into model self-sustainable villages. One of the initiatives was to train the villagers, especially the women, to build toilets and to create awareness in people to use the toilet rather than polluting the river, which was otherwise used for their regular chores. So at the global level, I feel we need to have the working group needs to work on policies that creates awareness in people, convince them with tangible benefits that compels them to adhere, to participate willingly in preserving the water bodies. Lastly, we do have many success stories, such as the Clean Water Act of 1972 that transformed the Chicago River altogether. Similarly, the Los Angeles River, the Thames River, the Pines River, even Sabarmati River in India, they all saw great transformation happen when policies were implemented at the right time and the right way. So I wish the Revival of Rivers and Water Management Working Group very best, and pray that the engagements end up in policies that get adopted by the G20 nations. Once again, thank you. Om Amriteshwari Namah.
Thank you so much, Ramachariji, and thank you for carrying that message, reminding us that we are all tenants here for a very brief while. We shouldn't act like owners destroying the property that we are just briefly occupying. I now call upon Mr. Vijay Nambiar to deliver his address. Just a quick fact that I discovered about his personal life. He was born in this city, so in a sense, he's a host to all of us today. Thank you so much for being here, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware, India has assumed the presidency of the G20 in December last year for the year 2023. The theme, as Guruji has just said, is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The operative phrase in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is Udara Charitanantu. You have to actually shed these conceptions of mine and thine and go into with a larger frame of mind. The civil society component of the G20, which is the C20, is chaired by Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, known as Amma, and partnered by Shri M. Both personalities have spent virtually their entire life in mankind's spiritual upliftment and in humanitarian activities like providing the poor and vulnerable basic needs of food, water, shelter, healthcare, education, and livelihood. In pursuing an active agenda during this year, the C20 has scrupulously followed what is called the Osaka principles. It has ensured continuity with previous presidencies in reflecting the international agenda, and at the same time tried to bring the host countries' distinctive ideas and agendas and priorities to the fore. India has come out not only with a set of agenda working groups which carry on traditional concerns, but also brought new concerns. We will, in the course of our discussions during this year, formulate policy recommendations to be shared by other nations, to be scaled up, as well as provide what we have called udaharans, that will provide stories of exemplary success which we have experienced and which can be scaled for international use. Now, we all know that water is the source and creator of life, and this is one of the most profound truths of our life. In India, every aspect of the social life of communities is linked with water. And we just had a very, very inspiring ceremony of bringing together all the waters of the rivers of India, which are actually deeply entrenched in our lives, history, culture, tradition, in almost every part of the country. Now, India is endowed with a very rich biodiversity, natural beauty, diverse climates. And our tradition of water harvesting goes back centuries, as also water storage. But despite this, the sad fact is that today, India holds only 4% of the world's freshwater resources, with more than 18% of its people. We are water poor. Given the variations of the climate across the country, the pace of our urbanization, and the competitive demand of water for our agriculture, industry, energy production, and consumption needs, there is tremendous pressure on our overground supply sources and underground reservoirs, creating acute scarcity and water challenges. The critical issue of water contamination caused by unsustainable agricultural practices, manufacturing, disposal of residential and industrial waste is actually causing much damage to our ecosystem in general and must be addressed urgently. And I'm sure that this group is addressing that. India has an ambitious program of the rejuvenation of our 13 major Indian rivers through basically forestry interventions. It covers a huge cost of about 19,300 crores. This plan seeks to cover an entire panoply of issues from afforestation, soil and forest, and moisture conservation structures. But while this is a laudable program, there is some anxiety whether this plan might fail to resolve the real issue behind the dying rivers, while seeking to address afforestation needs. What is needed is to tackle issues connected with these dying rivers, connected with industrial pollution, sand mining, major dam construction, regulating effluents, controlling groundwater depletion. These are the issues, and these are the issues that need to be addressed alongside the inevitable afforestation concerns. The working group on revival of rivers and water management seeks to bring together this awareness of our past traditions and meld with it our future needs and leverage modern technology and human will in order to identify and implement solutions in this sector that will be relevant to our needs so that the solutions are time-bound and will create an impact across the globe. Just about last week, I think the President of India presented what is called the Swachh Sujal Shakti Samman for 2023 and launched the Jal Shakti Abhiyan. In that, President Draupadi Murmu said that water and sanitation hold a special place in the lives of every citizen. She actually recounted the experiences in villages where women had to walk long distances to get drinking water and referred to the Government of India special measures through the Jal Jeevan Mission and the Swachh Bharat Mission. Today, she said, we are happy to note that more than 11.3 crore households are getting potable water from the tap. She said that women who earlier used to spend time fetching water are now utilizing the time in more productive work. Clean tap water has also shown significant improvement in the health of infants who used to fall prey to waterborne diseases. Now, the president underlined not just the role of women in this area, but also the role of youth. In fact, as early as 2015, the United Nations in its General Assembly Resolution 58217 proclaimed the International Decade of Action Water for Life, which called for a focused implementation of water-related programs. In the execution of these projects, which the United Nations has encouraged, CSOs have the capacity to reach out, empower, represent, and defend the vulnerable and socially excluded groups, and to trigger social innovation. This is what institutions like the C20 would seek to expand and scale. The fact is that 122 countries have today recognized water as a basic human right, and 39 countries have enshrined the right to water in their legislation or in their constitution. It is therefore important for us in the working group that will have its deliberations today and tomorrow to highlight good udaharans. In the context, I think we must acknowledge the protracted struggle which communities around rivers, such as fisher folks, village and river communities in rural areas, have done to protect their lifelines from unsustainable development projects. I'm sure that your working group will acknowledge the river marches and the river walks where citizens have come forward to take action against threats on rivers from industrial and urban intrusions and encourage them to reconnect and rediscover their bonds with rivers. I might just mention one more point here, and that is the South Asian Water Initiative, which had taken place some time back and about which the World Bank submitted a report just last year. Now, there is no doubt that what is called the SAVI, the South Asian Water Initiative, could inform significant financial investments in South Asia to water resources, climate change, and regional integration. The promotion of sustainable agricultural practices will be critically dependent on the health of river systems because most agriculturally dependent human settlements in one way or the other tend to settle down around rivers and water bodies. And all the previous speakers, including Guruji, has mentioned about major civilizations having been river-based. Let me conclude my address with the hope that this working group will provide the light to the C20 and through it to the world by underscoring the sublime importance of one of Earth's most important natural resources, upon which our existence in this planet depends, that is water. Mahatma Gandhi remarked many years ago, the earth, the air, the land, and the water are not an inheritance from our forefathers, but on loan from our children. So we have to hand over to them, at least as it was handed over to us. That, I think, is our sublime responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nambiar. It's important for us to remember the fact that while we sit in India and there are lots of people here who have actually done on-the-ground work in India, there are also people who are participating in this conclave who have done work elsewhere in the world. And there's a lot of knowledge in this room and through virtual means from elsewhere, which we'll be able to bring together for the benefit of not only the C20, the G20 nations, but also the world. The next person that I would like to call upon needs no introduction to this room or to the audience who are watching. He is known as the Waterman of India. He is the leader of Tarun Bharat Sangh. Dr. Rajendra Singh is a renowned water conservationist and environmentalist. He has been recognized not only in India, but globally. Among the other accolades, Dr. Singh has won the Magsaysay Award in 2001, the Jamnalal Bajaj Award for application of science and technology for rural development, and the Stockholm Water Prize in 2015. While he was born in an agriculturist family in Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Singh's involvement with social impact causes began from his school days. After completing his formal studies and being qualified with a Bachelor of Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery, Dr. Singh joined government service in 1980 and moved to Rajasthan. However, his involvement with social impact causes remained central to his life. And in 1984, he moved out of his government job to work more closely on development issues. After selling off all his household goods, he moved further into rural Rajasthan. It is here that he laid the foundation of his work in bringing water dark zones back to life, beginning by learning the traditional techniques from local farmers about water conservation. His efforts over the years have led to several rivers that have run dry being revived across various states in India, and his work serves as an inspiration and as a source of knowledge, which he gladly shares with others engaged in similar work across various geographies. May I call upon Dr. Singh to address the audience. Thank you so much.
Respected on the dais and off the dais.
I really congratulate to spiritual leaders of India because they recall duties. The India is a country before who have the every river a holy place on the birthplace, and our spiritual leaders looking the cleanliness and the health of the river. No single river in this country where not a temple or not a gurudwara or not a all holy places on river. I don't know the policy group or C20 or G20 what they are doing, but I know in India where the community doing something, they are really doing the treatment of mothers, but the government not bother about the treatment. The today, the old river is sick. And what type of the sickness? The old river facing disease, the cardiological disease. But who is giving the treatment? The beauty parlor giving the treatment to this river. Or sometime the dentist giving the treatment to these rivers. So now my river is facing really big challenge. My dear friend, this world know the 12,000 before the Atharved says, you can't stop the river. The river have the right flowing without obstruction. But the same Atharved says, your duty, you can conserve the every drop of the rain. I think this contracts not understand this modern education system. The modern education system is selfish and greedy. The modern education system not bother about the better common future. The educated people thinking, बस मैं बड़ा आदमी बन जाऊं, मैं किसी भी तरह बड़ा आदमी बन जाऊं. This modern education system creating Adani and Ambani, but this is not creating Vivekananda and Mahatma Gandhi. So we can understand these contrasts. The Vivekananda and Mahatma Gandhi come from the wisdom of India. They come from the indigenous knowledge system of India. They are the creator with Vidya, not with Shiksha. So if we today bother about the water and river, we can think about this education system and Vidya system. If this education system exists, you can't treat the rivers of India. We need a Vidya. Vidya is bother about better common future. Shiksha is bother about only profit, and selfishness and greediness. My dear friend, you can read, if you can read in Sanskrit or Hindi or English. The indigenous knowledge system, local pupil, pray to Mother Earth. Always. They say Bhagwan. Bhagwan means वैसे भूमि, जैसे गगन, वैसे वायु, आ से अग्नि और न से नीर. These five elements is the real God of India. But who know this? The educated people not know this. Only some spiritual or indigenous people, they have this wisdom. These Panch Mahabhuta, ये पंच महाभूत ही हमारे भगवान हैं। शिक्षा का भगवान कौन है? पैसा। शिक्षा का भगवान कौन है? शिक्षा जो है वो हमें, today the education pushing us a global economic competition and education competition. The every person involving with the competition, and they are doing lot of labor work for fighting the competition. But this competition creating only infrastructure. So today, this earth under the burden of the financial infrastructure, we are every day creating. So when I am raising the hand, you can go back forward. अरे भाई बात बाद में करना, मैं जब हाथ उठाऊं तो आगे जाना. You can read. Next. मेरी तरफ देखो जरा. आपहा ब्रह्मास्मि. आपहा ब्रह्मास्मि. कौन कह रहा है? मैं जल हूं, मैं ही ब्रह्मा हूं, मैं ही इस ब्रह्मांड को बनाता हूं. तो वसुदेव कुटुंबकम is not just come a statement of India. The lot of things giving the guidance to us, they are giving the guidance with the spiritual and scriptural thought. One world, one water, one planet. जल जीवन है, ये सरकार की भाषा है, भारतीय लोगों की भाषा है. जल में ही जीवन है, जल में ही जीवन है. जल के बिना जीवन होता नहीं है. So we can understand today, if today we are facing the global problem because today is a climate emergency. This climate emergency creating displacement. In last 9 years, I visit the 127 countries of this world. The surplus of the water and the scarcity of the water, the both is disaster. So due to this disaster, now this world is displacing. When they displaced and they are moving to the urban area of Europe, so the all European cities, they are saying the climatic refugee come in my city, and they feel the liabilities. So if we feel these liabilities, we can't address these problems today. The global problem is displacement, and this displacement calling the third world water war. Due to the displacement, we are facing this crisis. And today, the all national government of this world, they are only bothered about the corporate. They are not bothered about the nature. They are not bothered about the people. They are only bothered about the corporate sector. So what? Giving the policy by the corporate, the all national government follow these policies. If you are creating here some policy from the people, nobody listening your policy. They dump that document in somewhere. So today, this world facing the crisis of not a people's democracy, today is a corporate democracy in this world. Not in India, the whole world facing this type of the crisis. So if this crisis we are facing, so what is the solution? You can ask me. Yes, we have the solution. The community-driven, decentralized natural resource management is the solution. There are no corporate exist. They are the corporate not create impact on the community. You know, when I start this work, the government of Rajasthan put the 377 case against me. When I creating a one water body, they are saying, yes, Rajendra, stop our government water. So I ask, who is the government making the water? Who is the person who is making the water? So they, case and case, when I create a one dam, they're creating the case against me. But I never bother. Dosto, today, this country facing the biggest crisis. The 17 states facing scarcity and 19 states facing the surplus of water. So where the scarcity, there the drought. And where the surplus, there the flood. And why this flood? Because we know the education. And what is the character of education? The character of education is we have the technology and engineering for the extraction. The best engineer in this world who can extract the maximum resource from the earth in a minimum time. That is the best engineer. That is the best technocrat of this world. That is taking the biggest package. So this education system creating extraction, pollution, and encroachment on common properties. So due to these common properties, now when we got the independence, only 1% land under the drought and 0.5% under the flood. Now the 30% land of the India is under the flood and 60% land under the drought. So where we are moving, this education system, we are pushing to us. Why we are this? Because this is not my data. This is the government of India data. The 72% underground aquifer is overdraft. Because we have the technology of extraction. We not have the technology of the nourishment. The technology or engineering of the nourishment have the Indian spiritual, only the Indian spirituality. They have the way of nourishment of this nature. So we can think about that. My community, they don't know the engineering and technology, but they have the wisdom. Where the confined vertical fracture, they make a dam number 1. The all water going in the underground aquifer and recharge the aquifers and water come in the river. So that is and where the mixed fracture, so they make a dam number 2. Where the confined vertical fractures, the water going underground aquifer and no evaporation loss. So they control the evaporation loss and they make a reserve bank of water. Today, my Reserve Bank of India have lot of currency. But what is the value of without water of the water bank? What is the value of that currency? These value only with the water reserve bank. This wisdom not coming in a one village, that is coming in a natural boundaries. If we understand the geo-hydroscience of a river in a river basin, so we can understand. But my community know
where the water bank in this river. The three type of the geology of the river. And these three type of the geology of the river, creating the 7 type of the typology of the water. So we understand this wisdom. If we understand this wisdom, we can rejuvenate the rivers. We can make a flow the river. And we can create a real Vidya with illiterate community. They're all illiterate people who decide the site of the dam. We created 13,800 dam, but we never allowed to any engineer can take the decision of the site selection of the dam. Because I'm not dependent on any government or any corporate. The all dam created by the community. If you depend on the government, so any MLA come and say, oh, this dam you create in my constituency because my voter is living there. You can't create this dam here. And the MLA not know about the site selection of the dam, but he have the power. So he gives the direction to the engineer. So this is the crisis today, why we are facing the problem of the water. My community, where the steep slope, they make a convex design dam. And where the gentle slope, they make a concave design dam. So you can see. And where the gentle slope, they make a straight dam. So they all dam created with the natural engineering, not with the engineering of your university. So I think that engineering with the spirituality of India, they have love and respect to the water. So the Indian spirituality giving the wisdom and indigenous knowledge system to India. The only we create the 13,800 water body, the 2.5 lakh कुएं recharge हुए उससे, 250,000 well recharge. कितने लोगों को रोजगार मिला? 17 लाख लोगों को रोजगार मिला. You can see the contracts. ये 20 फरवरी 1985 का फोटो है जब लोग अपना गांव छोड़ के बाहर जाते थे रोजी रोटी की तलाश में, और नीचे वाला पहाड़ देखो कैसे हरा हो गया और नदी बह रही है, perennial. Now this river is perennial. So we make 13 river perennial in India. Why not make the government river perennial? This government, any state government or any central government can say, we make a perennial river. Why they not say? Because they are not doing this work with the wisdom of the people. You know, when we got the Water Nobel Prize in 2015, so 1,500 petition against me. They are saying Rajendra is not a water scientist. Why he can got this award? But Government of India put a commission, and Mr. C.S. Jha is the chairman of that time of this commission, Director General of ISRO. So he take a scientist and very honestly he done this evaluation. He make more than 100 slides, the difference. This red color create a greenery, and the greenery is not possible without water. So you can statement one line, only one line giving this award. Immense increase in vegetation is clearly visible in the region. C.S. Jha साहब जब रिपोर्ट लेके जा रहे थे, कह रहे थे यार इसकी अध्ययन करने की जरूरत नहीं थी, इस इलाके में हरियाली अपने आप बताती है कि पानी का काम हुआ, नदी बहने लगी. पर ये पढ़े लिखे लोगों के बिना आपको कोई पूछता नहीं है. वो एक लाइन, वो भी साइंटिस्ट मॉडर्न एजुकेशन वाला है ना, इसीलिए ये मैं कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स आपको बता रहा हूं कि जब तक उसकी वो लाइन नहीं गई तब तक वो अवार्ड नहीं मिला. प्रॉब्लम ये है इस कंट्री में, काम कोई करेगा और लिखेगा कोई, तब आपको अवार्ड मिलेगा. यस दोस्तों, my country is using the water of the river more than 90%, and underground aquifers empty and overdraft. So we can start the work with linking crop pattern with rain pattern.
we can reduce 40% water in agriculture. If we can reduce the 40% and same production on 40% water we can use. My river parliament make a discipline. If somebody growing the sugarcane, 1 acre, so he compulsory growing the 4 acre gram, because the gram not need the water. So then my parliament make a system balance with the water. So my dear friend, he is my guru. वो जब जा रहा था इस दुनिया से, मुझे पता है टाइम हो गया, मैं अभी खत्म करता हूं। जब मेरा गुरु दुनिया से जा रहा था तो वो कह रहा था, मैं 2 बार नहाता था, अब 2 बार नहाता हूं। मीन्स पहले होली और दिवाली के दिन नहाता था क्योंकि पूजा करनी होती थी, अभी प्रतिदिन 2 बार नहाता हूं, सुबह शाम। सो बट द हैप्पीएस्ट पर्सन ऑफ माय गुरुजी, दिस इज द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स यू कैन सी। पहले ये गांव के लोग उजड़ के जाते थे, अब गांव के लोग रोजगार देते हैं। ये सब बदलाव आ गया। हमने ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन की तरह की खेती नहीं की, हमने खेती और जंगल दोनों साथ साथ उगाए, इसलिए हमारा पानी धरती में बैंक बना हुआ है। हमारा इलाका 80 के दशक में डार्क जोन था, अभी तो सारे का सारा व्हाइट जोन हो गया, फुल वाटर एंड रिवर इज फ्लोइंग। तो मुझे बस 2 मिनट चाहिए अध्यक्ष जी, मुझे केवल 2 मिनट में खत्म कर रहा हूं। दोस्तों, हमारे पास इस दुनिया को चलाने के लिए केवल 4 तरह की हीट होती है। हीट जो सूरज से आती है वो रेड हीट है, वो जब समुद्र पे पड़ती है तो समुद्र को डीसैलिनेट करके हमें पीने के लायक पानी बनाती है, H2O बनाती है, उसको हम क्लाउड्स कहते हैं। और जब वो नंगी धरती पे पड़ती है तो वहां का टेम्परेचर बढ़ जाता है, हीट वेव्स आती हैं, और फिर वहां हीट वेव के कारण बारिश नहीं होती। तो मेरे इलाके में 28,000 माइंस थी, दिल्ली से लेके हिम्मतनगर के गुजरात तक। तो मैंने 91 में मुकदमा करके पहले 28,000 खदानें बंद कराई। अब आप समझ सकते हैं कि खदान बंद कराने वाला कितना बड़ा दुश्मन पैदा कर लेता है इस दुनिया में। तो मेरे दुश्मन बहुत हैं, लेकिन मुझे किसी दुश्मन से कभी कुछ हुआ नहीं, मेरा किसी ने कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ा। क्यों नहीं बिगाड़ा है कि मैं उनके साथ रहता था, ले भाई करना है जो तुझे कर ले, मैं तेरे पास खड़ा हूं ना। तो प्यार में ना वो भी समझ जाते हैं। नेक्स्ट, जरा जल्दी 1.5 मिनट में खत्म करना है। ये जो हीट वेव्स हैं ये बादल को ऊपर उठा देती हैं, और मेरे इलाके में बारिश नहीं होती थी। तब मेरे इलाके के लोग, महिलाएं, बूढ़े लोग एक गीत गाते थे, जरा ध्यान से सुनना। बादल तो आते हैं हर साल मेरे गांव में, पर बरसते नहीं है वो, रूठ कर चले जाते हैं कहाँ मैं नहीं जानती। जिस दिन से बादलों ने रूठना शुरू किया, मेरा बेटा और मेरे बेटे की बहू भी रूठ कर दिल्ली चले गए। अब न जाने मेरा बुढ़ापा कैसे गुजरेगा। ये जमाना है 1980 का। उसके बाद फिर हम लोगों ने 13,800 वाटर बॉडीज बनाई। इन वाटर बॉडीज के बनने से तो बारिश नहीं आएगी, बारिश तो आएगी पानी से और हरियाली से। तो हमने क्या किया, वो जो हरे जंगल में जहाँ ग्रीन हीट है, जहाँ बारिश हो रही थी, उसको अपनी वाटर बॉडीज में पानी को ले आए, तो 20% वाटर बॉडीज भर गई। उसके भरने से फिर माइक्रो क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन शुरू हुआ। इन माइक्रो क्लाउड्स ने मैक्रो क्लाउड्स को बुलाया, और ये दोनों मिलकर बारिश होने लगी। अभी जो गीत है वो बदल गया है, आखिरी गीत सुन लीजिए। अब बादल आते हैं मेरे गांव में, रूठते नहीं है वो, बरसते हैं मेरे खेतों में, पानी आ गया है मेरे कुएं में। जिस दिन से पानी आया मेरे कुएं में, मेरा बेटा और मेरे बेटे की बहू लौट आई है घर। अब करते हैं वो खेती। अब मुझे मालूम है कि मेरा बुढ़ापा मेरे बेटे, बेटी और पोते के साथ आनंद से गुजरेगा। जय हिंद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajendra Singh ji. Indira ji, please, you're requested to come on stage. This is the inauguration of Mrs. Indira Khurana, Dr. Indira Khurana's book. And she's also the moderator for the next panel. So this is a good start to the next panel. May I request Dr. Indira Khurana to remain on stage for the next panel and the other speakers to please join us down on the seats. Thank you. The first panel discussion is picking up on the themes that Dr. Rajendra Singh spoke about in his keynote and is focused on tactical and strategic measures on revival of rivers. This will cover traditional knowledge on river flows, its applications in river rejuvenation, community-centric engineering of water infrastructure, water conservation measures, afforestation and greening interventions, and flood mitigation and drought management. We have a hybrid panel. Dr. Indira Khurana is the moderator. She will come to the stage. We have Ms. Rutendo Ngara. She is the Founding Director of Ancient Wisdom Foundation, South Africa. May we please also have a round of applause for all the speakers as they join us. We will have Mr. Sandeep Satyamoorthy, who's joining us virtually from the US. He's with Black & Veatch. Mr. Farhad Contractor, Director of Sambhaav Trust, India. Mr. Michal Furniss, Hydrologist, Coalition for Climate and Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. He's joining us also virtually from the US. Dr. Chandrashekhar Biradar, Country Director, CIFOR and Chief of Party-TOFI. He's also joining us virtually. And Mr. Avinash Surve, Ex-Secretary, Water Resources Department and Executive Director, VIDC, Govt of Maharashtra, India. He's here. Can we have him on the stage as well, please? Thank you. I hand over the panel to Dr. Khurana to set the tone as moderator, and then you can conduct the panel, please.
So, salam and namaste to everybody. It's kind of a challenge to speak after such an inspiring session and to hear so many different aspects of water. I thought we would have at least a 1-minute break, but looks like that's not going to happen. So I'm going to begin right away. And I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share. I have a presentation also, and also the honor of being a moderator for this session. And I think we began really well. I think all the hard work that Satsang Foundation and its partners put in to make these 2 days a reality, and beyond the conclave, actually see that work accelerates on the ground. And I think if you have a knowledge partner like Tarun Bharat Sangh, which has 40 years of experience of community water conservation, decentralized approaches with community involvement, I think we are on the right track, because I think the work that's begun in Tarun Bharat Sangh, some of it is more than 40 years old. And how do you really define sustainability? So I would also like to invite you all, please come and see the work in the different parts of Rajasthan and elsewhere, Haryana, Maharashtra, that Tarun Bharat Sangh has been a part of, and see for yourself some of the things that our brother Rajendra shared with you. I will just like to share some of my thoughts and put it in the context of the current challenges that we are facing in the world today, and that is around climate change. Can I have the first slide? Yeah, sure. So I think I can start right away. I think we all know that the world is grappling around the issues related to climate change. And we also heard from Rajendra Bhai how when India gained independence, the area that was under drought and flood, and how this has really accelerated right now where we are, with large parts of our country being under drought and large parts of our country being under flood. Sometimes the same area is under drought and areas under flood. Could I go to the next slide? I just like to show you these two maps. The one on the left, the red one, actually shows the countries at risk due to drought. The darker the color, the more intense the drought. And if you see the map, the world map on the right, that looks at the countries under flood. And again, the darker the color, the more intense the floods. And if I look at my country is in the top 5 being affected both by drought and flood. Next slide, please. So I think it's important to realize that it's kind of a challenge here, because we do know that the kind of increase in drought and flood, which is the world has experienced in the last few years, has been a lot due to the deforestation and the other development interventions that we made. And there's now ample evidence to say that the sudden rainfall or the extreme heat wave, the extreme lack of rainfall is also because of climate change. So it's because of some of the our interventions that we've done, and because of that we've got climate change, and because of climate change now we have an erratic monsoon cycle. And it's really ironical that it was only in the 27th COP that was held last year in Egypt that water found it's still not vital, but found some space in the declaration which the Conference of Parties signed. So it took 27 long years for water to enter into the official declaration, when most of the disasters related to climate change are around water. And also the good part is that a lot of the solutions to address these disasters also involves water. There's a lot of talk saying that the planet needs healing and nature-based solutions are the best. So what is it that causes the healing? What do you need? The most critical factor is water. And there's a lot of, in the scientific community, you hear about nature-based solutions. The World Economic Forum talks about nature-based solutions, the amount of employment that can generate. And we just heard from Rajendra with the kind of water conservation structure that happened, the amount of employment that was generated. So that is the nature-based solution that we have in our country, which we have the wisdom in our country, the experience in our country, which we need to scale up across the world. And I think it's really important that the role of water in climate mitigation, adaptation, and developing resilience needs to be recognized. Can I go to the next slide? It's also kind of strange because in the last few years, when you have a lot of severe drought or you have floods, we always tend to blame the rain. Either there's lack of rain or there's too much rain, which has fallen at a very short period of time. And this is really strange because this is manna from heaven, actually. This is a primary source of water. And suddenly the primary source of water has turned a villain. So I think we need to recognize how we manage this, how we conserve this rainwater that falls, that we are blessed with globally. There's no part of the world that does not have, an area where there's zero rainfall. And we can do this rainwater conservation through various measures, which again, based on indigenous wisdom that exists all over the world, where we can slow the flow of water, direct it into groundwater, and see that a healthy relationship between the surface water and the groundwater is maintained. When this healthy relationship is maintained, there is flow in the river and your groundwater banks are full. And this balance is what provides cushioning against extreme weather events. It provides resilience against extreme weather events. It makes agriculture possible. It makes livelihoods possible. Human rights, Mr. Vijay sir was talking about water being a human rights. It makes living water available to all. It makes water available for nature, and it makes possible living a life with dignity. Forests get regenerated, carbon is sequestered. So I think this important critical role of water needs to be recognized. Next slide. And how can this be possible? This can be made possible through, like I mentioned, decentralized water conservation, using the indigenous wisdom which is actually based on what was discussed earlier on looking at the common future for all, looking at serving society more than oneself, understanding the local ecology and the topography, and building your life around that, building your livelihoods around that, and also looking at how your crop cultivation is in sync with the amount of rainfall that is available. That's why we have a lot of millet cultivation in the arid regions of India. And given that this is International Year of Millets, I think this is a very good time for us to propagate the two together. And the most important of all of this, which unfortunately is missing in a lot of discussions, is the role of the community. We just give a token, we use the two words, community participation and community involvement, but really on the ground, that's not happening. And when I've seen the documents for the upcoming UN Water Summit, I see that community is important for technology scaling up. Is that the only reason why you need to involve community? So I think unless you begin to involve community in designing and planning their future, we are not going to go far. The next slide. And this, I just quickly like to cite an example. This is in the Chambal terrain in Karoli district of Rajasthan. And the person you see below is one who was earlier engaged in a life of crime. And I think it's important to realize when you have no other opportunity and where there is hunger on the table, there's no food to eat, you have a family to support, people have no option but to resort to a life of crime. And it's in this area that this work has been done, where this river Sherni has been revived. And a lot of us have seen this river here. It's covered in the book that we released today. I invite you to come and see that work and how this has changed the lives of the people, how they have laid down their arms, how they now live a life of dignity, how they're giving employment to others, how they can walk with their heads held high. And if this can happen in such a difficult area, with such a difficult community, such a challenging community, I think it's possible that it should give us all hope that this kind of decentralized approach is possible anywhere in the world. It was interesting to see, like even the poaching has stopped because of this kind of work, because earlier there were a couple of water bodies where the forest department would fill up the tanks that they had made, and the animals, wildlife would come there. So poachers knew where the animals would, which watering holes they would come. But with all this water conservation work, the forests have revived. There's water in different parts of the forest. So the poachers are confused, where do I go to basically make a kill? Can you go to the next slide? So I think if you're talking about policy, what can we recommend to policy? And with policy, what can we recommend for action? I think the first thing is to recognize that the clouds have enough water, they store enough water. We need to respect that water, and slowing the flow of rain and directing it into groundwater resources and maintaining a healthy balance with rivers is something that will give us water securities. And small interventions are really powerful. And if you do it in a contiguous manner, it's way better than the large interventions that one tends to do, where the costs are high. It begins with displacement, and there is poor maintenance. And this has also been endorsed by Professor G.D. Agarwal, who's no more with us, but he was the first environment engineer professor in India, and he did an assessment of this work. And he said these small interventions are really powerful, and it basically gives you water security also in a decentralized way. And he also showed how they provide cushioning against floods as compared to the larger structures in the region. And the last recommendation I would like to suggest, and I would hope that when we speak about subsequent meetings about climate change, we all collectively work to see how water can actually become water, and communities and decentralized approaches become central to all the climate negotiations and the declarations. So I'll stop now. Thank you for your attention. And I think we have a really exciting and interesting panel, a lot to learn from. So without further ado, I will, what is this for? Okay, thank you. Tech phobic. I'd like to invite the first panel discussant, and that is my dear friend Rutendo. You are going to be speaking on traditional knowledge on river flows and its application in river rejuvenation, if that suits you, or anything else that is aligned to our conclave. Thank you. You have slides?
It is such an honor to be present at this conclave, the C20 conclave on water management and river revival. And it is a pleasure to be here from Africa, and I bring my greetings to Africa, and I honor all the esteemed people who are here. And I can only echo that which has already been said by our powerful esteemed speakers before. But coming from Africa, I'd like to say that the African continent is home to an incredible system of rivers with an intricate network of tributaries, connecting streams, lakes, springs, pools, waterfalls, and oceans. As a continent, it boasts the longest river in the world, the Nile River, which travels a distance of more than 6,650 kilometers from the Great Lakes south of the equator and the highlands of the ancient land of Kush, which is now known as Ethiopia, and it travels through 9 countries before draining into the Mediterranean Sea. As a continent, Africa boasts the deepest and most powerful river in the world, in the Congo River, its depths reaching in excess of 220 meters while discharging more than 50,000 cubic meters of water per second. Africa is home to the river with one of the most unusual routes in the world, the Niger River, traveling an obscure boomerang course that has baffled geographers for more than 2 centuries. But the continent also boasts the Zambezi River, which is the river that flows into the single largest curtain of water on the planet. We call it Musiwatunya, the smoke that thunders, one of the 7 wonders of the world, which is also known popularly as Victoria Falls. But why do I speak of these rivers? According to the indigenous knowledge of Africa, and indeed the indigenous knowledges across the globe, everything is a teacher, knowledge lies everywhere, and in all things lies wisdom. But perhaps the greatest source of this wisdom is nature, as has been said. And when we speak about nature, we're not talking about the place that we may retrieve to or escape to every now and then. When we describe nature, we describe that which is untouched by human technology, the ecosystem, that which is natural. And from an etymological view of what nature is, let us go perhaps to the Latin, where it comes to the word natura, which means birth or origin or natural constitution or innate quality. But I'd like to go further back to the ancient African roots of the word nature, and that is rooted in the word neter, coming from Kemet. And what neter means is the divine force or sustaining power, which finally renders itself into common language as nature. Neter is the supreme being and everything else. It is the creator, the created, and the uncreated. It is the being that synthesizes and pervades life in all realms. Neter is the undefined, the formless, the nothingness, which is at the same time the underlying factor in all of the objects in the life and in the world. Neter is all that is. Or Neter is nature, and therefore rivers are an inherent part of Neter. I've spoken about 4 big rivers in Africa. The Nile, which is the longest river in the world. And what we're seeing in the Nile today is that as climate change accelerates, the Nile, which is shared by almost 11 countries in Africa, is under dispute. And this has entered a new era of complexity, promoting and prompting regional states to compete for water, for food, and for energy security. This is due to the construction of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, a non-consumptive hydropower project which is being built by Ethiopia on the Nile, and which has complicated the relationship between Ethiopia and Egypt. These 2 states respectively frame the project as a matter of existential necessity and existential threat. But this threat does not only revolve around physical resources, it also extends to the very identity of the states. It extends to ontological insecurity, to preservation of state identity, to Nile-centric identity, and to ideological conflicts on whether it is a development project or a security-based political project. So this longest river in the world is under threat. The second river I spoke about, the Congo River, the deepest and most powerful river in the world, and it's the ninth river, longest river globally at 4,700 kilometers. And it is the only river that crosses the equator twice. It is the largest volume in Africa due to many tributaries, second only to the Amazon River. And like the Amazon, it flows through the Congo rainforest, the largest tropical rainforest in Africa, and the second worldwide, once again, only to the Amazon forest. But despite the Congo River and its tributaries rendering the Democratic Republic of Congo as the most water-rich country in Africa, accounting for approximately 52% of Africa's surface water reserves and 23% of Africa's internal renewable water sources, the country is paradoxically water scarce, with the majority of rural Congolese not having access to sanitary water. And the reasons for this are a lack of infrastructure, which collapsed as a result of the deadly war over resources, which began in 1998. And although the war has officially ended in 2008, but in 2003, the war and its aftermath has caused more than 5.4 million deaths, principally through disease and starvation, making the Second Congo War the deadliest conflict worldwide since World War II. So the deepest and most powerful river in the world is under threat. I spoke of a third river, the Niger River. And the Niger Delta is the largest wetland in Africa and the third largest in the world, with an ecosystem consisting of one of the highest concentrations of biodiversity on the planet. It supports abundant rainforests, flora and fauna, and large stretches of arable land that sustains a diverse agricultural system. It is home to more than 30 million people with 40 different ethnic groups. But once again, there's conflict. This diversity could soon be destroyed due to extensive dam construction and poisoning of the waters due to oil spills over the Niger Delta is now becoming uninhabitable by flora, fauna, and humans. And together with the causalities of conflict due to ongoing competition for oil and its associated wealth, the Delta is gradually giving way to the atrocity of ecocide. This river that provides some of the greatest biodiversity in the world is under threat. So as we have heard from our keynote speakers and our speakers before, if these are the problems of the big rivers, imagine the problems of the small rivers, those that are unknown and whose names are not spoken. We need to speak about the gap between science, engineering, and other sectors, including governance and praxis, because we see that the challenges are multifactorial. We cannot be doing things the same way. We need to think and do differently. We need to think and do beyond the supply side of thinking. The crisis of water and climate change needs a multidisciplinary approach, and we need a paradigm shift. And I would want to add that the crisis of water crisis management and climate change also needs a transdisciplinary, multi-epistemological and multi-ontological approach. And it is here that indigenous knowledge systems and the practices of its custodians who have sustainably maintained ecosystems and biospheres and societies for millennia can play a part. Now, when we speak about indigenous knowledge systems, it's sometimes known as traditional knowledge or local knowledge, or more commonly as indigenous knowledge. And it may refer to those systems of knowledge in philosophy and science and technology and astronomy and education, mathematics, engineering, that are grounded in the total cultural heritage of a nation or society, but maintained by communities. And it is knowledge that relates to the technological, social, institutional, scientific, and governance systems. And this types of knowledge has its roots in particular communities. It is experiential rather than theoretical. It is linked to the understanding of the environment, and it is dynamic and constantly adapting. Now, there was a fourth river that I spoke of, which is the Zambezi River. The Zambezi River is 2,574 kilometers long, so it is about the same length as the Ganga. Now, its true name is not Zambezi. Its true name is Kasamambezi, but it has been distorted by the British. And Kasamambezi means only he or she who knows can cross. That is only he or she who knows the spirit of the river, who knows the cycles of the river, who knows its interdependence, interconnectedness, interrelatedness, who knows its ecosystem, who knows the societies, and who knows the deity called the Nyame Nyame that governs the river can cross it, who knows the serpentine way that can cross it. Now, the Tonga people are the people who are custodians of this river. And they were displaced in the 1950s when the Kariba Dam was built because they were seen as not knowing anything. Yet they had lived with this river, and they kept giving warnings to the engineers and the scientists, telling them that great floods were coming. And in time, indeed, there was earthquake activity which took place. In time, indeed, there were floods. And in time, more than 80 people died because they had not listened to the indigenous people who understood the cycles and the indigenous knowledge of the river. And even though they speak in stories, we understood that the stories they told about this deity that they prayed to were actually stories of high science, of understanding geotectonics, of understanding tectonic activity, of understanding hydropower. So we need to understand the myths and the stories of our indigenous peoples, because when we open up, we understand that they actually have paleogeological knowledge. It might not be in a language that modern science understands, but it is in a language that has sustained societies for millennia. So I would then like to say that we need to follow from our indigenous perspective, Ubuntu, which is the interrelatedness, interdependence, and interconnectedness between time and space, humans, non-rational beings, and the intangible. We need to follow the philosophy of Sankofa, which is that which understands that beyond the linearity and cause and effect, we have feedback loops. And this is an Akan principle from Ghana. And we need to understand that regenerative knowledge that has sustained communities and the environment the world over is ecological knowledge that has integrated communities and ways of knowing and ways of acting. It is a knowledge of both plurality and singularity. And the quantum principles of these indigenous principles are inherently integrated, they're inherently interdisciplinary, they're participatory, they're ecological, they engage systems thinking, they employ stewardship for nature, neter, and recognize that water is sentient. It is a person. It is a person with human, that is interrelated with humans. And therefore, the indigenous paradigm moves beyond linearity that results in increasing crisis to circularity and cyclical nature. And therefore, we need to go back to the ceremonies and the prayers and the rituals and the dances that for millennia have maintained rivers in a sustainable way. And therefore, we call on the rainmakers, who are the spiritual leaders. And in this way, we can tap into the collective intelligence that may result in resilience, that may result in revival, and that may result in restoration of our rivers. I thank you.
We are now going to call on the next speaker. Our next two speakers are virtual. And so I'd like to invite Mr. Sandeep Satyamoorthy, Black and Veatch USA, to please share your thoughts and your work. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thank you much. I'm hoping the audio is working fine and you can see my screen as well.
Yes, your screen is on.
That's great. That's great. I appreciate it. It's a real honor to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation. Both Rutendo and Indra have been really engaging and given me a lot to think about. I've been taking notes, and I've really enjoyed their thoughts. Hoping to add a little to the conversation. I'm in California, and we are sort of in the middle of having no water, but dealing with lots of water in a very short time. So we're living this existentially odd moment right now. But what I really want to focus on, I think, is my work and some of the thoughts that doing this for a few decades now and thinking about how water plays a central role and what we've learned as practitioners. And I'm showing 3 examples here. Singapore, where water is really existential to their entire state of being. Their 4 taps approach to managing it is well known now. The Chesapeake, a region of the US on the East Coast, where many of us have spent a lot of time thinking about how to mitigate pollution there. And in the UK, the Thames, it's used almost a dozen times before it gets around. And I think in working in these geographies and here in California, one of the things that I've really come to realize, and our community of practice, I think as a whole has come to realize, is that our approach to the past, which was very much, we take something in, we take something out, it's pretty linear, pretty straightforward in a way, was much too linear. And it completely excluded communities from the thinking. And it's taken us a long time, in the 60s and the 70s, to be very candid. Most infrastructure that was an eyesore was located in areas where only the most socioeconomically impacted folks lived, in poor communities. We're now rethinking that a lot, and now we have a new view, a different view over the last decade or so, much more forward thinking, where what we do with whether it's water or embedded resources within water is much better intertwined with the community, with farming, with the ability to send raw materials back to a local industry. Take the water, not only provide environmental benefits to streams and rivers and lakes and so on, but use some of it. The language that we've heard in the last two presentations around resilience, not just of ecosystems and environmental systems, but resilience of communities. And this comes from consistent livelihood and being able to impact how the community sees itself. Right? So this has been a big change. So I guess I'd like to say I want to expand the conversation beyond just, how do we provide better ecosystem and stream and river management, or how do we do better with the resources embedded in water to support foods, to support homes, and in the case of what I spend much of my time doing now, support portable reuse so that our communities can flourish. Right? So what has this meant tangibly for our systems and our way of working? We've gone away from a strict engineering thinking. I agree completely with Rutendo that we need a new epistemology altogether. And we're learning this. We're becoming better about using language now in a way that we understand. When we think about a system or engineering a system that discharges into a river, we're thinking not just about, can I make this good water quality at low cost? We're thinking about, can I make something good and also provide local enhancement of skills, local jobs, this emphasis on doing what you can within local systems, the community broader than just the ecosystem community, the people. So it's a combination of societal or social impacts, certainly environmental impacts, and economic impacts, not just for the utilities, but administrators, but also for the community itself. And this is where we're finding more and more that we're honing in on what better decision-making, stronger decision-making. So I wanted to share a couple of examples, one from Australia and one here in the US. And what I've learned, I work with many utilities across the world. And foundationally, what I've learned is where this type of thinking I just showed you, where this type of philosophy is successful, is where the local leaders of a utility have clearly defined what is their guiding principle. And Water Corporation in Australia, they're in Perth, they run the water systems there. They defined some years ago that for them, there are three components of a guiding principle. I've put them here: water forever, be a great place to live and work, and work on a zero footprint. And I want to draw your attention to some of the language and the words, right? Provide water services for the long term, develop climate resistant resilience solutions. We are planning through dry climate to ensure reliable water supply. These are very local, very community focused effects. And in their case, it lends itself directly to potable reuse as well as environmental restoration. They do a phenomenal job. Every time I've worked with them, there's a visceral positive feeling within their entire organization, from top down to every operator in a water or wastewater plant, or those who clean pipes even, that this is their mission. Where there's a mission and where the mission is tied to the community and where the mission is tied to community success, it turns out it will always be successful. All the technical stuff that we think about, it's all in the details, right? This is foundational. I'd like to give you another example. This is not too far from where I live. It's in Portland, Oregon. Clean Water Services is the agency that runs the wastewater and reuse system there. And what you're seeing in the photo is a greenscape watered with their effluent, used as a natural treatment system. And beyond this tree line is the Tualatin River. Their entire mission is about maintaining and managing the Tualatin watershed. It's got nothing to do with we will do things at a lower cost. They are strictly focused on, this is the watershed that we, our community, our friends, our kids live in, work in, recreate in, kayak in. It's a great place to go kayaking, and this is what we need to maintain. And then how do we do it? Through great vision and collaboration, all things that I've heard here so far. This guiding vision, this guiding principle really permeates their entire organization and enables them to think about how do we restore this ecosystem to the great place it was many centuries ago, and provide good economic support for the community as well. So what does this all mean when we think about this in the context of river, stream, or ecosystem restoration? That circular idea I showed you, we all know water is central to our lives. It is the foundation on which all of us live and breathe. And we know now that if we can manage these circular systems well and focus on the balance of both environmental restoration as well as providing resilient and strong communities, it will benefit our food supplies and food system. It will support a stronger energy future. It will support better water conservation, better groundwater management in the long run, and our health as well. The one cautionary note perhaps is that what we need to do now is to link these systems together, so we're not just thinking about them in isolation. What we absolutely don't want is the growth of flourishing urban centers, hungry for water, thirsty for water, who are taking away from rural centers and causing a rift between them. Both ecosystems are valuable. Both ecosystems need to be supported and grown in a sustainable and resilient way by thinking about what does the local circular economy look like. What most of us spend our time now, my peers and I, is really thinking about how the built environment can play more than just an engineering role, but a pivotal role in helping societies move forward. So I wanted to stop there. I'm excited to hear everyone else's talk and keen to participate in the discussion. Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sandeep, for staying awake in California and sharing your work and your thoughts with us. Thank you very much. You also mentioned about circular economy. It just suddenly reminded me of some of the villages where we saw where there is water now. And because of water, there is agriculture, and how every bit of biomass that, like the waste, it's not wasted, but it's used to feed the livestock, and their waste is used to improve the soil health for agriculture. So it's very interesting, and I think we need to look at circular. We need to define this whole concept of circular economy for our villages also. Thank you so much, Sandeep, and I'd now like to call on Mr. Michael Furniss, a hydrologist, and he's from the Coalition for Climate and Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and he's also from USA.
Hi, thank you very much for having me. I'm glad to be here, and I'm coming to you like Sandeep from California, from the far northwest corner of California. And as Sandeep mentioned, as we speak, we're having some very extreme floods several hundred kilometers south of me, what we call a rain on snow flood, warm rain from an atmospheric river on a historically large snowpack. And so roads are washing out and roofs are collapsing and people are being evacuated. And this very wet year that we're having here comes right after several years of extreme drought in California. And so the awareness of water in California is much higher than it normally is because of the droughts and now because of some extreme floods coming later than they usually do. So, and I'd like to share my screen if I can get that to work. And are you seeing my full screen or the presenter view?
We're seeing the presenter view, Michael.
Okay, let me see if I can swap that. I don't see a way to swap it. So here's what we'll do.
If you could go to
Here we go.
the slideshow.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to back up a little bit here. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is just measures that we are using, 3 particular tactics that have come to be seen as very important for maintaining healthy rivers and the function of those rivers. And it's all about connection, and that is reconnecting rivers in their floodplains, disconnecting developed areas, especially roads and impervious areas, from rivers and streams, and finally connecting known mapping of floodplain areas and riparian areas to land use regulation so that we can restore the function of our rivers.
Michael, yeah, if you could just click on the normal button on the top left. Or just get out of the slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Oh,
honey,
okay.
You're on mute now, right? Yeah.
No.
Do you want help? I think if you hit the slide projector icon on the bottom, see on the bottom where your volume is?
Yeah.
Look at the bottom toolbar. See, there looks like a slide projector option icon at the bottom, not the top.
Okay, sorry about this.
Can I help you? Just take your.
No, I'm okay.
You need to get it in the better view, honey. This is not showing the slide.
Okay, are you seeing the slide now that says connect rivers and floodplains?
Yes, but we're seeing the slide presenter view, not the presentation view.
Okay.
Turn around, I'll show you, Michael.
My apologies.
Hey, click
Michael,
that
we
icon.
could run the presentation here if you'd like, and then you just give us an indication to shift the
Yeah,
slide.
let's do that. I'm sorry. I thought this would work, but I have two screens and it gets kind of complicated with the way
No
we're.
problem. Can you just unshare?
Yeah, I'll
your
stop
screen?
my share. Mhm.
Just give us a second to get your presentation up.
Okay, thank you. And so again, I'm going to be focusing on three forms of connection or disconnection. First of all, connecting rivers and their floodplains so that they function properly. Disconnecting impervious areas such as roads and rooftops from water bodies. And thirdly, basically connecting our land use regulation with what we know about flood plains and floodplain areas.
Michael, the first screen is the three connections. Could you see that if that's the one?
Yes. Okay, and then
yeah.
Very good. Next slide, please. Okay, so the rivers typically have floodplains, those flat areas next to rivers that flood when the flows are very high. And store a lot of water and flood various areas. And many of our rivers are in strictures. They're been diked off and accelerated and disconnected from their floodplains. And this causes us to lose a lot of ecosystem services and the many benefits that come from having rivers with functional floodplains. What we are doing in many areas, and this is now broadly appreciated in Western US, is to try to reconnect rivers to their floodplains or avoid disconnecting them in the first place by diking them off. Sometimes this is not possible going through heavy urban areas. We need to have those dikes and levees and whatnot. But in the rural areas, we certainly can avoid disconnection and reconnect wherever we can. It's completely possible to farm these areas, but allow them to flood when the river is very high. And we get a whole lot of local benefits in terms of riparian area health, species diversity and abundance, and many other benefits, as well as benefits downstream where we have floodplains that are functioning. The water is slowed, and where the floodplains are cut off, the water is accelerated and flooding is much worse downstream. So next slide, please. And so this is a picture of a river that had been diked off, but you can see to the right side where it has been reconnected with its floodplain and the delta here. And the next slide. And then going to the next issue is the hydrologic connectivity between areas that generate pollution and rapid runoff, such as roads and impervious areas, rooftops and heavily developed areas, and the stream. And so hydrologic connectivity, normally connectivity we see as a good thing, but hydrologic connectivity is something that we want to avoid and minimize if we possibly can. And that is the connectivity. It means that when runoff is occurring, there's a continuous flow path between that runoff and the water body. And this means that pollutants, pathogens, garbage, and rapid runoff are all connected directly to the water body. And the way to deal with this, if it's where it is possible, is to get that runoff into the soil, into the ground before it reaches the water body. Now, that's not always possible. And in the more urban developed areas, it can be quite difficult. In the rural areas, we believe that it's quite feasible and can result in much better watershed health and much better water quality, and much less threat to the water bodies from the pollutants that might be able to enter. And then this diagram to the right shows the red areas are an example of connected road systems. And you can see when a connected road system here next to the stream, there's oil and other things that occur on roads and sedimentation and erosion, whereas the disconnected road right above doesn't deliver any of that material to the water body. And so what we try to do is disconnect the developed areas from the water body and to great effect. And this has been brought into policy in forestry, both in public and private lands, to minimize this hydrologic connectivity between roads and log landings. And we believe we can, with good effort and good inventory, get this down to about 5% of the total road system being connected to the water bodies, and the rest of the road system having very little effect on the water bodies. And next slide, please. And we find that the closer you are to the water body, the more the probability of connection occurs. So this would be the priority areas. The closer you are to the water body, the more likely you have connection, and the priority for doing something to disconnect, usually finding a way to get the water into the ground before it reaches the water body, is indicated. And so next slide. This is just an example of what happens when we have a lot of disconnection of floodplains and rivers. Next slide. And this is just a little cartoon that gets the idea across very simply. In the top three panels, you see a regular river. In the middle, it's flooding. And after the flood is over, the river maintains its ecosystem services and habitats and whatnot. And down below, you see where we've diked off that river, we've accelerated it and channelized it, and then took advantage of that and built on both sides of it. But when that river floods, the whole area floods and the downstream areas flood as well. Next slide. And let's go back to that slide and back one more. And one more back. Yeah. And so the idea is to find the floodplain areas and try our best to not develop them. And when we do, we increase the risks to people, the costs of disaster response, and lose all of the ecological benefits of those riparian areas. So if we can know where those floodplains are, and they're relatively easy to map, they're probably getting larger with climate change, and try to prohibit development in these areas. And once they're developed, we can't really do very much to restore the river or enhance those riparian areas. And so to review, basically connect rivers in their floodplains and avoid disconnecting rivers in their floodplains. Disconnect rivers from high runoff areas and areas that can generate pollution by identifying hydrologic connectivity and finding measures to disconnect them from the water bodies through getting that water into the ground prior to reaching the river. And thirdly, avoid developing in the riparian and floodplain areas so that the river can maintain its ecosystem services and we can reduce risk to people when the disasters occur. So thank you very much.
Can we have this? Yeah.
Thank you, Michael, for sharing your work. I just like to tell the group that is here, with your permission, Michael, that California has been facing really, really erratic weather for the last few years. And there was a report in New Scientist which said that California is going through a mega drought. A mega drought is a drought that happens once in thousand years. And after that mega drought, they also went through a series of very, very severe storms, I think, which also Michael mentioned. And all this was coupled with the heavy over extraction of groundwater that was happening there because of the cultivation of almonds and other produce in California. Michael, I'd just like to tell you that a delegation from India, led by Dr. Rajendra Singh, is participating in the UN Water Summit. And they also have, some of the team is going to California. And I know they're going to Sonoma County. I'm not sure where else they're going, but I think it would be really good to connect and see the opportunities for cross-learning, because we are talking about scaling up positive examples as one of the suggestions for the C20 meeting. So thank you. Thank you once again, Michael. I'd now like to call upon Farhad Contractor to share his work and his experience. Thank you.
Can you put the slideshow, please? I am not going to deliberate more on whether this is required, not required. Everybody sitting here knows what is the situation today, what is the scenario today. Also, everybody knows that it is most essential. And also from what Rajendra and Indira spoken and taken on, that is what is life. It is not that something else is what is life, and that is just one part of it. But water is what is life. And so I would straight away go to put two live models. Can I please have the slides on? Yeah, can you go? There are two things that I want to put very quickly. What was the scenario? What is the scenario in both the models? One, a holistic model. One, a model where what we have been discussing from morning of what communities have been taking on, they themselves planning, designing, implementing, and how communities themselves are strengthened enough. It is not that they need strengthened, are strengthened enough to understand their ecologies, strengthened enough to understand their own environment, their own living conditions, and then take on the whole mandate and work on it. It is not always that one needs to be in a dependency syndrome where you need to constantly keep giving, as what Rajendra was also talking about, in terms of it's not just the government that keeps giving, it's the people who understand, who know since thousands of years living in this country in various situations, and they know how to handle their own systems and work through that. Can you please changing the slide? So two of them, can I use that? Can I use that? Okay. So the two, yeah. So I will show you quickly some slides where 350 wells in a region got bone dry in this situation. And now it's about the revival process. These were nalas, which you think that they were like small roads, but they are not. They are nalas, which became roads, and people started to use them like highways. And then you come to certain areas where streams, rivers came into this situation, 8-10 days of rainfall, and you would have a little bit of water. After that, this is what would be the position. So this is about
an area of around 42 villages. Communities started to build their own understanding, their own planning, designing and implementation of what they would like to do, how they would like to do, and then come up to this. It is not from the experience of the last 25, 30 years that it is not that wells cannot be recharged. This is a very big question which is coming up in the country overall, that once the wells are gone, they cannot be recharged beyond an X point. And especially I would also take the opportunity to say that Rajendra for sure would disagree to this statement, because there have been thousands of wells which have been recharged back again, as he put it, that aquifers are charged, worked on. And so talabs play a very important role. You can call them lakes, ponds, whatever. And they play a very important role in terms of regeneration. Also, what we have been talking in the morning in terms of green spaces, greenscapes, and forest, which play a more important role in terms of moisture retention, wasting, maintaining. And so you start absolutely by catching each drop that falls. And I would say, I would put that line as a liner today, that we need to catch each drop that falls and not let it go waste. When we start to catch that each drop that falls, we start to conserve, we start to harvest, we start to recharge. Okay. And that same nala which was shown there, after around 7-8 years comes to this situation, which is effort which one needs to constantly keep making. It is not about doing a project. It is a way of living life, is what I would say. And so it's also about terminologies that we use as citizens of this country. And that is an important aspect, I feel. And so we have situations in this country where we are at around 400 mm rainfall, 200 mm rainfall. Some places where we work is at 75 mm rainfall. The question is not about the rainfall. The question is about the mindset and the change in mindset that needs to come about. And so it is.
Some of the things as you're facing.
Okay. And so it is important that how do we understand and take this overall situation, which is a living life experience, and build on that. I would like you to play this clip, please. It's not long. If you can just click on it, it will play in YouTube. It's about a model that has been worked on. You'll have to put the volume.
तो सबसे पहले हमने वो करा कि यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत पानी की जरूरत है। अन्य प्रणालियों से सीखते हुए केवली करी वाटर चैनल बनाए, कुएं बनाए, तालाब बनाए, कुछ हमारी जमीन पर, कुछ पास के गाँवों में, और सभी वाटर स्ट्रक्चर को जोड़ते हुए पानी की ऐसी व्यवस्था खड़ी करी जो 540 करोड़ लीटर बारिश का पानी संचय करती है। यह हमारा पहला कदम है। हमारा लक्ष्य है कि यहाँ पानी की कमी ना रहे, पानी की सब कुछ बदल जाए, आसपास मवेशी ना आने लगे, आने की जमीन बनने लगे, और कुछ ही सालों में हम यहाँ जैविक खेती चालू कर पाए, आहार लगा पाए, और अब हम यहाँ 7 प्रकार की देसी सब्जियां, फल और धान उगाते हैं। छोटी-छोटी कोशिशों से पूरे क्षेत्र में बदलाव दिखता है। हमारा अलग ढंग था कई बंद लगाना। 2016 से अब तक हमने नियमानुसार पद्धति से 16 पेड़ लगाए। और पारंपरिक तरीकों पर प्रताप करेगा। पेड़ों और पानी की वजह से यहाँ कई तरह के पक्षी जीव जंतु में आने लगे। एक जगह जहाँ कुछ साल पहले भी नहीं था, वहाँ आज 120 से अधिक प्रकार के पक्षी, हजारों तरह के वन्य जीव काम कर रहे हैं। दुनिया पर अब एक नई सोच के साथ एक आदर्श शहर की संरचना हो रही है। शहर जो अपने भोजन, ऊर्जा, हवा और पानी के लिए स्वनिर्भर हो। शहर जो लोगों के समग्र विकास में सहायता करे। शहर जहाँ सीखने के लिए, व्यक्तिगत और व्यावसायिक विकास के लिए अपार अवसर है। एक ऐसा शहर जो आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए बोझ नहीं, विरासत बने।
We will have to keep alive. We will have to keep alive this understanding, this consciousness is what I feel. And consciousness is very important. It is also very important of the kinds of models as a country we have been building and making. And we need to further strengthen these models. There is nothing new in what we've been talking. And I feel it is about being together, of coming together, of building collaborations, of strengthening, of learning from our past and moving further. Would stop at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Farhad, for doing the work that you are doing. And thank you also for sharing this and giving us hope. And again, re-emphasizing the importance of conserving every drop of water and also showing us models that are possible in urban areas. So thank you so much. I'd now like to call upon the next speaker, who is Dr. Chandrashekhar Biradar. He's the head of geoinformatics from CGIAR, and he's going to be joining us virtually. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Just checking, can you see my screen and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for organizers and providing opportunity. I'm sure like all the stalwarts in the previous speakers and keynote, they provided ample background and the success stories and really encouraging that. And what I can go through that one, that the 3MG and the Rajendra ji already told earlier that one, how the role of the trees play important role in the revival of the rivers and also the green economic transition. So what I can do the quick run through some slides of this one, like we know that the Panchabhutas, and I just focused on water here. And the one of the prominent definition of the health is wealth, and they very well know that one. But in the definition of the health, often the ecology is completely neglected. As everyone knows that one, ecology is a vital forces for everything we do and live and sustain. And keeping that point to this one, like how trees are important for water security, I'm just giving the quote of the Matsya Purana. That's like 10 wells equal to a pond, and 10 ponds equal to a reservoir, and reservoir equal to one child, and a son is basically child, and the 10 sons equal to a tree. Looking at that one, the amount of the tree is merely a tree equal to a million ponds, and how that's a concept of the water security in the ancient times to the present, to the context, is become a very vital forces. And why trees matters is very important, as everyone spoke about that one. And from the rainmaker to the carbon sequestrations is very vital forces. And often, but you look into in the Indian context, that when it used to be the agroforestry based systems since in the ages, but in the economic the scaling of the monocropping systems, and we wiped out nearly 80% of the trees from the landscape. That's where the real tragedy started. And this one, I'm looking into the very drought-prone area of in the Bijapur district, a very long, nearly 6 months of drought. And I see there's some green patches are there. I just drive into that place. I found that those are the really agroforestry tree-based systems. So that's very essential that we need to build a system that are economically viable, ecologically sustainable. That means we need to link to the ecology to economy. And this is what in the COP 26 and 27, everyone is shouting that when at least this time the COP 27, they brought some concept of the water and agriculture and farming system dynamics into the trees. And that's what we need to bring into the concept of that. It's very clear that when the restoration, resilience, like agroecology, agroecosystems, that's become a very prominent talk nowadays. And until we build a restore functional practice that combine a production, consumption, conservation, restorations with significant co-benefit to the people and culture and nature. That's what we talk all about it. And you see the gray line. This is what used to be in the industrial era. You create a lot of the area for the growing the agriculture crops and monocropping systems, and that's what the business as usual continue for the nearly last few decades. And somewhat the yellow line is what you can see. Some conservation efforts started, where a lot the spiritual gurus to the governments to the number of the organizations the Dr. Rajendra Singh is running one of them. So like that, many organizations started putting some efforts toward that. That still we are not enough to restore the ample landscape we have. That's because the massive effort. And this is what you need to bend the curve. And we know that one the tree stewardship, why trees become the important. Trees not just for only the timber, because of looking at still we are India. 85% of the timber requirement coming from the agroforestry, but often when you look at the tree means a timber, but tree has more than that. It has a livelihood supports to the food system, the economic transition is possible. And by 2030, Indian target is that we need to have 33% of the green cover. And Amritakal, what you call 100 years of independence, 2047, you completely the more renewable sources and the net zero. But this is what required, need to address the root causes what we are facing, that one link the resilience to the restoration to revenue generation. Until linked to economic to ecological restoration, farmers are very good in doing whatever the government policies and scientists can provide the solutions, but until they link to the economical solution, that's not going to happen. And this is one of the biggest crises we are facing in that one. Already, I'm sure I'm not going to repeat much on this one because I talked enough on these aspects. And when rain happens in any landscape, where trees and the vegetation cover is not there, this is very common, the scenes you can see in the monsoon the season. And this often happens because of the soil compactness, because soil compactness happens because of the number of two reasons. One is removing up the lot of the tree from the landscape, and secondly, excess use of the fertilizer. So that's related to the soil compaction that not let the percolations happens when the rain comes. And this is what you need to be addressed, the real issues happening. Just bringing the at least 10 to 15% the tree cover into the mainstream agriculture, it increases the flow, especially the subsurface flow, and that is what the ecosystems happens. So this one evidence is I'm showing the consent of the times. I'm not going to detail of the number of the evidences here. Just linking it to the tree, the canopy cover, and into the groundwater recharge. So all the success stories we heard about this one, that's linked to the amount of the vegetation, the bottom to bought on the landscape. And it's very clear that why the Indian government or the many part of the world that consider 30% of the tree cover is very essential for the sustainability of landscape and water restoration, ecological flows, and what that link to the obviously the food and water security and climate resilience. And this is what you need to have. So the more number of percent of green cover increase in the mainstream agriculture, whether we remove nearly 85% of tree cover in the most of the pristine, what you call the food basket of the India. And that's what need to increase this, the rain flow, the river flow, that required the amount of the water that's become soil became the sponge, soil became the reservoir, so that water the percolate to the subsurface and surface will become the real source of this is what we call the intermediate tree cover can maximum the groundwater recharge in the seasonally dry tropics to the subtropics. And this one example given for my own farm, look at this one. At least what I saw, I can say that a day at least 50% of the surface become the subsurface flow to reach the water and food security for all. So this is in the month of August, and there is still rainy season, and it's green cover there. And the streets may be so that there is no absolute
Yeah, we are not able to hear him very well, so is there some way we can sort this out?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Your voice is breaking, actually.
The voice is breaking, maybe the bit internet issues. Let me switch to the different internet band. Hello?
I think now it's better. Please carry on.
Okay, so maybe this is the issue of the internet, sorry for that. So can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. And it's one of the things we need to bring along the streams, at least the buffer should be there, riparian buffer along the water bodies within the farming system dynamics. And this is what you require, the way you consume the food and the functional foods connectivity. And that's what the connectivity, the community is the power, so that you can link to the soil health and the vegetation cover. That's what we require revival of the river is possible. And this is what we need the 30-30. That means that by 2030, at least 30% of the population eating the 30% fruits and vegetables coming from the tree-based system. That means we are increasing the green cover into the mainstream agriculture. I think that's what we are reaching just about currently, about less than 10% of the populations that depend on the healthy the diets, especially coming from the tree-based systems like fruits and vegetables. And Lancet Commission clearly told indicated that at least our plate should be considered 30% of the food coming from that fruits and vegetables, and that should be coming from the tree-based systems. And that is what we reach the really sustainable agriculture practices to the sustainable living. And that's what to the pre-industrial era of 30% we reach there. But if we reach about 50% of our food plate coming from the tree-based system, that's basically the fruits and vegetables and nuts. And that is where we reach the pre-Vedic period of system, where the completely agriculture system driven, the tree-based system driven the agriculture practices. And if the more trees, at least we can bring about 20 to 30% tree cover to the mainstream agriculture, that also the source of the food and the water security. I think that's where we reach our sustainable developmental goal and the climate resilience. It's very clear that when the production follows functions, what in ecological terms, selective technology is enough there, diversity is there, local intelligence is there, indigenous wisdom, you have to rebuild the broken food systems, bringing the more tree cover into the mainstream agriculture. And that's the climate resilient farming system practices. That's what that leads to a healthy planet and healthy river systems and the restoration of agricultural processes. Thank you very much for that. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrashekhar, for re-emphasizing the importance of trees, both for life on planet, for sustaining water security, and also as for food systems. We will be having a short Q&A session after this, so I hope you will be staying on further if there are any questions directed to you. I would now request our last speaker for this panel, Mr. Avinash Surve, to please share his thoughts and his work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thanks to Satsang Foundation for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences and what best we can do to a community participation in the case of flood management and the drought management. We understand and we know the background of the climate change. The flood is caused because of the erratic behavior of the rainfall, and that is also a result of the climate change. This erratic behavior has also created a challenges of the crops, crop yields, damaging the agriculture fields. The second important factor that is coming up is the value of the agriculture produce. That is, minimum support price is a challenge. Sometimes it is a bumper production. Last week we had a news that 5 quintal of onion was sold at ₹2 kg in Pune. So this situation, so excess rainfall, droughts, and the agriculture produce price. This situation is keeping the marginal farmers or even the regular farmers away from the farming. So the migration, as Dr. Rajendra said, the displacement. So the migration is shifting towards the urban centers, and these migrations or the high density populations in the urban centers is a cause of the floods in the urban centers also. In next slide, please. Yeah, my topic is flood mitigation and the drought management. We have to understand that there are two types of floods. 3-4 decades ago, we were not talking about the first flood, that is the pluvial floods. These are the floods we experience in the urban centers in the cities now. Globally, we see the news, and right from the China to America, North America has experienced in the last month the bomb cyclone. So the precipitations, high intensity precipitations in the small time, in a shorter time, creates a large discharges in the urban centers. Naturally, because of the increased population, the existing system of drainage is not in a position to accommodate the new discharges. With the increased population, the existing riverine systems, the natural streams, because of the developments of the infrastructure, buildings, the natural streams are obstructed, and whatever water which is suddenly coming because of the cloud bursting, maybe because of the high rainfall, that is accumulated at the floodplains. And because the existing drainage system is insufficient, the roads, the transportation roads becomes the rivers or the streams in the cities. So this challenge of the pluvial floods, we have to mitigate through proper drainage systems, increased drainage systems, because the earlier population density was less. Now with the increased density, there is a higher sewage loads, there is a higher storm load, and with the development by the corporations, there are a number of bridges across the rivers, across the streams. Most of the buildings, infrastructures were built on the natural streams, and the natural streams are obstructed. In Pune city, you can see where we are sitting in, almost there is an encroachment of the 60 to 70% of the natural streams, and only 30% of the natural streams are available. The second flood is the fluvial flood that passes through the rivers actually. And this is also because of one of the reason is erratic rainfall. But another reason is the man-made interventions basically. If you take the example of this city only, the four main rivers passes through this city. Mula, Mutha, Indrayani, Pavana. All across this city, all across these rivers, if we walk along the rivers, we'll see that as the property prices are very high, the people are started making the new lands by encroaching the rivers itself. So that is creating a problem in carrying the floods. There is a limitations in the flood carrying capacities of the rivers. And because of the migrations of the slums, marginal people, marginal farmers, marginal income people, they migrate in the city. Naturally, they don't have their own lands. They have their settlements along the streams, along the rivers, around the floodplains. That also causes an obstruction and reduces the flow carrying capacities of the rivers, streams, and channels. Next slide, please. So we know that there will be the floods, pluvial floods or pluvial floods, both we cannot stop. We cannot prevent the floods. What we can do is we can just mitigate with the floods. Naturally, most of the controls are with the government. There are also various departments that controls these disaster managements. So a teamwork is required for this. The second most important part, which we are discussing today, is creating awareness, capacity building to the NGOs and finding the community participation. So what exactly we can do in case of the pluvial flood, say in the cities? So we have to see that before the onset of the monsoon, whether all natural streams are clear, because most of the times these natural streams, they are treated as a garbage placing locations. So they don't just dispose of the water, but even the local waste or the domestic waste is also disposed of in these local streams. So all this is carried. Floodplain restoration, we have a policy of blue line and red line marking in this state. In these blue lines, we are not supposed to develop anything. So no construction is allowed in the blue lines. And in blue line and red line, we allowed certain construction, but that is also keeping one floor clear for the flood to go. The next part is how to clear these encroachments on the banks, because we have to rehabilitate those people. And most of the NGOs, they are now serious about this, and we are facing some of the cases in the National Green Tribunals also. And one of the very judgment given by the NGT that if there is a construction in the floodplains, we have to compensate that person if it is not obstructed by a particular department. So we have to go to that stage that any construction in the floodplain shall be obstructed timely, and vigilance is to be kept on that. Adaptive farm practices, because whatever fertigation we are using, the fertilizers we are using for this, they are also contaminating these rivers. And one of the experience I would like to share, that we have big floods in Sangli and Kolhapur district. And when the streams were reaching towards, or the subsurface or the surface runoff was reaching towards the rivers, the sugarcane crop itself was a barrier to bring that water up to the river level. So we have to think of those these types of agriculture practice also, whether we should go for sugarcane along the rivers or not. Hydrologically and hydraulically correct designs. We see that in this town, there are pluvial floods, and when we observed during our committee meetings that the designs, hydraulic designs, so number of pipes, number of openings across the streams, across the rivers, they are not correct, and it is not designed for the proper discharge. So there is an inundation in the plains or in the cities. Now, my subject, that is whether it is possible to mitigate the floods through the dams. Because of the climate change, we have the new challenges now. Earlier, the rainfall pattern was a systematic pattern, and it was following some statistics. Say in the first fortnight of the June, there used to be some rainfall, say 10% of the annual rainfall. In the second fortnight, there is some rainfall. July and August, there are the monsoon main months from where we receive the good rains, good water. Unfortunately, these statistics about how much 90% dependable yield water we can get during that fortnight is totally deviated. In Pune, most of the times we have to wait for the first rain up to the 15th of July. And we have a policy that at least for the domestic or drinking purpose, we must reserve this water up to 15th of July. As the population is keep on increasing, the large reservations we have to make for the domestic purpose up to the 15th of July. So if there is a good rain in the month of June itself, we are losing that resources, which was from the earlier water year. And there is a tendency of the water manager that whatever water is available, I must store it, because I don't know whether in future there will be good rain or not, because we are deviating from the statistics. So because we are keeping higher levels in the reservoirs, and eventually if there is a good rainfall, there is excess rainfall, after that storage level, definitely a floods will be there. So we have to keep this balance, and to keep this balance and to reduce the risk of this flood disaster, we are keeping statistics and also asking for a real-time data from the IMD. If we have a good rainfall forecasting, maybe for 2 days, 3 days earlier, we can definitely deplete these big reservoirs by some volume, and we can absorb, we can accommodate some of the waters from the floods, and partial waters can be released. So as a water manager, we have a challenge. And with the help of the society, with the help of IMD, we can definitely mitigate these floods. The society, which is on the banks of the rivers, they should be well informed. A daily rainfall data may be shared with the communities itself, so that they will be aware. A local village may be provided with water levels and the rainfall. So whatever is the discharge coming to those floodplains around that villages, around that cities, that they must be well informed at least 48 hours before, so that immediate actions of displacement, relief, and all other measures can be taken. Last slide. The next part is drought management and occurrence of the drought. So we know that the rainfall has become a challenge, so drought will be there. Even the statistics says that most of the area of this region, Maharashtra region, almost 60% is a all the area is a semi-arid region, but 60% area is already a drought-prone, a scarcity area. Marathwada region, western part of the Vidarbha, even most of the part of the western Maharashtra, they all are facing a scarcity of the water. There are many, more than 300 tehsils. They are having less than 700 millimeter rainfall of the water. So all these scarcity areas has to be managed for these waters, and it is a big challenge when these river valley projects are not getting a sufficient yield. Maybe 70%, 80% water is there, but there is a competition. There will be a competition of the water between agriculture, irrigation, and industrial use. So most of the times we have to divert the agriculture water to non-agriculture water, maybe for the domestic and industrial water sector. There is a river policy, there is a water policy in our state, and accordingly, the priority is first a domestic, secondly it is agriculture, third is industries. This policy earlier, when it was formed first time in 2003, the sequence was different. It was domestic, then industrial, and then agriculture. But there were a lot of agitations, and the sequence of the policy was changed because of the pressure from the public. So that pressure groups who can change the policy, we can definitely change the management of the drought and management of the flood. I will share a last part, next slide, next slide. Yeah, I definitely agree with Dr. Rajendra Singh ji that yes, we have to do a lot of work in the basins, in the valleys. But if we see the history of last 40, 50 years, the river valley projects, the large valley projects really play a very important role in the protective irrigation and even in the flood mitigation. This slide, I'm showing particularly, this left side is the outlets which are directly taking water up to the farm level. And the right side is, this is the large lift irrigation scheme, namely Tembu lift irrigation scheme in Sangli district. So I know that it is possible, whatever discussions we have heard earlier, that locally we must conserve water, we must have afforestation, we must have a groundwater recharge. But when there is not a possibility of the water in most of the areas, scarcity areas, like Agrani River, it is the most deprived rainfall area. So there we suggest, and there we have developed schemes in the state that large volume of water from the surplus to the deficits are being taken through the large lift irrigation scheme. Next slide. So this is the river Krishna, and from river Krishna is a surplus river most of the times, most of the years. So through this river, with the help of 13 kilometers of the rising main, length of the rising main itself is 13 kilometers. And we are transferring water from almost to the height of 300 to 500 meters. The volume is also very large, 35 cubics, almost 1,000 cubics of the water. So these arrangements done by the government to have surplus water to deficit water connections is also equally essential along with the activities at the community level. We are providing river linkages also so that surplus water can be brought to the deficit areas and this flood and droughts can be mitigated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Surve, for this excellent presentation. And it was very nice that you coupled the drought and flood together in what you were recommending, because we also feel that drought and flood basically are two sides of the same coin, and it needs proper management of the rain that falls, so that we can at least reduce the misery and the pain of the people. You made a mention of the blue line and the red line. I just like to inform you that the GR that your government made, the Government of Maharashtra made, we actually, from our friends in Maharashtra, we requested for a copy and we shared it with the Chief Secretary of Jharkhand, because we had seen some of the rivers in Ranchi which were being encroached upon, and it was an early stage. So it was possible to bring about some positive change there. So we did use that, the GRs from the state of Maharashtra. And also you mentioned about the erraticness of rainfall and how that is a challenge now for engineers who are looking and working with dams. And I think the importance of small rivers in this is really needs to be re-emphasized, because when Germany went through this huge flood last year, and even the engineers, they were really, and the climate scientists were very confused. They were not able to predict the extent of rainfall and the duration of rainfall in Germany. And they later on admitted that they had their focused on the large rivers, but they did not take care of the small rivers and see how they could, address these challenges of excessive water. So the importance of small rivers, Agrani and others, that we are trying to revive in Maharashtra is really important. And yeah, so thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. With that, we come to an end of the presentations from the different panelists. Thank you for your patience and perseverance. And but I think we had a really excellent and diverse group, and diverse geographies as well as work done. We do have, I understand from the organizers, that we do have about 5 or 10 minutes for questions before we can break for tea. And after we have the question and answers, I will request our Dr. Rajendra Singh, our Adaraniya Rajendra Bhai, to just share your perspectives of what you heard in this session. So after question and answers. Okay?
So if anybody has a question, could you please raise your hand and a mic will find its
Kindly
way.
identify yourself and the speaker you would like the response from.
Please, a small request, please keep your questions to questions. We do have tomorrow as the roundtable to exchange views, exchange a lot of information. So please address your question to any specific speaker on the panel.
Thank you very much. I'm Sarang Yadwadkar from Pune. My question is to Mr. Avinash Surve. So as you rightly said, it's a little longish question because I want the crowd to know the background. You rightly said, sir, there are 4 major rivers flowing through the city of Pune, apart from 2 minor rivers. And there are 6 large dams on the immediate upstream. Now, we all know that law of nature prevails over man-made laws. Particularly in the context of this city, I want to ask a question related to the riverfront development program that is being undertaken by the central government. Bhai sahab, aapne bhi zikr kiya tha uska. Now, in that project, the width of the river is being reduced by 38.08%. Width of the river, cross-section of the river is being reduced by 38.08%. And they claim that the flood levels are going to recede even after reduction in cross-section. Sir, you rightly also said that no construction is permissible inside blue line that is on the prohibitive zone of any river. Now, in this project, they are constructing huge concrete embankments right on the prohibitive zone. Now, apart from the environmental clearance given to this project, because that's a completely flawed and fraudulent environmental clearance, apart from the judgment of NGT given in a case related to this project, because that judgment also is completely unscientific and without considering the laws of nature. My simple question to you, sir, is that your department, Water Resources Department, has all the authority, and not only authority, but responsibility to stop any construction that is being carried on prohibitive zone of any river. Why your department is not taking any action and just writing letters? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. Yeah, there are many dimensions to this problem or this project basically. The first thing is reductions in the cross section. I have to check that percentage basically, but we had also long discussions on this. But they are claiming that there will be increase in the height of the water depth during the floods. They are claiming that. So with the increased height, definitely the discharge will pass through the river more than the discharge, today's discharge. But hydraulically also, we are creating a problem wherein the natural stream outfall, which is directly going into the river today, may not go into the river, of course. And secondly, with the increased depth of the water in the river, there will be a backwater effect through the drainage systems, through the streams and substreams. So definitely there will be increase in the inundations in the Pune city with this design actually. Yeah, actually they should take the necessary action and they should object the construction in the floodplains itself. Yeah, you can put it on record because the works are in the flood. No problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Lakshmi. Can we have the mic on, please? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Lakshmi. I'm with Satsang Foundation, working on water in Delhi NCR. My question is actually to Indira ji. It's connected to any of the other experts. It seems so evident from, sessions like this that we have, that we are very clear about what the problems are, what the challenges are. And what we've heard from so many experts today is that we also know what could be the possible solutions, which have existed throughout, time in so many indigenous cultures. What do we do as the C20 working group to steer the policy decisions at the governmental level, both central and state, to make sure that there is much more of people and community level participation, a participatory approach where people are brought in at the outset to find solutions to the problems that they have to grapple with? Is there something we can do to shift the policy focus away to much more of what is actually required in terms of wisdom? That's my question.
Thank you, Lakshmi, for your question. It's a very deep question. And what I want to say is, I think that Rajendra Singh in the morning session mentioned that globally, the way the political leadership is going, and this is my word, is getting very aggressive, very patriarchal. These two words are mine. But what he said was that we are going towards corporate democracy and not people's democracy. It's very difficult to call a spade in this environment. A lot of environmentalists the world over are failing threat, have lost their lives. Journalists who do honest reporting, even if they get a platform, they have lost their lives. So we live in an environment which is increasingly becoming corporatized. We don't want to call a spade. And I think it took courage for Mr. Surve to categorically say that, yes, what is happening is wrong. So I think that recognition that what is happening is wrong is something that collectively we should be putting forward to as a C20 team to the G20. Let us recognize the problem. And once we recognize the problem, there's no blame game. Just let's recognize the problem and let us work towards finding solutions to that problem. And those solutions exist. They exist as tiny little diyas, as tiny little sparks in different parts of the world. They exist in our own country. And if you're talking of one world, one family, one future, we need to see that how these combine and become a large flame that basically looks at a secure future. In the morning, we were saying that Mahatma Gandhi said that we are custodians of custodians of what nature has given us. I think when I speak to my daughter, she tells me, "Look at the world that you have brought me into." So the whole thing has shifted. So we also need to make make course correction in the way we deal with ourselves and with the people and with nature. I hope that's a kind of an answer to your. It's a direction. Okay. Thank you.
I think it's a good point you made. If we don't acknowledge a problem, then we can't solve it. So the first step is to acknowledge that there is a problem. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question? Yes.
So one question, please. Just in continuation with Sarangji, I just wanted to ask Surve sir. Sir, as per government's perspective, how do you define a river? The definition of the river itself. What is the perspective of government towards river, and how do we define a river?
River is defined in two ways. First thing, physically it is existing on the land. Secondly, as per the revenue records, the private ownership starts from the edge of the river. So beyond that, there is a river. But the most important part of this discussion will be, there is a big question about the ownership of the river. Who is the owner of the river? So we say that in the corporation areas where there is a local governance, the local corporation is the owner for that stretch of the river. And beyond that stretch, a revenue authority will be owner of the river.
So why
I will just complete. There is one more act, that is 1976 Irrigation Act that says that whatever is the water body is a canal, So dam is a canal, the reservoir is a canal, the main canal is a canal, and the river also is a canal. So wherever there is a flow of the water, it is a canal. And this 1976 Act of the state says that these all things are controlled by the canal officer, and who is the irrigation officer basically.
So why I asked this question was the reason behind that was, so we feel that the government is a trustee, they are not the owners, and that they have to just manage. And the approach should be nature-centric, not human-centric.
Yeah.
So that is what we insist. So I asked the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've run out.
But we have to fix this issue now. The ownership of the rivers, basically, nationwide, maybe statewide, maybe nation.
If you observe the panel descriptions in your program, which you've received on email, there is a term which we have used, water commons. And increasingly, I think we should be treating it as commons. It's not somebody's property. It is something that we treat as a heritage, which we are carrying from generation to generation. Indira ji, please. Yeah.
I think can we give opportunity to other questions?
I need only 10 seconds, ma'am, with your kind permission. Yeah, just 10 seconds. Firstly, it is very sad to know that as per our act, river is canal. I hope you all agree with me. That is point number one. Point number two is Surve sir mentioned that the riverfront development project in Pune is going to raise flood levels in the city. So I request the organizers to bring it to record it in the resolution of C20. And my third point is that this conference being organized in Pune, why this riverfront development has not been brought in the agenda of this conference. And this is a very generic cancer spreading all over our country, led by some particular people who are behind it, including central government, including some architects. I would prefer to take the names, but I think it would not be correct on my part. So why this has not been kept in the discussion has not been kept in the agenda of this conference. Thank you.
So you made a very valuable point. Thank you for that. I think.
Are there any more questions?
Yeah, there are.
Yes. One last question. Yeah.
Okay. This is directed to our friend from Africa. We've been talking about solutions, and obviously this is one country, so we can talk about it. But Africa, as you know, the continent is a mix of so many countries, and rivers don't remain within countries, as you yourself have mentioned, they go across. So how is Africa dealing with the problems that arise where one government may want one thing and another state may want something else? It kind of multiplies the problem so much. I'd like to know whether there's been any progress in working across states. We have problems working across our states, but we are still one country. But Africa has a thing of completely different nations working together. So I'm assuming the problems are multiplied. And how are you dealing with it?
Thank you so much, sir, for the question. And indeed, I mean, Africa has 55 countries, and it is the largest landmass on this planet. The case of the Nile is a case in point in terms of the conflict between Ethiopia and Egypt regarding the Nile, the construction of the dam. And that has created a multiplicity of problems, beyond just, the construction of the dam and the river itself. Within Southern Africa, there have been attempts at creating places of commons with land. So for example, in the region between Botswana, South Africa, and Namibia, they have almost taken down the fences and creating places of commons in transfrontier parks, where they are allowing this, well, firstly acknowledging that these borders that we have are colonial borders. They came about in the 1800s, where during the Berlin Conference, when European countries came and chopped up Africa into countries, some to Europe, to UK, to England, some to France, some to Germany, etc. Whereas our borders, which were not borders, were rivers, were mountains. And so there is an attempt, certainly within Southern Africa, to respond to this. So the Limpopo River, for example, is not a boundary from a natural perspective between South Africa and Zimbabwe. It is the place where the two countries come together. By the same token, the Kasama-Mbezi River or the Zambezi River was not traditionally a boundary between Zambia and Zimbabwe, which they've become today, but it was a place where the Tonga people and those along all the other countries, the now countries that are across that river, came together as custodians. So there are attempts at that. However, a lot of that is at civil level and not at government level. And as a result, there is definitely a lot of conflict because we are governed a lot by Roman Dutch law, and property rights, as opposed to natural law, as has been said. So indeed, in Africa, our problems are really confounded by many factors.
Thank you. I think with that, you have a last question. Just a question. Quick
Sure,
question.
just a question. When we say concrete in river is not good, how good are check dams? Thank you.
That question is addressed to who? Bhaiji, will you answer that question when you come? How good are check dams? हाँ नहीं, आप बाकी भी बात करेंगे. We have one more question, Bhaiji. जब तक कहीं का, please raise your question.
My question is to Mr. Avinash Surve. You very rightly pointed out the measures for flood mitigation. So urban flooding has become quite common in the city. I mean, it has been occurring probably once in 2 years. So is there a way to address flood mitigation in a decentralized way, where you mentioned hydraulically and hydrologically, we can create some system? So could you throw some light on that? That would be nice.
Hydraulically means we should have a correct designs, basically, hydraulic designs, so that there will not be inundation of the water. Right? Hydrologically means we can have advanced information through the meteorological department, so that we can take some precautions and mitigate with the floods.
Can I just add on, Bhaiji, 1 minute lungi. Can I just add on to his answer? I just like to tell you that last week we went to this village called Rana Kabas in Alwar district of Rajasthan. And there we were looking at the work which was done in the 1980s. So वहाँ पे पानी था, वो last 3 years में there's not been raining, but still there is water for agriculture. So we asked the villagers a question, okay, with this climate change happening, there are sometimes like huge amounts of rainfall falling in short periods of time. तो आपके ये structures उस पे काम करेंगे क्या? एक तालाब बनाया था वहाँ पे, बहुत सुंदर जगह पे वो बनी थी, मतलब एकदम perfect for capturing the water that was coming from the Aravalli Hills. So what he said is that these structures that are there serve as speed breakers. Because pahadi se pani tez aata hai, so the water comes fast. So you have a talab because the structure is made. So the water first stops there, and this kind of serves as a speed breaker. It slows the flow of rain, and then the water goes down. And then obviously there is a limit to the capacities there. So your question to decentralized approaches for flood, reducing the intensity of flood are there, and they are there in different parts of India. Sorry.
चेक डैम नदी को बांधता नहीं है, नदी के प्रवाह को चलना सिखाता है। धरती के पेट में जहां कन्फाइंड वर्टिकल फ्रैक्चर होते हैं, वहां पानी पेनिट्रेट करके एक नया रिजर्व बैंक क्रिएट करता है नदी में। तो चेक डैम नदियों को चलना सिखाते हैं और धरती के पेट को पानी से भरना सिखाते हैं। ये जो रिवर व्यू डेवलपमेंट एंड फ्रंट व्यू डेवलपमेंट, जो कंक्रीटाइजेशन है, वो ठीक नदी का इलाज, जिस नदी को बीमारी है हृदय रोग की, उसको दांतों का डॉक्टर इलाज कर रहा है, या उसको वो जो ब्यूटी पार्लर होता है ना, वो उसका इलाज कर रहा है। तुम्हें समझ में आया फर्क? आ गया ना? वेरी गुड। सो लक्ष्मी, सारंग, राजेश पंडित, इन सब के जो सवाल हैं उनको मैं जॉइंटली 2 मिनट में आंसर देना चाहता हूं। गंगा नाम की एक नदी भारत में बहती है। जब गंगा ऊपर से नीचे आई तो किसानों ने नदी के अंदर हल चलाना शुरू कर दिया, खेती करनी शुरू कर दी, आपस में लड़ाई शुरू हुई। तो ये लोग सब राजा के पास गए। राजा ने कहा, मैं नदी का मालिक नहीं हूं, मैं इसका न्याय नहीं कर सकता। फिर ये संतों के पास गए। लक्ष्मण झूला से ऊपर एक बड़ा संत रहता था कि भगवान राजन ने तो मना कर दिया कि नदी का मालिक मैं नहीं हूं, तो कौन करेगा इसका फैसला? तो उसने कहा, नदी का मालिक मैं भी नहीं हूं, तो कौन है? तो उसने कहा, नदी का मालिक है राज, समाज, संत। तीन नाम लिए उसने, महाजन नहीं लिया। उसने अडानी अंबानी का नाम नहीं लिया कि महाजन भी मालिक है, वो फ्रंट व्यू डेवलपमेंट का काम कर रहा है, उसका नाम नहीं लिया। किसका लिया? राज, राजा, समाज और प्रजा, ये तीनों मालिक हैं। तो उसने पूछा, महाराज ये कब मिलेंगे तीनों? उसने कहा, 12 साल में कुंभ होता है नदी के किनारे, वहां चले जाना, इस सवाल को रख देना, इस सवाल का समाधान मिल जाएगा। भारत के जो कुंभ है वो नदियों की सेहत को ठीक रखने के लिए, नदियों के प्रवाह को बनाए रखने के लिए, और नदियों की जो जमीन है वो नदी के लिए रहे, नदी का प्रवाह नदी के लिए रहे, ये सुनिश्चित करने के लिए कुंभ होते थे हर 12 साल में, जो हमें रास्ता दिखाते थे, गलत को गलत कहते थे, अच्छे को अच्छा कहते थे, गलत करने वाले को डांटते थे, अच्छा करने वाले को शाबाशी देते थे। ये बात मैं हिंदी में ही कह सकता हूं, इसलिए माफ करना है दोस्तों। In this world can learn something about the sense of river and the science with sense with river from India. The India hardly 5,000 years before, they know and they follow this. Water. Only the life is in water. जल में ही जीवन है। जननी, क्रिएटर, स्त्री, अर्थ, धरती और नेचर है। स्त्री, धरती और प्रकृति ये जननी है, जन्म देके करती हैं। नदी, the all flow, the spiritual flow, cultural flow, civilizational flow, all flow related with river. दुनिया की कोई सिविलाइजेशन ऐसी नहीं है जो नदी के किनारे बिना बनी हो। तो नदियां सभ्यता का और संस्कृति का निर्माण करती हैं। इसलिए सारे सवालों का जवाब सारंग, मैं तुम्हारी डेफिनेशन भी दे दूं जब नारा लगाऊंगा। ये जो डेफिनेशन ऑफ रिवर है, इसके बारे में बहुत एम्बिग्यूटी है, बहुत अस्पष्टता है। हम लोगों ने, दुनिया के लोगों ने मिलकर नदी की डेफिनेशन 2011 में तय की थी। मैं कहूंगा कि हमारा दोस्त विनोद बोधनकर इस डेफिनेशन को पढ़ के सुनाए। क्या है डेफिनेशन ऑफ रिवर? क्या पर्सपेक्टिव होना चाहिए सरकार का और समाज का नदी के बारे में? विनोद, पढ़ दोगे अंग्रेजी में और मराठी में भी? आ जाओ ना दोस्तों। द डेफिनेशन ऑफ रिवर, by birth,
तुम अच्छे से मराठी में बोलते हो ना यार, अंग्रेजी में बोलते हो, अब जरा पढ़ के बता दो जल्दी। एक मिनट, तो 1 मिनट लग रहा है तो तब तक मेरी बात सुन लिया। उसका मोबाइल जरा चल रहा है, मैं तुम्हारा टाइम बर्बाद नहीं करना चाहता। दोस्तों, हमारे शास्त्रों में, पुराण, वेदों में नदियों के बारे में बहुत सफाई से लिखा है। हमारे वेद कहते हैं कि नदी को मत रोकना, बादल से आने वाली बूंदों को रोक लेना, क्योंकि बूंदें पृथ्वी का और मानवता का पोषण करती हैं, इसलिए उनका रक्षण संरक्षण करना तुम्हारा हक है, पर नदी को रोकना तुम्हारा हक नहीं है, अथर्ववेद कहते हैं। दोस्तों, मैं बस इतनी बात कहना चाहता हूं कि हमारे यहां नीर, नारी और नदी, जब तक भारतीय लोग अपने भगवान को पहचानते थे तब तक वो नीर, नारी और नदी को नारायण मानते थे। तो यदि इन सारे सवालों का जवाब ढूंढना हो तो ये जो लीगल और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लैंग्वेज है उसमें तो ये मेरा दोस्त विनोद दे देगा जवाब, लेकिन मैं आपको एक सच्चा जवाब देना चाहता हूं कि नदी को अपनी जमीन का, अपने प्रवाह का, अपनी पवित्रता का हक है उसको बना के रखना। लेकिन हम जैसे लालची लोग उसके उस हक को छीन लेते हैं, तब नदियां नारायण नहीं रहती। इसलिए आपको एक नारा लगाना है मेरे साथ, मैं बोलूंगा, हाँ आगे बोल।
It is there.
हाँ,
So I'll read it out in Hindi.
yes.
This is in 4 lines. हिमजल, भूजल स्रोत एवं वर्षा के जल को उद्गम से संगम तक स्वयं प्रवाहित रखती हुई जो अविरलता, निर्मलता और स्वतंत्रता से बहती है और सदियों से सूरज, वायु और धरती से आजादी से स्पर्श करती हुई जीव सृष्टि से परस्पर पूरक और पोषक नाता जोड़कर जो प्रवाहित है वह नदी है। इन 4 लाइन्स।
नहर कभी नदी नहीं होती, नहर अपनी आजादी के साथ अपनी अविरलता और निर्मलता से नहीं बहती, उसको तो आदमी जैसे बहाता है वैसे बहती है। अब नदियों को, मूला मोटा नदी को नहर बना रहे हैं, ये कह दो कि हम, दोस्तों जब हम नदियों को नहर बनाते हैं तब हम एक संस्कृति और सभ्यता को नष्ट करने की तरफ लेके जाते हैं, और जब हम नहरों को, नालों को नदियां बनाते हैं तब हम सदाचारी होकर एक आध्यात्मिक, एक दुनिया का गुरु बनाने वाली संस्कृति और सभ्यता को जन्म देते हैं। ये कभी नहीं भूलना चाहिए। नहर हमारे नियंत्रण में रहती है, नदी किसी के नियंत्रण में नहीं रहती, वो अपनी आजादी से बहती है। वो खुश हैं अब मेरी बात से। चलो, मेरा एक नारा जोर से लगाना है, आपको 3 बार बोलना है, नारायण नारायण नारायण। आप प्यार से बोलिए, मैं थोड़ा जोर से बोल देता हूं। नीर, नारी, नदी। मजा नहीं आया भाई? जरा मन से बोलिए ना। नीर, नारी, नदी। 50% आया, 100% कर दो ना यार, मैं जल्दी माइक रख दूंगा। नीर, नारी, नदी। वेरी गुड, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
धन्यवाद। सर आप स्टेज पे रहें। राजेंद्र सिंह जी आप स्टेज पे रहें। May I request Shriyam to come on stage and give the mementos to the speakers. Thank you all for sharing your experiences, your views. Thank you for the questions. Some people may not have expected those questions or liked them, but that's part of the flow of the river and part of the flow of the conversation. I think it's very important. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, we just take a photograph first and then. Thank you so much for a really enriching session. And we break for lunch. I think some of us have been waiting a lot. We have one short message. There are media bites. So anybody who would like to share their views, the speakers, as well as people who are in the audience today, please contact Shweta. She's right here in the front. And we'll take a short media bite.
were discussed in the 4 noon sessions, 2 sessions, so that we can carry the same message and we can reach to certain directions, if not conclusion, how to move further. This is unique in this conference that people from various walk of life are gathered here and are trying to share their views, their perspectives, which may be different otherwise. On various issues, we have different perspective. In spite of having good knowledge, good research, and trying a common path to go further and to make a significant impact is one very, very important need of the hour. Friends, in addition to this is global feeling now, we all know that we are suffering from many fatigue of our present developmental pathway, and we have to revive our nature in tune of the sustainability to continue the developmental processes. We have climate change and especially global warming phenomena, which has interrupted so many natural processes going on, and have been acquainted for that in past, which has alarmed us that now the situation is really problematic, and we have certain solutions. Bhai Rajendra Singh ji, who is chairman of World Water Mission, a newly global body for flood and drought management, and a authority known as Waterman of India in this water management, he pointed a few things. Especially, he pointed that this water crisis and overall environmental crisis is related to developmental process. One, we are having the kind of development which is market oriented, and it is dependent on more consumption, more, what I don't understand economics, but I have heard that in economics it is thought that more capital generation is required for more employment generation, so it will require more resource consumption and so and so. So this entire developmental process is to be rethought now. And a new model has been proposed recently as green circular economy, but many people have started talking about whether it will also go, if it will be in control of centralized forces, market forces, few people who are controlling the global market, then again this economic pathway, green circular economy, will not be a real nature-based solution. It will also go in that way, this or that manner. So we have to be very careful that whatever model we are going to adopt, it should not create another problem again. This is one thing. Second, he talked about education system, present education system, which is a reductionist education system. It has reduced everything, and just to see everything in isolation. So we have to basically we are unable to carry on the holistic knowledge base, holistic approach which our ancient knowledge base and ancient people were having, and even that holistic approach of solution our indigenous people, rural people, tribal people are having. Our education system is unable to carry even that tradition which the entire world is having, because of this dominance of compulsion that we have to go for using science as technology, engineering, and even now innovation. For what? For something which will be sellable. So these are very basic questions of development which has to be addressed. Without that, we cannot mechanically, we cannot go for nature-based solutions. That I wanted to underline again. And this message I took from the first two sessions, which I feel that very important to carry on. Another problem, this session is related to eco-restoration and especially participation of youth in that. Many speakers we are having are expert in various fields. I have understanding of one thing, that why youth or people will get interested in participation. This is a question, and why they are not interested. Because what I feel that their interest in the kind of discussion went in earlier sessions, that state is owner rather than custodian of natural resources. So this has detached them. This has detached our people and youth, because they don't have ownership. Their feeling for ownership has been taken out. So unless it will be revived, it will be rather again this realization will come to their mind. I personally feel that involving them at large scale may be difficult. In third aspect, I want to say that we talk about reforestation, afforestation, and deforestation. Against deforestation, we talk about afforestation and reforestation. Forest, at technically, people who understand it know that forest is not just tree planting. Forest is a very, very complex identity, and its ecosystem is built with microbes, built with plants and animals, and then all abiotic components are there which make a forest ecosystem. In replacement of forest ecosystem, we just cannot go for planting tree. We can, a lot of riparian belt are degraded and lying barren. I think new ecosystems can be designed during restoration on those land, and the local people and youth can be associated, can find their interest in that. There will be economic interest, cultural interest. There can be multifacial benefits out of that. Economic benefit, ecosystem benefit, cultural benefits, and so on. So understanding the knowledge of microbes, which are essential component of plants, and plants which are essential component of animals, the whole ecosystem can be redesigned in a way that it can benefit the people who are there. And if it is community land, community development can be there. If it is government land, if it is personal land, then that can be converted from source of emission to sink for carbon sink. Carbon, when it is in gaseous form, it is emission. And when it is in bound form, it is diamond and man. We all are carbon. So carbon is required to be sequestered, and it will create a huge sink for carbon sequestration. It will provide a good circular economy of local level, where so many provisional food products, medicinal products, herbal products can be produced in that kind of ecosystem. And then interest of people will revive with rivers, which is not only, I personally feel that it is not just fishery people or fishermen who can have economic benefit from river. Many other people in many ways with new kind of ecosystem management can be benefited from river. And if they will directly get benefited from the river, they will certainly take interest in conservation of river and revival of river. So the point I just want to underline that we have to create an interest of youth by understanding their problem, by supplementing their requirement through the river, and a new river economy is required to be developed in the revival process, which we are thinking by participation of various stakeholders. So these are few aspects I just wanted to share. The reductionist approach is to be avoided, and a holistic approach is to be taken into consideration, and micro level understanding is required. Last aspect I just want to say that in my opinion, many rather governments, I think Professor Tare is here, he has been working in Ganga rejuvenation and Ganga purification, Ganga mission. Many government has put a lot of effort in river rejuvenation and river cleaning. Many organizations are there who are already doing some certain things in water management globally. In India also, I think so many organizations are involved. We do not have a common inventory area-wise. What is the status of water consumption, water availability, water budget, and what interventions have gone in the field, what new observation, knowledge has been evolved, and then how to go further. So I think this kind of documentations are required now, so that we can know what is status of water in different agroclimatic or aquaclimatic conditions, and then what management practices have been successful in the field and what have not been successful in the field. Another thing, last point I just want to say, that even if we shall be able to document it, and plan something collectively, it is not a static knowledge. So many factors will be there, internal and external factors, which will keep the challenges changing. So a continuous understanding of situation in water management will be required, and then I think collectively we can draw some working plan area-wise and can go further. Thank you. I now invite the next speaker, Mr. Manu Bhatnagar, Principal Director, Natural Heritage Division, Intech, India. Yeah, he is welcome, Mr. Bhatnagar. He is attached online.
Yeah, good afternoon. Should I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I was going over the themes for the session, and it looked to me as if there's a lot of horizontal overlap, as also, vertical overlap with other sessions. So I hope I'll be pardoned if I'm not found to be sticking exactly to, what I'm supposed to speak on, because all the themes and sub-themes are, pretty closely interlinked. So my take is that the country as a whole is rather taken up with the river pollution. River pollution is a very visible form of, adverse impact on rivers. You also smell it. It is media friendly, invites a lot of media attention. And so we are all taken up with river pollution and how to clean it. Yes, we know what are the solutions and the government is working on it. There are nature-based solutions, there are STPs and a whole lot of money and different kind of technologies and even different financial administrative models are being innovated to clean the pollution which is reaching into the rivers. However, I think pollution is a secondary issue. The real issue is there's a complete lack of flow in the rivers. Rivers are dying because we do not have enough flow in the rivers. You would be surprised to know that many of our peninsular rivers are not reaching the sea during the non-monsoon period. They stop short of reaching the sea. So you can well imagine what's the condition of the deltas. So we have to work very hard on restoring the flow. At least, we have been talking about minimum flow. Now what that figure is, it can vary in different stretches of rivers. It can vary in different seasons also. So it's a very complex issue. Our rivers are not like European rivers, which have a fairly constant flow. There is a lot of flux in our rivers, pulsation. Rivers which in the month of June may be just around 100 meters wide. Suddenly in the monsoons, they expand to, kilometer or maybe more, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers wide at certain points. So we are dealing with the different kinds of rivers here in India. We have the snow-fed rivers, we have the peninsular rivers. Now this anemic condition of our rivers is greatly retarding the ecosystem services which we have been used to receiving from these rivers. The development model which was just spoken about, the consumerist model, is all about the exploitation of resources. I'd just like to put on my presentation, please, if you don't mind. Yeah, I hope the presentation is visible.
Yes.
So here you can see these are some of the major northern rivers, and you can see the boats are lying on the dry bank, and the river is absolutely anemic. And in the distance, you might even spot a truck carrying away sand. Now, there are many threats to the flows in our rivers. Here's a map of the Ganga basin, and each red dot represents some intervention, whether it's a dam or a weir or a barrage. And these are 1,000 of them in the Ganga basin alone, and many more. I'm told that around another 400 interventions are planned. And from each of these, we are extracting water from the river. So that is how, the flow in the river nearly dies out. It's only when other tributaries bring in water at certain points that the river regains life. Sand mining is another major threat to our rivers. Right now, we find that the flow in our major rivers is greatly disrupted because of illegal sand mining. There's a huge demand for river sand, and it's not just the sustainable extraction which takes place. You have heard about all kinds of crimes which are taking place, and this sand mining is absolutely destructive, not only of the flow in the rivers, but also for its biodiversity. So this is yet another threat. Our groundwater is declining in most parts of the country. And even this, I think, is a somewhat older map. Now, as you know, groundwater is absolutely essential for maintaining the base flow of our rivers, particularly in the non-monsoon season. And if the water table declines, and absolutely declines below the bed of the river level, then the influx from the groundwater to the river in the lean season is not going to take place. And that is again another blow to the flow in the river. Yet another destructive activity is the soil erosion of our uplands. In many places, our uplands, because of mining and other deforestation, they are thereafter losing the topsoil which retains the soil moisture, which retains the monsoon waters, which subsequently get released to the lower levels and form part of the flows. So if we are not going to retain topsoil in our uplands, then we are not going to be able to service the flows in the rivers. Another threat is the changing rainfall patterns as a result of climate change, global warming. And this is a map which is showing you the areas of the country where there is going to be decline in rainfall and where there might be some increase. But even these, there is no certainty, because what's happening is that the IPCC predictions do keep changing. Moreover, on one thing everybody agrees, and that is that the rainfall pattern will move towards more intense rainfall and intense extreme events. That means the rainfall will come in short bursts, but during that period it will be highly intense. And that again prevents recharge. It adds actually to surface runoff, right? So we again, the lean season flow would suffer. Now, here is, just to buttress that point, we had done some research on the medium river known as Hindon. This is in the vicinity of Delhi. And if you read the first line, you'll see that the period 1951 to 2000, here the rainfall average was 887.7 millimeters. When we look at the period 1991 to 2001, it has gone down by more than 100 millimeters. And again, for the period 2012 to 2016, which is in 2016 is when we carried out the research, the figure was just 680 mm. Now, as you know, on the Indian subcontinent, the primary source of water is rainfall. Rainfall may become surface water and subsequently groundwater, but the primary source is rainfall. And if rainfall declines, then the water budgets of various rivers are bound to be disrupted. Let's have a look at land use and land cover. Again, the Hindon Basin. Now here, in 3 time series were taken, and you would find that in the last one, the forest cover in this basin is just 1.5%. Now, what does that mean? You know that the national policy on has announced, and so many times, that we should have a 33% forest cover. Okay, not 33%, but something substantial at least. But what is 1.5%? And this may be one of the reasons why rainfall has declined. We all know, although it's not rigorously proved scientifically, but from common sense and common knowledge, we know that where we have dense forests, we also have good rainfall. So if you are going to take land away from forests and convert it into agriculture or infrastructure or urban usage without any compensatory forestation, then you are going to have problems. Moreover, it's not just that you plant 2-month-old saplings against a 200-year-old tree, and you can't say that is compensatory forestation. Rising temperatures are taking place that leads to greater evaporation losses. Now I turn to agriculture. In agriculture, our main crops are rice in the Kharif season and wheat in the Rabi season. And in some places, we have a lot of sugarcane plantation. Now, you know that sugarcane, cotton, rice, wheat, these are highly water guzzling crops. And our water efficiency is extremely low in irrigation, just 35%. Now this table shows you, and I would just compare some of them. that India is producing just 0.39 kg of cereal for 1 cubic meter of water. If you look at the upper rows, you see where we stand. I agree that those are temperate climates, but we are extremely inefficient in our usage of irrigation water, which is why we are pumping out so much of groundwater, which is why we are using so much of surface water in irrigation. As you know that 80% of the water used in India goes to irrigation. And if we can have efficiencies over there, I think we can greatly improve the condition of our rivers. Now here again, I go back to the Hindon Basin, and they are growing a lot of sugarcane. And that is because in the 1850s, the Upper Ganga Canal, which draws a lot of water from the Ganga River at Hardwar, that supplied these districts with additional water, which enabled them to exploit that water for sugarcane. Now, in the entire Hindon Basin, you find that the 72% of the water is being used for this one crop. Okay. And that is out of 7,894 million cubic meters. 72% is going into just the sugarcane cultivation. And what is the water endowment of that basin? It's just 4,000. So if you did not import waters from other basins, you could not grow sugarcane. So should you be growing sugarcane? Because of that, you are completely exhausting your groundwater, and you are also damaging your rivers. So what can we do? Pollution, as I said, it's a technological issue, can be addressed. There is a lot of money for sewage treatment plants. It is being spent. So I think that, that pollution would probably be taken care of in the next 4, 5, 6 years. But what about the flow? Now, if we want to address the flow, augment the flow, restore the flow, then we have to think of basin management. Without basin management, we will never be able to restore the flow of our rivers. So the country has got the water actors. We have the mapping of various basins, right down to our third, our even second order streams. So we should look at planning for the basin management. And that, I think, is the greatest strategic intervention which can be made. Now, in the basin, we need to look at the water budget. So what are the resources or the revenue in terms of water? And that is basically rainfall or snow precipitation, as the case may be. And plus the
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Bhatnagar, you are requested to now conclude because time is already exceeding.
Okay. So we would have to have a basin water budget in which there should be scope for retaining flow of water in the river. We should look at management of floodplain lakes and the floodplains themselves, because they are absolutely integral to the flow of the river. And with that, I would at this moment rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatnagar. I think we shall take questions in last with all the speakers. Now I invite next speaker, Mr. Prashant Hedao. He is consultant, WHO GIS Center of Health for Health USA. I think he is also online. You are? Yes, this is Prashant. Yes, that's right. Okay, so he is going to speak. Welcome, Mr. Prashant.
I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak here. I come from a very special place, which is Auroville near Pondicherry. And can you bring up the presentation, please? Thank you. So I'm also a visiting faculty at the University of California at Davis. So I was fortunate to study under a very eminent professor, Ian McHugh, who wrote a book in 1967, a landmark book called Design with Nature. And he started the Department of Landscape Architecture and Environmental Planning in 1955. And he was one of the things that we talk about today. He said those things in 60s and 70s. He not only just talked about it, but he worked on it. He made documentaries. He talked to the Fortune 500 company CEOs. He organized talks on that. He was one of the founders of the Earth Day. And he said very simple thing, that the shaping of the land for human use ought to be based on the natural forces that make the landscape. He actually redefined the profession of landscape architecture. It was earlier garden design, but he made it into looking at larger landscapes. And I think why is it, he actually asked the questions for the students to answer. Why is a desert a desert? Why is a rainforest a rainforest? You know, there are natural forces acting there. And those natural forces are natural forces, could be human forces, could be policy forces, because policies also have a larger impact on the landscapes. If you look at this map, we call this a nervous system map. This is a watershed map of India with large water basins. And we always talked about that planning, which we look at it in the administrative unit, like a district or a state or a panchayat. It should actually be also looking at the watershed map at watershed level, which everybody's talked about, and I don't think I need to repeat that again. And we also know that how much water is available for us. You know, it's 0.3% is in fresh water, out of which 3% of that is in surface water. So that actually tells us how important these areas are. And if you look at the stream orders, which is the first stream, then meets the second stream, becomes the second order. It meets the third stream, becomes the third order. So basically, between the first and third order streams, which is in highlands and headwaters, that's where most of the work needs to be done, and that's where 80% of the land is. As you come down, you have medium streams, and then you have lower streams, so the major difference being that the flow is very steep in the headwaters, and that's where soil erosion and conservation needs to be done. Wangari Maathai, the famous environmentalist from Kenya, actually did a lot of work in preserving Kenya's headwaters. I know in the higher regions, you need to do forestation. And that actually gives you a big protection. It slows down the water, improves the quality, improves the groundwater recharge. As the water comes down the streams and gets into the fresh water and becomes rivers, the flow is slow. And that's where, if you don't take care of the headwaters, you will get a lot more water in the ground at the lower levels, and that's where the flooding happens. In fact, flooding is one of the biggest issues today. It's going to be a worse problem than what you see today, than cyclones, earthquakes, and hurricanes and other disasters. It's largely affecting all the livelihood and directly affecting the population. And as you come down, the headlines that you see today that the water has reached the city should have actually been a headline 20 years ago, that human beings have reached the floodplain. You know, when we start our development, that time we should have warned people that you are getting into a plain. And I come from a geography background, landscape architecture background, and one of the things that I've been doing for last over 3 decades is mapping. And you can't protect what you don't know what is where. You know, that's a key. Whether we like it or not, you cannot protect what you don't have. We talk about it in biodiversity. We can't protect species that we don't know of. We can't protect the habitats that we don't know of. We can't protect rivers and floodplains and wetlands that we don't know of. So mapping is absolutely key in this thing. It's actually a starting point. In GIS, people talk about bringing data together from roads department, from the railways, from the forestry, from the water resources. But actually, it also has a social component to it, which actually brings different departments together, breaks down the silos, where currently there's nothing that enforces the railways department to talk to the forest department or the water resources department when they're putting a railway line. They go ahead with their surveys and look at what they need to be done, what needs to be done. So GIS actually brings down these. It's not just a technical tool, but it's actually a science that brings also a social tool that brings departments and people together. So this is the work that I was involved in 2008 in the Kosi River, after the Kosi River floods in 2008. On the left side, you see the river, how it used to flow in the early 40s. It was a river that comes down from Nepal, from the border, and this is before it meets the Ganga. It used to have it was a very flat terrain, comes down from a very steep slope, and actually spreads. It's like a braided channel. It's almost like an inland delta where the slope is so gradual, it drops 13 centimeters in a kilometer, which is almost no slope. So the water which comes down with so much force actually tends to spread. And what do we do? The solution we find is on the right side, which is actually creating a man-made disaster, is to create embankments to contain the river. You know, this is something that you see the river was diverted to the left. So the river that had braided channels in 20-kilometer width is now restricted to 2 kilometers width. And there are places where the embankment, the river bed is actually higher than the surrounding areas, and there's an embankment in between because the silt has never gone out of the river. There are villages inside, and there are other social issues that happens. In 2008, right at this point, I don't think I can point using this, but at the topmost point that you see over there, that's where there was a breach in the barrage and the river went back to its 50-year-old course, and that you see on the satellite imagery on the right. And also on the map on the lower left corner where it shows how the water actually completely changed. Bihar, it actually, the place where the Koshi meets the Ganga River, there's a place called Khagaria, which is actually a bowl. It's like a bowl where all the water comes in, and that's the traditionally area that gets flooded. But in this case, it was Madhepura and other districts that got Saharsa district that got flooded. And actually, if you look at the problem, it doesn't start in India. It actually starts much higher. On the lower right corner, you see a map of 1/3 of Nepal, which is actually the watershed of the Kosi River. So it's something that is of international concern. There has to be an international dialogue between the red areas that you see are the deforested areas that has happened. This was a study for the World Wildlife Fund in Nepal, who were looking at the water security. So there's a wide watershed boundary of Kosi River, which is 1/3 of Nepal. It comes down there near the pink color where it enters India. And the other maps that you see is what happens. It again spreads out. So these are the things that you need to understand. These are the natural forces that shape the landscape. There are traditional ways of doing things. These are tanks of South India, which have actually been put together in over the centuries ago, which actually holds the water that we get in 3 months of monsoon. And this is something that has been revived now. It's a Deccan Plateau. All the rivers, the Deccan Plateau is tilted towards the east. So although the rivers start close to Western Ghats, close to West Coast, they all flow eastward like Krishna, Godavari, Kaveri. And then there are smaller rivulets that actually hold these tanks. These tanks are all man-made. It's amazing how we had the traditional knowledge of holding the river, no pumps, nothing. We used to hold the water, which was useful for us, used by us for the next 9 months. There is the restoration work. I've come from Auroville, as I mentioned. There's work that had been done. It was an absolute barren plateau in 1968 when it was started. The work that has been done, over 3 million trees planted, and it has been an amazing place now. And the canyons that you see on the left hand, and you can see the water quality on the left picture on the canyon, and on the right side, it's clear, it's how the water flows. It's a lot of work, and it's something that community, villages, everybody participated in that. But one thing I would also like to mention here that, this is work done in 55 years can also be undone in just 6 months or 2 years. If there is no support from the government, if there is an intention of putting a road or there's intention of taking over an institution. So this being a civil society conclave, I would say that, civil society has a very important role, and it should be the government should be a partner in the civil society. They should be encouraging them. They should be encouraging them to do work that they continue doing. Even if Farhad is doing work in 2 river basins, he should be encouraged to do that in 20 river basins, as long as it can be. So they are like the partners, and the last thing they should do is undo the work. So as I speak today, there are bulldozers raising down the forests of Auroville because of they want to put a road over there. So this is something unfortunate, but I have to mention it here. The last thing I would like to mention is the planning, and being a planner and being a heavily a GIS user for 3 decades. There is a certain amount of planning that can be done. It can, the GIS, the four stakeholders, the scientists, the designers, the information managers, and the community stakeholders, everybody has a very, very important role to play. In India, many times we complain that we don't have data, but Rajendra Singh ji has shown that there is data. It's in the mind of people. It's a traditional knowledge. It's the indigenous knowledge. We can't complain that, okay, US and Europe has a lot of data, but we also have data. It's in the minds of people. It's their relationship with the geography, which is there for generations, that brings this information together. And this is the map of Auroville, that the planned city can be, could be green areas, water bodies with buffers around them. And the work that at different scale, I was the last part of 2022, I spent almost whole of second half of 2022 in Horn of Africa in Nairobi, where we're working in the 7 countries. As I mentioned, I worked with WHO, and currently we're looking at the massive drought over there, which is on the verge of being a famine. These are the communities that have absolutely contributed nothing for the climate change or the global warming, but they are the first people to suffer. They are the pastoralist people who move around with their cattle, and the red belt that you see below the highlands of Ethiopia is actually the area that has been worst affected. Every single UN group is there, WFP for avoiding starvation, malnutrition. There is healthcare access. There is International Union for International Organization for Migration, UNHCR. There is a climate refugee crisis. The term climate refugee is actually something that we have to be prepared for. There's 22 million people migrating, the children missing their vaccinations, and so it's something that I wanted to also mention, that this is 2011 there was the famine drought over there. This is the worst. This is the worst in the last 5 years and last 40 years. And this has a massive impact on the people's lives. So scale doesn't matter. You can work at a small scale of 20 square kilometers in a place like Auroville, but you can also work in 7 countries in the Horn of Africa, which is affecting 200 plus million people. So this is not a crisis that we can ignore anymore. And mapping plays, as I mentioned, plays a very key role. We know where to make the intervention. We know where exactly to send your health workers, where exactly people are malnourished. And I think last thing I would like to say, that we should all mention this to our children, that you are lucky that you don't have to walk 4 days to get your child to a stabilization center, so that your child, and if your child survives, hopefully that child does not have stunted growth because of malnutrition. I think every one of us should have this awareness and should make other children aware of it, that how lucky they are to get food on the table every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prashant. I think his study is before the audience, and we will discuss if required later. Now, Mr. Sanjay Kashyap, Center for Water Peace India. He is going to speak on watershed management, catchment area, and treatment and ecological restoration measures.
Can we have my PPT? So I'm Sanjay Kumar Kashyap, CMD Center for Water Peace. I'm coming from UP Ghaziabad, and this is the session of the G20 special. This is the C20 special session, and I congratulate Satsang Foundation, who has organized this kind of event for us. So those peoples are met for the networking and for the benefit of the water and the river itself. So I myself not find very comfortable, because just before me, Mr. Rajendra Singh, Dr. Rajendra Singh are sitting, and next to me, Mr. Vinod Tare is sitting. They are the people who are aspiring us. And though, because I'm here for delivering my lectures, I have to deliver. So I apologize that I may use Hindi and in English both when it will what I will be comfortable. So this is, the next slide, please. So this is the story of the river, that is Sahasra River, and the story of the stakeholder verification or the potability of the river water quality. So Mr. Manu Bhatnagar, the previous speaker of mine, has discussed the Hindon River Basin. और मैं बड़ा सौभाग्यशाली हूँ कि जिस हिंडन रिवर बेसिन की बात कर रहे हैं, राजेंद्र जी का गांव उसी बेसिन में पड़ता है, जो जहाँ के आप डोला के हैं। और अभी हिंडन बेसिन की बात हुई तो ये उसी, क्योंकि बड़ी नदियों की बात होती है, तो जब हम बड़ी नदियों की बात करते हैं, बार बार यहाँ के जो हमारे स्पीकर्स ने कहा है कि छोटी नदियों को भी हमको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। तो दिस इज द रिवर विच इज very tiny, 32 kilometer only the stretch of that, and this is the tributary of the Yamuna. So as the Prime Minister has this decided to do this kind of thing, and he formed the Jal Shakti Ministry over there in the center and as well as in the state of UP. In order to fulfill that great resolve by the Prime Minister, Center for Water Peace took a place to rejuvenate the ecosystem, at least the one river of the fulfillment of his duty. So this is the 32 kilometer of the stretch of the river. So it is in the Shivalik Hills of the Saharanpur. The work was done by selecting the river, Sahasra River, as a result of his fulfilling our duty in 2022. The stakeholders, the government and the society are invited for the public certification of the process of the certification by drinking Ganga water was completed. So this program has been done on the August 22. The phrase think local, act, think global, act local was adopted by the team for the Center for Water Peace in year 2017. They prepared the Sahasra Ganga Basin Rejuvenation Plan first and guiding agreement to as the United Nations and the Government of India for revival of the river ecosystem following the guideline of Niti Aayog, and studying all the laws, plans, environmental planning teams are formed by under the chairman, because this work has been done by the Director Research and Development, Dr. Umar Saif, and the Sahasra Ganga Basin River Planning Center has been established over there. After that, this GIS portal Bhuvan made by the government with the help of ISRO. After the micro watershed area cities, village and the other stakeholder like government, non-government, all of the catchment areas are mapped. Under the guidance of the district Ganga Suraksha Samiti and the chairman of district magistrate Saharanpur, the work was started on the ground. And the collaboration of the 9 stakeholders, Gram Sabha, Nagar Panchayat, Forest Department, and etc. participatory planning and watershed theory. This following this orientation work was started, which the technical training programs were organized free of cost by the Himalayan Institute of Ecology, Environment, and the side by side the 24 small local projects and the other carried out by forward integrated centralized manner in the help of 50 gram sabhas, 1 Nagar Panchayat, 1 reserve forest, and 51 eco clubs. So this is done because we have the series of civic duties and effort by Center for Water Peace for the conservation of management of the suitability development of Sahasra River. For the first time, the Center for Water Peace Conservation Management and Suitable Development of Sahasra River taking the initiative to bring together the state and society, reminding them for the duties and the rights. So first of all, we establish a river basin center over there in the Himalayan. It is this center is established in the Shivalik Hills foothills. When you will approaching that, you will have to cross a river itself. So I think Mr. Tare is having there one time. After that, identification of the government and non-government stakeholders. After the identification of the Sahasra Ganga catchment area, the scientific evidence 50 other villages, one Nagar Panchayat. These are the stakeholders, and one of the stakeholders is the Namami Gange NMCG. Then the district Ganga Suraksha Samiti. These are the stakeholders. We identified that, and after that we have the plan to go to the deeper side of the project of that. So we all this group were shared, and the work is speeding up. Then this project has the beauty of itself that we have not having the finance from anywhere, no crowdfunding, no World Bank funding, not at all. So because the identification of the scheme of the finance, because some of the these are the scheme under the government government regimes like Manrega, Gram Sabha, and NRM sections. They are having the bonfire of the Campa scheme, forest area. Fund of the 15 Finance Commission, 5th State Finance Commissions, they are the fund, they are the schemes, they do have the ample fund, and the villagers and even the employee, government employee don't have the much knowledge about that. So these funds we are identifying this kind of things. So the municipal corporation, Jal Nigam, pollution control, this department financial, Swachh Bharat Mission, Amrit Sarovar, they are the minor irrigation, land conservation department. They have the huge amount of to be invested on the this kind of schemes. So after that, the financial the identification of a scheme, we go to the land liberation campaign of the flood area. Land liberation campaign for the flood area. So this is because though every time we have the complaining mindset that the land of the rivers is graving out by the government and encroachers itself. So we have the campaign over there to liberations of the land of the rivers. After identify the problem of the plains, the land liberation campaign was launched to identify the land of the river to be free the encroaching land. By the freeing, getting the free this kind of land, so we have taken under the Manrega scheme. We planted the trees and carried out the gatgoats. Due to the being gatgoats, it cannot be easily enclosed again. So this is after that. Efforts to reduce the amount of pollution. The source of pollution is the main, this is the Muzaffarabad, that is the first ever block that is the Government of India has certified the ZLD block of that particular basin, Hindon Basin. So this is the so how it is done. The source of pollution basin identified, and the soak pit, 200 soak pits were constructed all the Gram Sabha and cities. Community toilets were overflowed in order to reach the river. The problem was solved to making the soak pits in the source itself. Apart from this plant like Taifa, Kaina, Nagarmotha, Pistia, and planted the natural treatment of the polluted water, the diversion of the drain going into the river. Which led to the many wetlands. It has been constructed when along with the treatment of the polluted water. It has also helped in increasing the habitat of the aquatic animal. Apart from this, all the Gram Sabhas and the municipal bodies of the place to have zero liquid discharge, ZLD, has been taken by. So, and another thing which is the most important thing is that how the water come from in the river. So this is done by the spring shed management in increasing of the quantity of the quantity and the quality of the water. The recharge zone of the groundwater in the basin of that is identified. Fault line are detected using indigenous remote sensing applications. Bhuvan and spring shed water identified, followed by Sagumbri forest space, Sivalik upstream river of the augmentation of the growth water content. In the reserve forest area, almost all the measures suggested by the Government of India implemented of the ground beside all the water bodies on the basin ponds and puddles. Identifying the rehabilitating of brings up the groundwater level and the rainwater of the roof of the government buildings was the set the ground by making a recharge pit. Or overall result, all this effort that the this year groundwater of the entire district has come down 710 mm. So earlier this was the minus 120 mm, but this is plus 710 mm. This Saranpur district area. The river has been almost twice as much as water as before, due to which the aquatic system is booming. This is the rain-fed river, and when the rain has happened there, that is only it was the fallen. But today you have the 1.5 feet of column of the water and 7 feet or 8, so somewhere 8 feet width of the river. So this water is the potable water. This water is you can sip the water from direct from the river. So this is please. Sorry. I'm concluding. So this you can have. This is my, because I asked to have only 4 slides. So this is my last slide. So you can have this the glimpse of that after the total or the putting our effort to the. You can simply have the first slide. First, this is that year 2015 scenario, and this is the year 22 scenario. This is the Google imagery said how much the dense forestation is having down, and this another you can have the government laboratory report. Then it is shown that it is this is the potable water. So you can sip from this is our ultimate gratitude. This is the water is so potable, you can sip direct from the river. And this is the ultimate gratitude that the government of UP Jal Shakti Ministry, Mr. Rajendra Singh has given us to this gratitude letter to us. So this all about the story of the success story of the Indian Basin River. And this is a very tiny river, 32 kilometers. I'm thankful to you, all of you. You have listening me peacefully, and thanks for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kashyap. Before we listen the last speaker, Dr. Tare, there is a presentation from Slovakia. Dr. Michal Kravcik, environmentalist and chairman, People and Water. This is NGO. He is going to speak on watershed management, catchment area treatment. This is technology innovations in river basin maintenance. So if he has, I think he is there. So we welcome Dr. Michal. Your time is 12 minutes.
Thank you for organizer to invite me, and hello to everybody, to my friend in India. I was in Pune in 2012 for a training program around this water organization trust, and I have a lot of great friends here, and of course with Rajendra Singh and other people which I met last month in Darvat, and I am happy to speak some experience from Slovakia, and I have some presentation, and if I can to share with for you and for inspiration and to connection between two different landscape in Central Europe and in India, and I think it's can to be maybe useful for both of us. And I am inspiring from your presentation for my job and my working here in Slovakia too. Okay, I will be starting to present my presentations, and let's go to very fast because we have only 12 minutes. Do you see my slides? Hello?
Yes, you are visible.
Yeah, okay.
Your presentation is on screen now.
Okay. And here is this for understanding about this problem about this water everywhere on the continents. We need to deeply understand about the relationship between small and big water cycle and what is mean and how we are lost water from our human activities, anthropogenic influence on the states of water in nature. Because historically we are mostly was oriented that water is a renewable energy on the system, and we forgot that we, after paving, asphalting, landscape degradation, we forgot that water from small water cycles lost and run off to stream, rivers, and to sea, and it is contribution to sea level rise. Usually we are speaking with this.
Mr. Kravcik,
yeah.
Could you put your presentation on slideshow mode? That way it'll be better visible. If you hit F5 on your computer, function 5.
It is, you don't see?
No, we see it, but if you put it in slideshow mode, it will appear bigger.
Like this one? It's
no, that's okay.
I'm not.
Let's just continue. No problem. Thank you.
Okay. It's sorry about this. Sorry.
You can continue, sir. No problem.
Okay. Yeah. And look about this principle and the global level, because it's annually is on the continents, new urban area is growing and burning, and annually is about 57,000 square kilometer, and deforestation is annually it's about 127,000 square kilometer, and farming land dry up about 200,000 square kilometer, which means it's from this ecosystem which was changed by humans, degradate of small water cycle and water loss from the system, and sea level rise is annually about 3 millimeters, but from degradation of landscape on the continent, from Slovakia, from Europe, from Asia, America, everywhere. It is our contribution to sea level rise from degradation of ecosystem is about 2.1 millimeter, which means with water which are we need on the continent for food, for water sources, for climate system, for biodiversity, just now was harvested in last century of the sea. And this is about a huge, massive problem for our understanding, because we are still thinking that sea level rise is completely influenced from iceberg. It is not true. Some mostly important problem about degradation and lost water from small water cycles. And we analyze, and in our research in Slovakia, that annually loss from small water cycle is about 1%, which means if we have balance of water in small water cycle in my country is about 50,000 square kilometer, 1% mean 250 million cubic meter. This is about a big challenge, how to change this and how to prevent to water crisis, food crisis, environmental crisis, and climate crisis. And the results from the implementation of old water paradigm is completely no vegetation, no biodiversity, no biomass, and overheat of a landscape. And it is really need to change. It is because it's after degradation of landscape, we have flood, we have drought, and it's, for example, these two pictures is from last year in my region, and it's one short time was a massive flood, and after that it's completely no water on the streams and rivers. And it's how to explain this system and look about over time line. If we are decreasing infiltration water and we are decreasing evapotranspiration by vegetation to atmosphere, and it's from small water cycle annually lost 1% of water on the system. And the end is completely desertification and desert. And this process in my country was starting after Second World War, which means it's just now 70 years, and we have climate in Slovakia like in India, close to 40 degrees. And it's Slovakia is more north hemisphere like India. And problem is that it's 100 years ago was more wet landscape, more wet of atmosphere and more cool, and with better harmony for biodiversity. And problem is about to, if we are losing water from small water cycle, is this decreasing of precipitation and open season for with this orange line. It is how is growing extremality of extreme even on the atmosphere, like hurricanes, tornadoes, heavy rains, massive flowing of heat wave and cold wave, and on the end it is completely destroy of environmental system. Usually we are speaking this results is from greenhouses effect and accumulation of CO2 from industry, but mostly problem is about this loss of water from small water cycle, because it's if we are from my territory is lost 1 cubic meter of water which was in wetlands, and it's not vapor to atmosphere, which means it is we produce to atmosphere 700 kilowatt hours of energy and to make with overheat. And in Slovakia is after that it's completely resolved. The decreasing of precipitation in lowlands and increasing of precipitation in mountains. If you are looking, India is the same, and we are growing of rain season and drought season like in India, and it is not natural. It is results from human activity on the landscape, and we need to return to the system to restore small water cycles everywhere around the planet Earth. And we are starting with to understand this principle around people and water NGO in last century. And we are building some small cascade wooden barriers, and we create water flow in the eroded valley. And look about this is in my city, how is change of landscape from completely dead soil with erosion, and after harvesting of water, everything is growing because water is starting photosynthesis process as a capture of solar energy and CO2, and CO2 is created carbon, organic carbon to biomass and to soil, and oxygen is flow to atmosphere. And you have in India a lot of experience around water, around with Rajendra Singh and how to harvest of rainwater to the landscape. And it is a really big challenge to develop this model everywhere around the globe and change of old paradigm to new water paradigm for climate healing too. And this, from this experience, we published New Water Paradigm in 2007 with Czechoslovakian group with my friend, and just now with this concept was translated to English, Korean, Italian, Farsi, Polish, and just now is translated to Arabic languages too. And how to decide it? Because we are really speaking, whether this problem is about forest, deforestation, and so on, or agriculture, and we forgot for urban zones, and we need to create the same system to change of management of rainwater in urban zones, because it is about technology and create this cool effect, not heat island. We need to decreasing of temperature everywhere, because if we are develop concept for dry up of urban zones, and from urban zones is created heat island, and heat island have influence on the moderate of behavior of flow of clouds, and creation of danger situation of heavy rain in one region, and another region is nothing rain. And we need to create with this harmony and interaction between landscape and atmosphere too. And it's new water paradigm for climate healing. We need more vapor water from landscape to atmosphere. And I read some article about West Africa, because it's people need water, and it's decided to cutting off trees because it's trees vapor water. It is water loss from ecosystem, from sources for humans. And it is completely its bad solution. We need to restore, because water which are vapor to atmosphere is not lost. Water which are vapor to atmosphere create clouds and condensate and return again to ecosystem. And stop desertification and bringing back water to vegetation. It is air condition via short water cycle, more biomass, more food, more biodiversity increase, carbon sequestration, recycling of nutrients and water, employment, and any negative effect. I don't know about that, because water is really key for not only for water crisis, special rainwater, is to prevent water crisis, food crisis, environmental crisis, climate crisis, and social crisis too. And we have developed this concept in my region, and on a regional government decided to prepare this concept for harvest and rainwater on the system. And lose with this implementation of new water paradigm shifts, which mean to integrated land use and water practices, to create 60 million cubic meter rainwater retention measures in urban and forest and agricultural land, with invest money 400 million euros. But with money for understanding it, we have steel company in my region, which are produce annually 7 million tons of CO2 to atmosphere, and carbon credit pay to penalty to every year around 400 million euro, which means 1 year carbon credit of one company can create system for annually harvest to the soil and biomass 1.8 million tons of carbon, organic carbon, and for this we need 6.6 million ton of CO2 we are harvest from atmosphere, which means 1 year carbon credit create everything around this. Is a lot of
please
jobs.
conclude now. Please conclude.
Yeah. It's two slides and I am finished. And it's fertilizing of soil, aquifer recharge 12,000 liters per second, decreasing of heat, and decreasing heat about 0.77 degrees annual temperature decrease. The same model it is possible to develop on the global level, which means from local to regional to national to continental, and to global level. And we need to harvest to create around the globe about 700 square kilometer of rainwater retention measures. And we are created new era for global stability, for global security, social security, no aggressive around people, but to harmony to people, and water is a key for that. Thank you, my friend, and I am happy to speaking to you, and
Thank you, Dr.
and thank you
Michael.
for
We shall
listening.
come to you if there will be any question related to your talk. Now we invite Dr. Vinod Tare from Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Kanpur. He has a long experience in water management, especially technology innovations in river basin management. So Dr. Tare, please.
Namaskar. Good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I take this opportunity to thank the Satsang Foundation for organizing such a wonderful meeting, and also giving me this opportunity to express my views. Can I have my presentation, please? Yeah. Okay. Since the topic that we are talking about is about drought and floods, so I thought and I will try to talk about things which will supplement whatever has already been talked about. To the topic of drought and floods, I think our response should be what I call it as, in short, Samarth Ganga and productive land, Upajau Jameen. So I think I can elaborate it to the extent that is possible, but all technological and policy interventions can be summarized in this one particular slogan, which I refer it to as Samarth Ganga and Upjao Bhumi. That means land and water management in an integrated manner. Let me explain, and this is the concept which has now been accepted by the Government of India, under the Namami Gange program by the National Mission for Clean Ganga. What does Samarth Ganga means? When we talk about Ganga, it is not just that biophysical entity which we know originates from Gaumukh or Gangotri and goes and confluences with sea at Ganga Sagar. But Ganga is a representative of the rivers of India. And when we mean Ganga, Ganga is made up from thousands of streams in the country. And officially now, when we talk about Ganga, all rivers of India are included in that particular program. So when we say Namami Gange, we actually salute all rivers of the region and the country. And it is our responsibility to make sure that the capability of the rivers are not taken away from them in the river's interest and in our larger interest. Now, if we want to make sure that the rivers retain their capability, it is equally important that, as Rajendra Singh Sahab has said, that jal mein hi जीवन है, और दूसरा उन्होंने कहा जमीन से ही जन्म होता है. तो जब जमीन और जल दोनों को साथ में जोड़ के नहीं देखा जाएगा, तो we cannot talk about integrated water management and retaining the capability. So I think for this particular issue, our slogan has to be Samarth Ganga, that means retaining the capability of all rivers, and productive land, that means जमीन की. जैसे एक बड़ा मुद्दा कहा गया था कि if you want to maintain flow in the river, which is a major issue, the flow has to be converted, rapid flow has to be converted into a sluggish flow. How do we convert sluggish flow, rapid flow into sluggish flow? हमारे ancient literature में जब हम गंगा के बारे में कहानी सुनते हैं तो ये बताया जाता है कि गंगा जब धरती पे उतरने वाली थी तो उसमें बहुत अत्यंत वेग रहने वाला था और उस वेग को कंट्रोल करने के लिए उसको शिव के साधना करके शिव जी ने अपनी जटाओं में बांधा। मॉडर्न साइंस के हिसाब से उस जटाओं को हमको समझना पड़ेगा। एंड फॉर ऑल प्रैक्टिकल पर्पसेस दिस जटाएं are nothing but the mountains, the forest in the upper land, shrubs and trees in the plains, and grasses very close to the river. And that is what converts the rapid flows into sluggish flow. Our jungle or ghas, how can it be there? It can be there if there is a moisture in the soil. That's the first thing. And soil moisture is the biggest reservoir. When we talk about drought, we talk about two kinds of drought. One is what we call it as hydrological drought, another what we call it as agricultural drought. Hydrological drought need not necessarily create agricultural drought if we make sure that the soil is productive, if we make sure that the soil retains its moisture, and if we understand that as much as is the reservoir of water in the water bodies, in the underground water, as much is the reservoir in the soil in the form of soil moisture. And if we retain soil moisture, then we will definitely be able to make sure that the soil is productive. The second thing that is important for the soil to remain productive, and we make sure that those shrubs and grasses are there, there has to be appropriate microbial activity in the soil. And for that appropriate microbial activity in the soil, we have to make sure that the organic content in the soil is maintained along with the other fertilizer. Normally we talk, and I will focus essentially on these issues. Okay, so Ganga is to be taken as symbol of our rivers. So when we talk about Samarth Ganga, these are the 5 basic pillars of any river to be retaining its capability, right? Why? What does it mean? So when we talk about revival river, what should be our target? Is it making it a drinking water or something else? In our opinion, when we say river has to be rejuvenated, our target has to be indigenous aquatic life must be there, must come back there. So that we call it as goal of the Samarth Ganga, that is making sure that the river retains its function. Why? That is the answer why we need to make Samarth Ganga, because then it will give us all the ecosystem services that we require, right? And how? These are the 5 pillars, basic 5 pillars. Morning we were talking about what is a river. The first thing that comes to the river is it flows. It flows freely without any constraint. So a Viral Ganga, and then it has to be a Swachha Ganga, Nirmal Ganga. Okay, so these are the 2 basic requirements for river to deliver. How it can deliver? Only when we understand about rivers, that's the knowledge pillar, Jnana Ganga. And without people, it cannot happen. That is the Jana Ganga. So these are the 4 basic players. But around that, there has to be an economy. And that is what we call it as Earth Ganga. So these 5 pillars, and these are very well accepted by the government of India. And I'm sure slowly and slowly, very rapidly, we will be able to explore these further concepts, right? We need to make sure, like we talk about floods and drought, they are the 2 sides of the same coin. Similarly, land and water management also has to be 2 sides of the same coin. And similarly, when we talk about long-term perspective with short-term perspective, they also have to be 2 sides of the coin. So the development and protection has to be 2 sides of the coin, same coin. There cannot be a conflict, and the 2 sides cannot be conflict. As much as our ancient knowledge, traditional wisdom is important for us. Application of modern tools, science, and techniques is important. As much as our faith leaders are important to us, religious leaders are important to us, I think the scientists and engineers are also equally important, and so also the corporates of this world. We may have issues with few corporates, but we need to deal with them. So also we may have issues with many of our faith leaders and religious leaders, right? We also have to deal with them. Just because we have issues with some of them, I think we cannot say that they are not important. They are equally important, and we will have to play the game along with them and make sure that we take necessary correction. So these concepts are very well acceptable, okay? And when we talk about the concept of Earth Ganga, the river serves multidimensional aspects of it, and all of them are important. Only thing that we need to remember, one doesn't take over the other, okay? And I will explain some of the. What is the biggest challenge that we have? The 5 essentials for making sure that the river remains Samarth, capable, is that there is political will, there is public spending, there is partnership, there is participation, there is persuasion. At the same time, the challenge that we face is there is no convergence among people, policies, plans, programs, and projects. And we have multiple stakeholders, their interests are different, and their retention time in the system is different, and that is what makes. And the last year, we organized a conference basically to talk about how do we bring in convergence. So today morning also I was saying, the main issues that we are discussing with is how do we bring in convergence, and particularly bringing in convergence among people is that everybody is well-wisher of the river, everybody wants to work for the society, but the question is, they come from different backgrounds, academic background, professional knowledge, affiliation, and that's why the interest becomes de-aligned. How do we make sure that these interests are aligned? These are some of the 5 basic components. I do not want to elaborate. I just want to give an example that if you want to talk about rivers, big rivers, they can be rejuvenated, they can be made capable if we start talking about the base of the pyramid, right? And the base of the pyramid is the small rivers that we have. Right now, I think we don't even know about these rivers. So the first recommendation that I would like to make is know your rivers. For example, we created an atlas of rivers for Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh. You will be surprised to know there are more than 1,000 rivers in Uttarakhand alone, with a network of 15,000 kilometers of river. In Uttar Pradesh, we talk about there are more than 3,200 rivers in Uttar Pradesh and a network of more than 62,000 kilometers. We probably do not even have this kind of information for all our other states. I think the first thing is, if we can come to know about how many rivers we have in the country and rivers, that could be starting. And then, of course, creating other information if you want to talk. So the first thing that we are taking forward is to prepare a digital catalog of river systems. Morning also we talk, if you want to work for small rivers, the solution has to be community-based, solution has to be decentralized. And I'll give you one example of this. We are talking about providing null in every house, but we also have to remember every null will create a nully. So along with management of null, we also have to talk about management of the nully as well. And how do we do that in a big picture? So as a small example, I'll start from my home. So where I stay, we have created a kind of treatment system. From the wastewater, we can generate a small river. Okay, so this is the system which does not require use any mechanical thing. We just use a small submersible pump to lift the sludge. It is all fecal matter as well as everything. And through that, we have been able to integrate all kinds of possible treatment systems and create a channel, which I call it as a simulated river. And we have in that the aquatic life, it is indigenous to local river like Ganga or pond. and we have turtle and fish. And that is my test whether my system is working properly or not, right? So this is purely fed by wastewater, domestic wastewater coming from my house. And then only single pump that we use is the brace. There's no mechanical device. It looks aesthetically very good and it can survive. So I think that is what is my target. Each and every small drain or nali that you see, and if that has to be perennial and it has to survive and make sure that the indigenous aquatic life. So I don't see any reason why we cannot take it to the community level. Why do we have to talk about a complete centralized solution? We can make small rivers and show how the wastewater can be used, not just for drinking water that we think about, but not for just agriculture, but also to regenerate and make sure that the water that is available from the rain to us only for 1.5 months or 2 months, we make sure that the water is fed into river for the support of the indigenous aquatic life for all the 12 months, and we can make our rivers completely. We also have to make sure that we have a fully supported system of monitoring of the river. We have an elaborate program. I will not get into that. And productive land, another thing that we have to, I just want to emphasize here is, as much as we want to talk about water and reviving river, that cannot be done unless until the land is retained productive. So both Samarth Ganga and productive land is equally our responsibility, and we have to slightly shift away from the so-called modern science knowledge that we say, no, the sludge or solid waste means something very bad. I think it is important for us, rather than going for biogas or energy from waste, we also have to make sure that the soil organic matter is filled in properly. So the solid waste and STP sludges, we must use it appropriately to make sure that organic carbon is set back to the soil productivity is retained, and this is a big policy shift that we want to bring in. And as close as possible, wherever the waste is generated, be it solid waste or be it local liquid waste, it should not be transported for a long distance. Water should not be brought from a long distance, wastewater should not be taken away through a long distance. As much as local solutions we provide and make sure. And in addition to what I'm saying, these 2 points, I think all other points are equally important. And on the occasion of the leadership of the G20, we probably can initiate a program. We have already initiated of twinning the rivers. Each country, we can twin Ganga, and Ganga means all rivers for us. One Indian river with another river of the other country. We can learn from the world experience, share our experience. And I think India has a good opportunity, like in the IT sector. Nowhere in the world we have such a wonderful laboratory of rivers and water. The diversity that we have in our country, nowhere it is there. So India can serve as a natural laboratory of water and land management, and we can twin each of our river with any other river in the world. At least to start with, we can start with 20 rivers in G20 countries, and then take this initiative. So I would request the organizers to also take this into agenda, and a couple of points that I made in my presentation. If there are any issues, questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tare. Thanks to the organizer, Satsang Foundation, all the speakers who are here, they contributed their knowledge. Though we are running with time, we can have 1 or 2 questions quickly. So if there is no question, I think there will be some announcement from.
Just a quick announcement. There is tea going to be served. We have a very short tea break of 10 minutes because we are already running late in the schedule. But tea is served here only, so we can have the tea, move around a little bit, and then come back. There is one question, so I'll allow that before the tea break. So just that one question, and then we'll break for tea. Actually, please wait for the mic.
Hello.
Yeah, my question was, the moment we bring economics into rivers, which we traditionally treat as sacred in this country, जब भौतिकता आध्यात्मिकता के आगे आ जाता है, because the moment you bring in economics, the current economic model is all about constant and consistent profit. How do we make sure that the economics does not override all the other pillars that you put forth? That's my question.
I think when we talk about Earth Ganga, it is not the traditional way of economics or the way we think about that. Means we have more recreation, we have more tourism, we have more navigation and industrialization and urbanization. The key behind Earth Ganga is river-centric development and understanding that development will become sustainable only if the rivers are sustainable. If the rivers remain samarth, this is the basic key, right? And that is, as I said, the all four pillars are very important. And the Earth Ganga means our economy has to develop around the rivers, not from the rivers, right? So river has to be a center of our economic development. And this is what we are saying when we say that river rejuvenation should add to our GDP. Right? That does not mean at the cost of river, right? So by retaining the capable rivers, our GDP should grow. That is the basic concept. And when we say river, river is the main nerve of the whole water system, right? River, if I say in the larger context, I'll say river is all about flow. From atmosphere to highlands to mainlands to the sea. It's all flow of rivers and connecting everything, right? So that flow has to be retained, including climate change and other things. And if we understand that our sustainability depends on the flow of that river, that is what Earth Ganga concept means. And our sustainability development concept is what we inherited from our ancestors. It is our responsibility to give it back to our future generations. The way we got rivers, if not in the same condition, if not in the better condition, at least in the same condition we live. And so also I make a call to each and every city that forget about what comes from upstream and what goes. At least you can keep a target when river enters, whatever is the condition of the river at the point of entry of your city, make sure it is not worse, if not better, than when it leaves to the country. That has to be a central goal in development of economy. Then around, because without economy, our livelihood will not survive, but it has to be river-centric. And that's the concept of Earth Ganga. Earth Ganga does not mean exploit more resources of the river, more sand of the river, and destroy that. Okay, so basic ecosystem, that is the indigenous aquatic life, must come back to the river. Indigenous aquatic, not any other kind of life form. Don't bring it imported fish and other things there. Whatever is the indigenous aquatic life, and that varies from in the same river from top to bottom, it keeps varying. So identify, and one of the thing is challenge is to understand and create from history, from the past, what was there kind of life that there were, and that should be the objective there. Then whatever you do around river is a different thing.
I think just to maybe, if you allow me just 1 minute of summation of that, I think you've defined the term stakeholder in the broadest sense possible, making the river a stakeholder, making all the living beings, not just human beings, as stakeholders, and making the future generations a stakeholder. So we are, as you said, we are trustees holding a trust and holding the river in trust so that we can pass that downstream and pass it on to the future generations and the rest of life as it exists. I know there's many thoughts. Would you like to just share a quick thought, and then we'll break for tea, and then we'll come back quickly for the next session?
Yeah, I just want to add to this that, just like we talk about in the economy that people should get jobs, the economy should flourish, I think we have to add environment and water to that. The water has to flourish, the environment has to flourish. Why should we try to protect the environment? It should actually flourish, not just protect. And I think Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam actually does not mean only human beings. It means other species too. they also have equal right. I don't think we should be calling Vasudeva Kutumbakam as just human beings. It is every species, every tiger, every insect, every fish has to have the life. So I think that is in the real sense of Vasudeva Kutumbakam.
Just last sentence I want to add. I think when we talk about livelihood, when we talk about job, why can't looking at the river, supporting the river is also a job? Why not that as a form of livelihood? So if river monitoring is done, the people who are living on the sides of the river, why not they're paid or their livelihood comes from that? If they're doing something for the river, why not their livelihood comes or income comes from them? So I think livelihood means various kind of things. And one of the challenge of the managing the population is to keeping them engaged. So keep them engaged in a meaningful activity. So keeping productive land is a meaningful activity. Keeping Samarth Ganga is a productive activity. Why not people are paid for that and they make their livelihood from that? That's also a way we can look at it, how we can support the livelihood.
I think, as you said, move from an extractive mindset to a contributive mindset, participative mindset. I think that's a good closing thought for this session. We have two very important other sessions to follow, but let's take a quick tea break and then we'll come back again. 10 minutes, please. Thank you so much.
If you
Can I request everybody to please find their way back? Can I request everyone? Can I request everybody to find their way back to their seats, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we are running against the clock. We have two very, very interesting panels ahead of us. And to ensure that we give them enough time, we need to be back at our seats. The next session is a discussion around the institutionalization and building synergy in water governance. That's the broad subject. The components of that discussion are going to include community and youth participation in river basin management, community empowerment, delegation of power amongst communities, policies, regulations, and guidelines for prevention and mitigation of flood and related disasters, and addressing the commodification of water commons, as well as riverine ecosystems and ecosystem services. May I invite the panelists on stage, starting with our moderator for the session and speaker, Mr. Vinod Bodhankar, who's the convener, India Peninsular River Basin Council, and joint founder director of Sagar Mitra Abhiyan. Vinodji. He's joined by Mrs. Satyanarayan Bolisetti, who's a social activist. We also have Professor Dr. Ulrike Guy from the School of Engineering and Architecture, Germany. Mr. Balaji Singh Chauhan, who is an advisor on South Asia disaster risk reduction and resilience. May I request Mr. Chauhan to join us on stage? Mr. Josantony Joseph, who's a trainer in human rights, is a writer and researcher. And Dr. Gurudas Nulkar, who is the Director, Sustainability Institute, Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economy.
Oh, that's yours. Good afternoon to all. Devanshu, is there anything else you're going to speak in introduction? Yeah. Shall I continue? Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm one of the speakers. Before that, as a sort of thematic guideline to what we are going to be involved in, I have a few things to say. This session is about institutionalization. I just want to put this in perspective first. There was a meeting between Satsang Foundation and Jal Biradari. Can you pause that? That's not what is going on now. I'll just give you the go-ahead for it when you can put it on. Thank you so much. Just setting the context before my talk begins. There was a meeting between Jal Biradari and Satsang Foundation, and the thematic guidelines for what we are doing in these 2 days were discussed. We had spiritual guidelines from both the sides, Jnana and Bhakti Yoga from Satsang Foundation and Karma Yoga from one of the foremost Karma Yogis on my planet, Dr. Rajendra Singh. And the theme, when we tried to summarize what was the discussion, it came out as when there is a sankat, when there is a disaster, The human being is institutionalized by nature to respond in three ways. The first one is if there is a fire, someone shouts fire and I come out with a bucket of water, I'll be lucky if I find other people also. And it's a disorganized tactical response. Might succeed. Might succeed. But at least we know there are neighbors who come to help so that the next call can go out. We couldn't put out the fire. The huts have burnt. We were tactical. So in each of the talks that we hear, we will have to be very sharp from now, which is the tactical part. Then once, twice, thrice, we can be tactical on a fire. And then comes the day when we say, look, I don't know when the fire is going to be there. So let there be buckets ready. Let there be buckets of sand ready. There'll be a bell. When we press the bell, it will go on in every place. Let's have volunteer training. And that's a strategy. And then someone who's very active in the village creates this strategy. And then everyone is very happy. They sit back. And that person retires or goes off to the city. And the whole plan collapses again. Because here is a strategy built up by a person who was concerned about what is going on. And he did not create the second layer of leaders, sort of kept that leadership to himself or herself. And so there was no institutionalization. After tactical responses and after strategic responses, what we have to go for is the institutionalization of those responses so that after entering over there to solve the problem, when we go off, there is a methodology in place. There is a structure in place, and that no longer requires us. We have our exit policy. We move off from there and the thing runs by itself. There's a methodology. I just want to take a few more minutes for this contexting. Here we have G20, that is those who represent government and perhaps vested interests. I think Indira Khurana ji said that we should call a spade many times. So here we have G20 with a 75-year-old strategy. Thousands of phone calls every day, not one conference once in a while like we sit as civil society. And their dialogue, where they claim and appropriate the decision-making power for the whole community, whether the whole community participates or not. Their dialogue goes on every day, thousands of phone calls, thousands of documents. Massive ministries with crores of rupees to decide that once we take a decision in G20 meeting, that can be spread out everywhere, and it overwhelms the community. So that is not just tactics or strategy, that is institutionalized. The prime ministers and presidents of the 20 countries of G20 might change, but that is a very deeply institutionalized form of appropriating community decisions without taking the community into confidence. But let me say this. Initially, we have to speak about our neighbors. They are finally human beings like you and me, G20. And so as civil society, what I have to say is, yes, they have put out a hand now to build a bridge. C20 must have come from Niti Aayog or from our Sherpa, Amitabh Ji, Kant. I think some think tank there decided ki C20 ko bhi pucho. And really wonderful thing that they have done is handed this responsibility of bringing community together. And now almost as a tactic, there's a G20 strategy going on. There's a G20 institutionalized group seated there with a very powerful way of expressing what they decide. We are now on our first tactical form that we are meeting today at least, today and tomorrow. And we are saying once they decide to build a bridge, like Narendra Bhai was saying to me very powerfully while we were seated there, when will C20 keep on taking the sessions and G20 will feel compelled to come here and attend because that is the level to which we organize, not as tactics, not as strategy, but as an institutionalization of the way in which the community, which far outnumbers the G20 members. When will the community rise up from the grassroots and create weekly meetings and monthly meetings and mohalla meetings and village meetings and what have you, at more efficiency than those who govern us and keep the community decisions to themselves? When will we reach the institutionalization? So our context now is in the light of the two sessions which happened, in which we saw different examples of this. One is the tactical examples, the other is the strategic examples, and the third is In whichever subject we speak, how do we institutionalize it? As a small example now, I'm going to start with my talk. Can you put on the PowerPoint, please? The talk I'm speaking about is an example of institutionalization. Right, here we are. Involving the youth is the broad topic which was given to me. Involving the youth, they are going to take over completely from us. We will all pass away. This picture represents their thinking of 1.2 billion high school students on my planet. Let us say we want to create an institutionalized approach towards reaching that whole community. We'll have to fill up their mind with the entire water system. Next. I think I can use this. That will be better. Yeah, here it is. If that was a laptop, when we work with children, we call them captops. You know, we have a laptop. When we put it on, there's an operating system which comes up. So when a child wakes up in the morning and his mind starts functioning, this is the picture which should come every day. Luckily, we find that in all the schools, this picture is shown already. It's already there. It's already embedded. So we go into embedded systems management. We say think globally is something we talk about, but we don't think about 3/4 of the surface of the planet, which is the ocean. So luckily, our topic today is river revival and water management. Underwater, definitely ocean also comes. So there are only 4 slides after this. We created a system of communication with high school students with 150 students only in 2011. Today we have more than 2.5 lakh students in 3 countries. What have we done with them? We just showed them something which they are daily in contact with. Their family buys the plastic, throws the plastic, buys the plastic, throws the plastic. Not a single family on my planet is free of this. So we showed them how the plastic from the Bhima River, the plastic from all the tributaries in Karnataka of the Krishna River, and from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, this plastic goes into the ocean. We showed them, we have a 90-minute program on which we show them in the pictures, that the largest kachra of plastic on the planet is in the Pacific Ocean. It's 2,000 kilometers by 800 kilometers. We want that impact on those children. I'll come to the institutionalization part of it. We want them to respond tactically to this first. The situation is that the plastic is spread out in one part, one example only, Pacific Ocean, 2,000 kilometers by 800 kilometers by 30 feet deep. That is the area of 6 Maharashtras. Or if you take Portugal and Spain together, 3 times of that. And if you were to take out the plastic and put it on the ground, it would be about 2 feet thick. In the water, it spreads to 30 feet. So we show them that, and we show them some other things. This is it. This is what we throw. The ocean is where the ocean is, very far off. But right here in any city, when you open a manhole and try to collect what is there inside, this is what you find in a single manhole. And that is directly below the manhole in the chamber. Okay, this was taken when only the chamber was emptied up. The entire channel up to the next chamber. Who is responsible for this? I am. So what is my tactical response to this? I will collect plastic at home. This is a tactic. So the institution of nature has created 3 levels of response: tactic, strategy, and institutionalization. So we got the children to say that at home I will collect plastic raddi the way I collect my kagaj ka raddi, and they started collecting dry plastic. We also spread the context has to be changed and spread out. We say, Sagar Mitra is the name of the program. We say to them 30% of the oxygen is coming from the trees on the ground. Very, very important for the 1.2 billion children on the planet. 30% of the oxygen is coming from the green, terrestrial green, and 70% of oxygen from the ocean, mostly from phytoplankton. The ocean is giving us 100% water, 70% oxygen. What more can any part of the earth or universe give to me before I see that that's my friend? 100% of monsoon and 70% of the oxygen. There are times in the different seasons where this becomes 50-50 also. 50% oxygen coming from the greenery and 50% coming from the ocean. But at the high point, 70% comes from the ocean. So save the ocean is something that we say to them. Save the trees means save that. And we show them, if you take a drop of ocean water and place it in an electron microscope. See, each of these pictures is shown to raise the tactical response, the emotion, the responsibility in the child. We show them the smallest creatures, phytoplankton, which create oxygen. And we show them how the plastic bag falls there. We make it very graphic. The faraway sun looks smaller. That ray of light hits that plastic bag and doesn't reach the phytoplankton. Imagine almost an ocean of plastic, 2,000 kilometers by 800 kilometers. What happens to the greenery below? It's like holding an umbrella over a forest, which is the size of 6 Maharashtras. Now we have to think about this. Someone said, think globally, act locally, and we have taken it only tactically. By global, we mean only the greenery on the ground. By global, we have to look at the greenery and what we are doing with plastic. If an iron axe, कुल्हाड़ बंदी लाते हैं जमीन के पेड़ को बचाने के लिए, तो प्लास्टिक तो सब फेंक रहे हैं, कुल्हाड़ी तो कुछ लोग लेते हैं. तो ये बच्चों के साथ बात करने के बाद क्या हुआ देखो. They also realized that this is an ahimsa program. We link it with the ainak, you know, the spectacles of Gandhiji, which says Swachh Bharat, we say Swachhata se ahimsa. So we show the children how if they save 10 kilograms of plastic, we buy it from them. See, when they collect this plastic, we buy it from them. And when we buy it, we recycle it. And 10 kilograms of plastic, if a classroom brings, they are saving 1 square kilometer of ocean. Okay, I won't go technically into it right now. So the children bring, it comes into the circular economy. 70% is getting changed into granules, which go back into creating buckets and chairs and all of that. Now, this is getting institutionalized now. Just from tactics, it has become a strategy. It has worked out in 4 cities. And now the Govt of Maharashtra under NCERT, as we have the apex educational body in Delhi, we have MSCERT. They have invited us to create a program for 8.5 million students of Maharashtra. So we are creating that DPR. So from a tactical response by 150 children to save something as far up as the ocean, now it can come into the 7th and 8th standard, and when the children will bring the plastic, they can get 5 marks. When you take it up to that level, it's an institutionalization. I just wanted to show that when we work with the next generation, we can run from tactics to institutionalization, and it took us 12 years only. By 2025, I think we'll be in 150 cities and villages and towns of Maharashtra. And then the next, up to 2030, we can take it all over the planet, okay? So I think there is only one more slide. I'm not going to go into the detail, but what is the impact on the children? 8th to 10th grade child who was getting plastic in a bag started bringing school, children from a school. He added 9,000 students. First he got plastic, then he got 9,000 students. Then he got 37 schools from a city. And because of that, he won this International Changemaker Award, Ashoka Changemaker Fellow. And today he's a trustee of our Sagar Mitra. So we have the second layer leadership there. This boy, who's 21 years old, is today an e-waste consultant to Zilla Parishads. His name is Onkar Ganu. So what we were doing is, out of the 5 lakh people that we have reached completely, because we are also working with adults, the students are 2.5 lakhs. Out of those, for every 10,000 students, we are getting 2 children who have the capacity to do leadership. And we have a 2-year fellowship for these guys. So I won't go into the detail. We are trying to institutionalize this so that it becomes a part of the educational system. I won't go into more details because I don't want to use up time. This year, we will go to Sangli, Ichalkaranji, Karad, Satara, Sangamner, Wardha, Nagpur, and Thane. 1 visit, 2 visits each to these places is there. Nashik is also there. So many names not yet here. So here we complete this. I just wanted to show this at the end. You see, on one side is the picture where we see the thrown things, and on one side is the amount of plastic coming in every day. All of this we purchase and it goes for recycling. So it's hardcore change on the ground work being done by the children. And now it is being accepted by the government bodies. We have to work with them. I pause here. I just wanted to speak about tactical response, showing the pictures to raise that. Then the children create their own strategies also, which are very interesting to listen to. And then now the government realizes that this is well structured enough. And we have out of 8.5 million students, 85 lakh students are there in Maharashtra. Out of that, we have tested 2.5 lakh already. I think that's a substantial sample, and 12 years is a substantial time. And if it has sustained itself, it cannot be if it is only tactical. So there's a strategy, there's an institutionalization. I just want to mention that this goes with CSR also. And we are amongst the people who work directly with industrialists, because if they don't buy this plastic and don't recycle it, we'll not be able to do this work. So we are completely enrolled with the industrialists as they are with us. And so we don't see them as strangers. They are coming to us with their problems also. Thank you so much. I want to call the next subject. That's my talk. It's over. Community and youth participation in basin management. I just tried to speak about it. I know the time is limited. It's a common pool between us. So let's not consume too much of it. Community empowerment, delegation of power amongst communities. Satyanarayana ji, please. Please benefit us with your experience.
See, he's a very tall man, so I had to pull the mic down. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen, and to my guru, Dr. Rajendra Singh. And can you please keep the presentation on? Yeah. Actually, I don't want to give lectures because I can't give lectures. I'm an ordinary person. Started working from the age of 8 and become an entrepreneur at the age of 18 and become a running a big empire at the age of 25. And then left everything at the age of 55 and then joined with Dr. Rajendra Singh for the last 10 years and roaming with him. So I'm not an educated person. I'm only a sadaka admi hai na aisa. So my chief minister was Chandrababu Naidu. He was, when the state is separated and Andhra Pradesh is formed, he said, I'm going to build a best capital for all of us. So this is called Amravati. He gave a good name and he started promoting it in India and abroad everywhere, and sort of a real estate activity. So he had got the permission. They've applied for permission, environmental clearance, and they got the clearance. And clearance, what it says is, you are not going to touch 3 kilometers from the riverbed. Those are the marks. If you look at it, one is 2 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. I superimpose the distance from the river and also the city that is planned. That means he is encroaching right, say inside the river itself, but he is saying he is going to leave 3 kilometers. This is a lie he told to the environment department. So he got the clearance for that. Next slide, please. So all these presentations, slides I'm showing is from the government of Andhra Pradesh, submitted by Tata Consultancy, did the environment impact assessment. And these are the excerpts from the environment impact assessment submitted for environment clearance. So one side they said they are going to leave 3 kilometers from the river side. They are not going to do any construction, keep it a river green zone, and no constructions are permitted. But the other side, they are going right inside the river and building the constructions. So this is the map which shows that floodplains is that brown patch, light brown patch is the floodplains, which is almost 3 kilometers wide in the middle. And 11,000 acres of floodplains, they've decided to bury under the city. The next slide, please. Yeah, this is, if you look at that, the ground level, height from the seawater, the map which is again submitted by them, which shows 90% of the city is underwater. Actually, you see that blue zone is 20 meters and 23 meters, 24 meters. Everything will be raised to 25 meters. That means this 219 square kilometers is going to be raised somewhere at 5 meters, somewhere at 3 meters, somewhere 2 meters. But it is going to be raised and they want to build the capital on top of it. And difficult portion is that the 14 rivulets are moving through this green zone, that blue and green, and which are actually tributaries from Kondavi to Vagu. There is Palavagu, Kondavi to Vagu, Nallavagu, like that. There are 14 small streams, the rainwater streams and the natural streams which used to join Krishna River there. They are all going to be buried because they are going to dump it with this thing. Next slide, please. So what I have to do is, government is destroying it. I could not stop it on my own. So I called this gentleman a madman, another madman. The madman only can recognize another madman. So I requested Dr. Rajendra Singh. We went and started fighting with the sand mafia there, and we said that this is all part of the river. You can't do the sand mining here. You can't construct the river there. Next slide, please. And we went and stopped the mining, mission mining happening there. And Dr. Rajendra Singh was attacked by a sand mafia, and myself, Dr. Rajendra Singh and Professor Soni, and one Mr. Anmol Gandhi were about to be killed by huge mafia. And luckily we survived, and that's why he's here. Otherwise, we would have been celebrating his death anniversary by now. Next slide, please. This is the floodplains where you see that the light green one is turmeric, and the huge amount of the banana plantation and various flower plantations. 365 days there is a crop, and you don't need to put any manure there or even water. All you need to do is throw some seeds. Even if you don't throw anything, also something will come from the river. That is the situation. Next slide, please. So what we are doing is beautiful Amaravati is there, and Baisab and ourselves, we used to go there and say that in Krishna River Conservation Yatra. So we say all this untreated shore is going into the river, and you are talking about beautification and other things. Next slide, please. So what has happened actually is finally I had to go to National Green Tribunal and Supreme Court, file cases against the government. And I had to spend a lot of money and time and resources of Dr. Rajendra Singh. And after 3 years, I got a wonderful judgment. The judge heard Swatantra Kumarji. I think they may book me later on. I don't mind, because I'm also like Dr. Rajendra Singh. I don't care if somebody files a case on me. That Justice Swatantra Kumar has given a wonderful judgment saying that what Satya is asking, what there is one more person, Sriman Narayana and E.S. Sharma, we are all filed cases. So ultimately, I am the only the person left out to fight with the government. And what government did was, they submitted an affidavit to the court. These people are all actually delaying, they're trying to blackmail the government and trying to create problems. We have not done anything wrong. We are going to protect everything, and there is nothing wrong in it. So judge, after getting all the information, they said, floodplains, you submit the report. Sir, it is in EIA. No, I want you to submit the report. Sir, this is multi-crop land, you submit the report. There is no displacement of people. We are building a capital in a barren city. That's what the Chief Minister's declaration, Chief Secretary declaration, and the government of Andhra Pradesh declaration. We have proved, no, sir, it is multi-crop land, and 280,000 people have been evacuated from there. No, you bring another evidence for that. Like that, 3 years, after 3 years of struggle, the judgment came, they said, don't destroy the floodplains there. Don't destroy the multi-crop lands there. Don't displace the agriculture labor. And wonderful judgment. And part 2 of the judgment, this is part A. We are very happy. Part 2 of the judgment, after reserving 6 months of the judgment, part 2 of the judgment is, since the proponent is the government of Andhra Pradesh, not a private party, and they've given it in writing that they are not going to destroy the ecology there. They're going to improve the ecology. I'm not issuing any stay order. Immediately, then the Chief Minister said, see, all these idiots gone to court, what happened? They have not issued the stay. That means what we are doing is right. The destruction is continued. So that is one part of it. Though we could stop it, because the Chief Minister, the people have rejected the Chief Minister. People of that area did not vote for that government. Ultimately, he lost the government, and new person has come, and the things are delayed there. But some other real estate business is doing somewhere else, the new Chief Minister. Next slide, please. This is the sand mining. I really thank the technical people, technology. Without technology support, would have been totally failed. Because they said there is no sand mining. Government given it in writing. They said we bring the evidence. Finally, we had to resort to the Google Maps, 2016 Google Map and 2019 Google Map. You can see the cavity there. Then the NGT imposed 100 crore penalty on TDP government. Then the new government has come in. They said that they did all the illegal things and mistakes, but government is not having money now after separation. So kindly permit us waive the penalty. We will not allow those things to happen. So next slide, please. So this is another case of mangroves protection. See, all the cases literally I won. The first case we could not implement, but it is stalled. Second case we could succeed. Third case is this mangroves. If you see the top yellow boundary and the bottom yellow boundary, that is the mangroves destroyed during the COVID period. So the fishermen folks, 4,000, 5,000 people came on the road during the COVID and started shouting, creating nuisance and with the government. So finally, they are all put behind the bars. So again, I had to go to court. Court has imposed heavy penalty and asked them to restore it. The UNDP is working with this, and court has imposed very heavy penalty, and whatever is removed there and all the soil is there. Now they are removing all the soil and restoring the mangroves. Next slide, please. This is the last one. Yeah, I don't actually believe Rajendra Singh. The first day, why I believe Rajendra Singh is, this is the empty reservoir, which you can see, it is completely dead. Next slide. So he went and told that how the reservoir is getting the water. It is actually just naturally formed reservoir between two mountains. So the water source from the mountain has been destroyed or disturbed. That's where the water is not coming. The rainwater is not coming from the hills of Simachalam and from the hills of Kambalakonda. So we got all the maps and raised a big issue with the public, and civilians finally came on the roads, protested against this thing. And next slide, please. Today it is with full of water, and all the people of Visakhapatnam are so happy. I don't know whether many people believed elsewhere or not. In Andhra Pradesh, he is very popular because he could stop sand mining, he could do all these things. And one more last sentence I would like to say. When Rally for Rivers is happening, Jaggi Vasudevji has come to Vijayawada. And Dr. Rajendra Singh, to his misfortune, is the chief guest. So the chief guest is allowed to speak in the beginning. They have not given last chance to him. And somebody asked from the media, sir, this a lot of sand mining is happening here. Why don't we go and have the Rally for Rivers there? Because next to Chief Minister House, sand mining is happening with hundreds of boats. Why don't you come and do it? Do you want me to be alive? You don't want me to go to continue the Rally for Rivers? The sand mafia will kill me. But I thank Rajendra Singh. He had the courage to fight with the local sand mafia and tried to stop it. And to greater extent, we stopped, but still it is going on. And unless until Sangam Saranam Gachami, that is this thing, unless until the society comes out and protect itself, the protection is not easily possible. And I thank the organizers for giving this time and opportunity. And I'm very happy because normally I carry a plastic glass bottle to avoid plastic. But all I see is beautiful bottles and no plastic here. And also the pens which are given is a biodegradable coriander pens. Thanks to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Much, Satyaji. Just 30 seconds of comment on this. That those who do judicial activism directly going to the place and those who risk their life, they may seem to be tactical to some people. They may seem to be. But they are appealing to the sensitive people around them. And we have seen that nature has created an institutionalization of human response. And so someone puts his life in danger for something which is precious. The institution they are utilizing there is raising the sensitivity in millions of people. And we have seen that working. Those who take risks, वो शहीद भी बन जाते हैं. पर फिर ह्यूमैनिटी का एक इंस्टीट्यूशन है कि सेंसिटिव लोग फिर जागे हो जाते हैं. एक के जगह हजारों मशाले हो जाते हैं. Thank you. I think the next one is from Germany, Professor Dr. Ulrike Gehe. Is she going to be there?
I'm here online.
Yeah. I'll wait here to respond if you need anything. Yeah, please continue. Are you going to be showing a PowerPoint? Right, you can start directly. We can see you.
Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
Am I able to share my slides?
Yes. From your computer, you can share it. We'll wait, take your time.
Okay. So welcome first of all for the invitation, and I'm glad to follow both of these speeches as I'm dealing also here far away in Germany with these topics. I guess here it is not the fight of my life and so on, because all is much easier. But I was very glad that you just showed also the topic of the plastic, which we are dealing here as well. And I'm always glad if on such a conference, within this topic, you also handle this topic. And so it was glad to show you or to have seen that you have also used not all the plastic bottles here. I'm working here in Germany with the kids education, what has been the first speech also to raise awareness among the kids here in Germany, also about the importance of water and waste management, as I think everyone expects that it's quite good here, but nevertheless, it's also quite normal now that the water is coming. But nowadays we also have the impacts of the climate change with the droughts and the floods, and so it's the education for the youth is quite important here as well. And so I'm glad to joining this session here where you also raised these topics. In general, I want to start today once again to start with the interconnections between the climate, the energy, our topic here, the water, land, but of course also the socio-economic dimension. I like this graph quite because it's showing a lot of interactions. When we talk here about the topic of water, we need to irrigate it to have it on the lands to get our food. We need it for the energy, for the cooling and at power plants, for the hydropower. It has a linkage with the precipitation to the climate, to the households, and in between those we have a lot of interaction. You see the circle to the food, to the sociodynamics, to the human health, and the energy demands, the yields, all that is belonging together. And that is quite, when you talk about the policies, that is important also to have in mind when you deal with one topic, also to have all the other topics in your mind and to mitigate negative impacts. And most important, of course, to try to improve all of these. When you talk about sustainable water resource management, right now there are a lot of challenges. We have worldwide the increasing demand for food, and simultaneously also a lot of deterioration of the environmental conditions, which of course have a huge impact to that. So we have the stress resisting. We have a lot of stress now going to the crop plants, for example, which is getting more important. Furthermore, we have the increased extreme weather events. I think several years ago, no one had expected that even we here in Germany would have to fight against these. And so the knowledge among everyone on the water resources, on the quality, is getting more and more relevant, that everyone is also understanding this importance. Heavy rain, drought, that has a massive impacts on the quality of surface water, groundwaters, the agriculture in cities, on the agricultural land. It has everywhere an impact, and that is where you need to find solution to mitigate the impacts and to find a way to that. So the adaptation and mitigation are here some of the main short-term factors for this kind of climate resiliency. We should establish a relationship with water as an essential resource for the daily life, and here really to start with the youngest with that education, so that you really start on with that, and you have it as in your mind to work on that all the way in the future life. So that's why this youth education is very important worldwide. And furthermore, to develop a future strategy with sustainable innovative scenarios, how to work on that. So we have seen some examples already, and you have seen some more for me early in the morning, but also we will see some later on. So there are scenarios how you could work on that, and that is also important to adapt that, to share this worldwide as you do it in these conferences, that also other countries could adapt good ideas which someone has and has already applied. Yeah, one is coming back to the topic of policies and strategies. I just think it's here in that area, those are similar, valid of those which are similar for all the project management of topics. So when you have the values and targets, the project management really should introduce these elements to the community and their group's valuing system, so that the community really understand the project, and that makes sense to them, so that you can work with them together and not against them. You might have a majority vote if that is, but more important is really the civil involvement, so that you work with the local population as far as it is possible, and really to try to, that they also may contribute to the desired effect of acceptance. And that is why when you start with the youth about raising the awareness and understanding of the topics, that is much more easier. But of course, if you have huge project, you might also revise the plan really to reach that with the sociological impact. Furthermore, there are some minor points in improving the aesthetics, design of facilities. When you really have huge ones, when you do that in a common way, there are very nice ideas worldwide to do that. That it's more that make the people understanding the context, and that this is very important. The change in emotions. Often when you want to change something, you try to work with the people, try that they have really positive expressions on the project. We try to find for the strategies that you really have the feel of the unity in this community when you need to work on that field. I think we see everywhere the problems and mitigation measures, and we of course are understanding that, working in that field, but of course for others it's often not that easy to understand it, and more to see the negative impacts. When I had been just at the wastewater treatment plant, they cleaned it, but afterwards they mixed it once again with that wastewater so that the farmers have the nutrients in it. For me, it was really something which I was not understanding, but of course you have the nutrients in that wastewater, but nevertheless, they are all going in the groundwater, and later on in several years, you have the problem with that, but often you see more the impact, which is directly onto the people. In general, when you deal with all these topics of policies, and so there's always the topic of conflicts. When we are now here in the topic of water, there are a lot of potential conflicts about water, real water, the lack of water contamination. These are huge ones, but in between there are also a lot of others about conflicts of views, profit demands, the social inclusion. All that is belonging together, and that is also where when you talk about the involvement, the policies, check what conflicts might occur, what mitigation measures might be there, and that we really try to improve these topics. For these topics, when I just take one of them about the contamination, there I just want to share this, what we are right now doing about the raw water monitoring and testing. And that is also where we're doing it, where they normally don't do it. They do it in the cities, but also here, not on the agricultural land. And here we also involve the communities as we do it also, even with the kids who are joining, who are telling this, then their parents about what we are analyzing there. And if we find something, they find a better way where to address the problems on that. Furthermore, in parallel to that, we also collect the waste, as we have just seen before. And right now with the kids, we are doing some art of that waste, so to raise more the awareness of what is collected, and doing it just in a small exhibitions, as you have a better way to raise the awareness for that. But about this testing, you really have assessed the impacts on the health of the water bodies, on the ecosystem services, on the aquatic ecosystems health, and that you really find or have the real-time data which are needed to mitigating the impacts on the water bodies, and also to see, of course, later on in improvements when you work on renaturation measurements. Measures, for example. Furthermore, a baseline is always necessary, and this is also what you may share then easier. And here it's good really to involve everyone from the beginning on, that because the disasters are always uncovered by monitoring. So then that is always good when the people are engaged in that as well. So now I just want to come back to this first slide of the interconnection. So I just want to raise here once again the words to really have a look on all the impacts which you have on all the dimensions when you talk about education, when you talk about policies, when you talk about community involvement. But it's important really to find good ways to address all of these important topics, and to mitigate the problems which we have right now. When you talk about regulation, try to really have the community involvement, and try to have the sustainable and entrepreneurship in the communities that they work on that field.
I'm assuming that those were your concluding remarks. Please carry on for a minute more.
Yes, so that was everything. So
okay, so just a small take on what you said. You have placed before us almost all the subjects related to drought and flood management and river. There are so many subjects, so I believe you have placed before us the entire scope of study for the next decade. The important part which we felt you were speaking about is the lab research which is going on, and the experiential research on the ground which is going on, that there should be some strategy to share this worldwide, and that wherever there are plants which deal with the local problem, that the width of feeling of unity should not extend to the plant and its work, but to the entire catchment area. So very broadly, to summarize within half a minute or a minute, I think that you are challenging us to go into a deeper study and to stay in global contact and share the best practices continuously, especially the latest research, whether it is lab research or experiential research. So thank you so much for widening the context and the scope of reference over here.
Thank you for inviting me, and looking forward to listening to the next speakers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Balaji Singh Chavan, South Asia Disaster Risk Reduction and Resilience Advisor from USA, please.
You are really tall. Thank you very much, and namaskar. Firstly, thank you very much for having me here, Satsang Foundation. And I also, before I speak, I want to say that on this August gathering, I'm here as a citizen, I'm here as an individual, and all that I speak is my own personal individual opinions. It can't be attributed to anyone for whom I work or serve. And having said that, the topic which was given to me was policy regulations and guidelines for promotion of flood risk management, as the speaker just before me spoke about. You know, I just want to define my understanding about what is a policy, again, in front of this august gathering, wise and knowledgeable gathering. I'm neither a hydrologist nor a policymaker. So I would like to start with defining my understanding about a policy. Policy for me is a very broad, inclusive way of looking at something which has got a legal mandate. And that policy is really required because on the ground, people are aligned and they are fearless and they can work on any aspect in a way. And whenever we are talking of water, I think it is always good to understand, as a lot of speakers during the morning has mentioned, water, I mean, it starts as a drop, but it becomes an ocean, as all of us know. It has got multiple dimensions. It has got an economic dimension. It has got a social dimension, spiritual dimension, and it has got a religious dimension. And it also, you know, embodies lakes, atmosphere, and various other forms. And water as, and one of the reasons why it is so complex is because of the kind of dimensions it has. You know, actually water is life and water is business. So I think it's, when we are talking about a policy around such a complex subject, it is not very easy to look at various aspects of it. And the subject being flood management, you know, flood management traditionally, you know, if you are looking at various categories, I think these are two of the main categories I could think of. We have got natural systems like floodplains, wetlands, water bodies, and etc. And also we have got engineering solutions, you know, dams, culverts, diversion channels. And somewhere I felt, as a humanitarian worker, wherever I went, a lot of times the modern approaches tended to focus more on the engineering solutions rather than trusting the natural solutions completely. And because the flooding is a very natural phenomenon and a powerful phenomenon, a lot of times it did not respect the engineering solutions. And here lies the problem. And I said, I have already defined what is a policy. These are some subcategories of thoughts. I don't think I need to go into that. And at a country level, when I looked at the policy of the flood management, it did evolve from a mere statement in the 1994, along with, you know, many committees and also various orders, commissions and all that. And it is not that the policy did not evolve, did not grow, it did, just like the river grows. But somewhere I felt that this one aspect was tended to favor various dimensions to which water contributes rather than water itself, and which aggravated the risk when we start looking at more of floods. And the climate change impact actually aggravated that risk because the unpredictability, not taking into consideration what past is as a benchmark, all those started going wavering. So the risk actually increased. And we all know, I have seen as a humanitarian worker, it is the poorest of the poor who are always, you know, exposed to the greatest of the risk and the vulnerability. So if there is any reason why water as a policy needs to really evolve, is because we need to take care of the rights of the vulnerable and the poor. So can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is the reason where I thought that we need what is called the holistic approach to the water policy. And what we mean by holistic approach, I mean, I simply want to, talk in terms of my ideas, is that we need to create more room for water, you know, rather than restricting the room which the water has, we need to give the room it deserves. It starts small, grows. It has got seasonality like any other natural aspect. We need to respect this, and we need to give room to the river, the water. And we have to very clearly understand that prevention of the flooding completely is not possible. That's the reason we need to give room. And we need to somewhere look at this nexus, water and the current ongoing our development process, and try to bring the balance a little more towards the rights of water. If I'm talking in terms of holistic approach, I think these are some of the 3 pillars or 3 points on which this holistic approach can be, needs to be built. And I mean, I think a lot of speakers have spoken about various forms and shapes of water. We need to understand the longitudinal nature of water, the vertical nature of the water that is underground and in the atmosphere, and the horizontal nature of the water, that is the floodplains and all that. So you need to respect all these forms of water, and then you can have what is called as a policy which can sort of mitigate fund. These are some of the aspects, elements I thought of the holistic policy. For example, GIS, I mean, Prashant spoke about it, land use planning, and looking at the river as a basin approach. We have all spoken about it. And also, I mean, engineering solutions should just not be for diverting or stopping the water. It should be for providing how best can I give more room to water, which it deserves. So if we can also apply for that, nature-based solutions we have touched, especially in the urban areas, it is such a pertinent item because so much of infrastructure is there. So we need to be able to combine them with the nature-based solutions so that the percolation of the water and the various other aspects which help us in water management increases. And we need to have partnerships. It's something which needs to start very local and it needs to go global. And unless we do it, the current issue of the water problem will not be able to address in an urgent manner. Thank you. And some of the considerations and challenges for the policy, as I said, the considerations are that we need to look at the horizontal, longitudinal, vertical dimensions of water. It needs to be people-centered. It needs to empower communities, and it needs to increase community connect with the water. A lot of times, the water, the easier we get, the water we feel happy, but it also sort of tends to disconnect. So the people involvement in preserving water, collecting water, looking at water, touching water, feeling water, all these needs to grow. And it can be done by, starting with the students and various other aspects, but that's very important element of consideration to the policy. And as I said, consider technological innovations and integrate them with natural and traditional systems. It is just not the engineering systems. It is also, we should be able to look at the traditional and natural systems and preserve them and make them possible. And somewhere, yes, there was a discussion briefly about the data. Somebody said data is in the mind, data is in our past generations. But yes, we also, with the issue related to the climate change and all that, we do need to develop data and systematically store it, use it, so that we can have a stronger policy. But it is not easy. I mean, these are the challenges. It's complex. It involves multiple disciplines. I was just trying to count the number of disciplines, the speakers, sociologists, engineering, and it's just hydrologists, GIS. It's just endless. We need to bring together different complex disciplines together so that so that itself becomes a very huge issue. Resistance to policy. My friend Satya spoke, second speaker. When you have a policy, but people will resist, business will resist. So how do you make people understand that this policy is good, this policy needs? I mean, that's a huge challenge. In this country, even the safest habit, like, please wear a helmet, people don't do it. So there is always a resistance to policies. People don't like it. So these are some of the challenges. And I think this is my summary slide, the last slide. In the end, if you want to have a successful policy, procedures and rules, it has to respect, it needs to be a multi-stakeholder disciplinary approach. It needs to build suitable organizations at different level. You know, it's a very complex subject. It needs to have different organizations at different levels to follow. And it needs to combine modern, traditional, and as well as the natural approaches. It needs to be a combination of all that. And it definitely needs to have partnerships. And I strongly feel that civil society is going to be a key pillar of this, should be a key pillar of this policy, because you need to touch the lives of people in so many places, so many ways, at so many ages, starting with a childhood. So unless you do it, the policy is not going to be successful. And, you know, I had a corporate career. I came to a civil society. I strongly feel it is the civil society which can get connected to every individual if it is required. So civil society is going to be indispensable if you have to pursue policy, so that you can do all those things, you know, designing, you can have through knowledge, through awareness, through education, you can realize. It looks complex, but I also, when I saw, there are some successes, there are some good examples. This is not limited, but there are many of them. The Mekong River Cooperation, I have said, a multinational, inter-country, multi-country partnership, which could bring about some kind of improvement, and National Ganga Mission, which could bring so many departments, ministries and all that, and states to work on it. And also Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which could bring different stakeholders from within the country, civil society, businesses, individuals, to realize its objectives. So somewhere I think we have got some kind of hope looking at all these things for making an appropriate policy for water. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chavan. As always, about 30 seconds to frame this, to ensure the continuity with the theme. You spoke of traditional systems. Really, you widen our eyes and vision to the past also, so that you get our innermost response. In the traditional systems, we see that there was an institutionalization of those traditional systems because they were decentralized trustees. The people who lived near the flood tanks or the people who lived near the Kakatiya tanks took care. The people were decentralized. The moment the government took over those traditional systems, the institutionalization changed. The institution changed from decentralized residents looking after the tank they saw every day to someone sitting in an office somewhere who is an occasional visitor. So sometimes the institutional changes and then even the traditional systems start failing. But under modern circumstances, when you say traditional, natural, and modern, you call on us to take up this challenge that the people who stay near those tanks, the people who are visitors, and the latest modern techniques which are there of mapping all of this to be put together. You spoke of all the collaborative movements going on at the end. Thank you so much for placing the traditional systems before us. It's well-nigh impossible to think of stopping a person with your experience, after just 10 minutes, 15 minutes of talk. So the painful duty falls on us to, try to hurry you to get to summarize. But I think because we have limited time, I will now call upon Mr. Jose Anthony Joseph, trainer in human rights, writer, researcher. That doesn't summarize you, sir. Please, from the Dublin principles right up to the UN declarations, please enlighten us.
When I was asked, when the letter came to me inviting me to speak, I was a bit surprised. And I kind of said, maybe you got the wrong person. because looking at the topics, etc., I've obviously not done any of the kind of work that the other speakers right throughout the day and who are going to speak are doing. But then Narendra ji and Dr. Khurana convinced me that there was a theme that I did have competence on. That is a question of the commodification of water. And maybe that tied in with what this seminar is all about. So going straight off to my topic, this, of course, everybody knows water is essential to life. But this also everybody knows, water is scarce. Just to give you a kind of graphic example of it, there are about 36 tables here. And if that constituted the whole world, there is water only at one table. 35 tables have no water. Only one table has, because only 3% of the water is drinkable. Only one table has drinkable water. Now you can imagine immediately that you all know in economics, if the supply is less and the demand is for everybody, that's going to cost. And that is the basic understanding that has come out from this principle, that water is scarce, therefore water costs. That's very clear. If supply is so little, only one table has it. First of all, it also leads to a lot of conflicts. People from there will be fighting with these two people sitting here who control all the water. And so it creates conflicts. It is a cost. First, the cost of cleaning the water, sending it to everybody, if you agree to send it to everybody, or do you send it to those who can pay you? Because it costs, then those who can pay more will get more. And those who have more power will get more, and so on and so forth. That seems to be the natural situation of any resource which is less. One table, 36 tables, only one table has water. But at the same time, we keep saying that water is a basic human right. And we have two conferences, which I'll speak about in a moment. And then we have another idea that has come up in today's sessions very often, starting from the first session till now. He just now spoke about the rights of water. Rajendra ji spoke about water is life, and all of you speak. So that's the last one. Water has a life. Does water have a life of its own? So now you have all these conflicting aspects going on. And therefore, I am not going to speak in my session on how to solve the main topic of our seminar, which is the rivers and water management. I am going to talk on something which is perhaps a little bit more fundamental, because it refers to us as human beings, is what is our relationship with water? What is our attitude with water? And before any of us stands on our high horses and thinks that they are saying it, those who speak about water as being a commodity are, not really quote unquote good people. And those who are speaking of it as water as a basic right are either better people or whatever. Before we get onto that, I would ask us all to reflect on where we are. Isn't it a fact that we evaluate our children, our families, our neighbors, and many other people by success indicators, a major one of which is how many things do we have? How much money do we have? How much money do we earn? What are the things that we have? These are indicators in society of which we all are a part, which seem to indicate that we give more importance to such things than to a person. So, parents, भी आपको कुछ painting करना है तो कर लो, लेकिन कुछ नौकरी कर लो. You do something else also, earn something. I mean, this is our constant thing. We are constantly evaluating. He is doing so well. See where all he has reached, or she is doing so well. See, but you, what are you doing? You're just doing some ordinary stupid work. We're not earning much, etc. Everything is based on how much we earn, how much we own, and in a sense, we who are in the upper class, middle class, I just calculated, I saw a figure today, anybody who's earning more than 2 to 10 lakhs, 10 lakhs or more a year is in the top 10% in our country. Top 10% economic, which probably is all of us. We are in the top 10% in this country. And we're earning more than 60 lakhs. then you're in the top 1% in the country. That's the figures at the moment in India. So the point I'm trying to make is, let's look at this question of commodification a little bit more, also looking at ourselves. Okay, now there are two apparently contradictory positions. One was at the Dublin conference. Obviously, everybody knew that water is a problem. And so the Dublin conference in 1992, which was attended by representatives of government, NGOs, industrialists, everybody, engineers, etc., they came up with a clear statement that, I'm reading it out to you, water has an economic value in all its competing uses and should be recognized as an economic good. What I started with. It is an economic good in the world in which we live. That's the reality. However, they did say it is vital to recognize first the basic right of all human beings to have access to clean water and sanitation at an affordable price. So they are saying it's a basic right, but they are saying it's an economic good. 20 years later, approximately in 2010, the United Nations came up with a statement that says it recognized the right to safe and clean drinking water, the same words that they used, that the Dublin conference used, safe and clean drinking water, and sanitation as a human right that is essential for the full enjoyment of life and of all human rights. So we would tend to say that this is an improvement on the first one. The first one is saying water is an economic right, economic good, and everybody should be able to get it at a price. In the second one, the United Nations is saying it's a basic human right that every human being should have. They don't speak about price. And yet, why was it that these are not fully contradictory to each other? That's why I put at the top two possible, apparently contradictory positions. Let me explain. At the United Nations, what happened was no country opposed this resolution, that water is a basic human right. But 122 countries voted and 44 countries abstained. They did not vote. Okay, that itself speaks about how much the commitment of those 44 is to this particular statement. 44 is 1/3. So the commitment of the resolution was weak in these 44 countries. Now, the special rapporteur of water, the United Nations Special Rapporteur of Water, Katerina de Albuquerque at that time, now there's another one, offered two clarifications. She said that the human right to water does not mean that states are obligated to provide free water. She clearly said this. And the second thing was, the human right to water does not favor any one economic model. Now, that's also an important statement because, as you know, the neoliberal model is controlling a lot of our world. Therefore, they are not saying you should be communist, they should not be neoliberal. All are possible. Now, obviously, in such a situation, the UN resolution is not saying that the human right to water means a human right to free water. It's not saying that. It is saying you can charge for it. And so the privatization of water started all throughout the world, including in India, where it started in 1990. The Sheonath River project in Chhattisgarh was the first privatization. Then you have the Maheshwar hydropower project on the Narmada, another privatization. The Coca-Cola factory in Plachimada in Kerala, another privatization. So it's happening in India. It's happening all over. It's happening in many parts of the world. Okay. So in that sense, we have a problem that both these, and this is what I'd like to reflect on, both the Dublin resolution and the UN resolution are seeing water in relationship to us human beings, which has been challenged today. In both of them, water is an instrument to serve us. And very often, our attitude to water, so for example, he gave, Vinod had spoken about
there's a fire and we pick up a situation of solving the fire, etc., etc. But nobody's talking about the attitude towards fire in that example. Similarly, water is not just a problem. What was being said this morning by many people is that water has a life of its own. And that's what climate justice issues have taught us. That the earth, of course, we do say scientifically, the earth is not made up of fire, water, air, earth, etc. We know that, but it's been coming down. And the reason it has come down, perhaps, is that though these are scientifically, of course, fire is made up of different things, water is made up of different things, earth is made up of different things, etc. In that sense, they can be broken down into smaller pieces. But in a sense, let us say, it's not just in India, it's all over the world, including with the American Indians and indigenous Indians, etc. What it is saying is, all these things have a life of their own, which is irrespective of us. And they existed even before we came onto this planet. And unless we learn to deal with all of these things, pretending or at least believing or relating with them as if they have life on their own, it is not possible for us to live in harmony. And therefore, though the United Nations resolution is better than the Dublin one in the sense of it speaking of a basic human right, it is still falling short of the fact that it still sees water as an instrument for our growth. And that is something we need to think about. Okay. Now, coming back to my topic, why was commodification being supported by many countries? Because as I said, they said you don't have enough water. One of the things that they supported commodification, which led to privatization, was financial. Number one, the government passes on the costs to private entities. And so the government earns money by selling water concessions. So financially, it's advantageous to the government, and the government can use that for the people for other things. It's political also, or it's a greater investment. That was the second one. That government does not have enough money to solve all the different problems of people. So if they give it over to a private enterprise, because it's a commodity, then that private enterprise will invest. Okay. A third one, it is political. Sometimes when the government wants to make recovery of costs of a certain river or a certain water, anyway, somebody has to pay for this at some point or the other, whether you take it from the rich or whether you take it from the poor, you have to take the money from somewhere, then the government becomes unpopular. So it's politically better to give the dirty work to somebody else, and then the government can stand there as a regulator or a judge. Then one which is also said that the government doesn't have the expertise that modern technology brings. Those are all there with the private sector. And that new technology will come in, we'll get new water, like in Saudi Arabia, they can make salt water into drinking water, whatever, all this is coming, or Bill Gates will bring waterless urinals, etc. All this is not there with the government, it's with private sector. So the private sector will bring that in. Then the big thing, efficient. Government is not efficient. Private sector is efficient. Government is corrupt. Private sector is not so corrupt. This was one of the big things that was being spoken about. And sometimes even some environmentalists supported privatization, saying that, if the government does something wrong, who can pull them up? But if the government hands it over to the private sector and the private sector does something wrong, then we can force the government to pull them up, and the government can make rules, etc., etc. So these were some of the reasons that were given to justify the handing over, which of course brings me now to the reality. The reality is financial gains for the government. This is not really true. Thatcher was the best example. I'll give you one because time is not there. She sold the water to companies for 5.2 billion GBP pounds. Then the government wrote off the debt of those companies up to 5 billion and then gave them subsidy tax benefits of 1.5 billion. So actually they gave away 6.5 billion. They got 5 billion and they gave away 6.5. So actually the government lost money. All right. In France, the official reason for privatizing water and other public services was to get money. But in reality, the government paid much less than the real value of privatized company. They pay God. Even we do this. Take all our toll booths, the toll booths on all our roads, you know, why do they hand them over to private sector? Because they will get a fixed amount every month. But those fellas, why are they taking it? Because they're getting much more. That's why they would take it. Otherwise, why would they take it up? So obviously, the government is losing money, which it could have collected, because it doesn't want the headache of having to look after those toll booths. This is everywhere, okay? Greater investments. The fact is, throughout the world, Europe, America, all over the world, it is very clear the investment in water infrastructure has always been made with public money, not by the private sector. The private sector, so for example, the roads in India, another good example, the roads are made by the government. And then the tolls are collected by the toll companies who give a certain amount to the government. That's exactly how it has been with water. Historically, I don't have time to give the examples in Hungary, in the EU, private companies in Europe, everywhere. 65, even in Africa and India, in India, 90% of the investment is from, 90% of the investment of the infrastructure for water is by the government. Okay, greater efficiency. The World Bank in 2005 and the IMF 2004, both of them very much into the neoliberal situation, admit that there is no difference in efficiency. This is not a private saying, not the government saying it, it's the World Bank and the IMF saying it. The lowest leakage rates in Europe are in the Netherlands and Germany, where the systems are nearly all run by public companies. Veolia, one of the largest water multinationals, deliberately allowed raw sewage into the river in Brussels, Belgium, as a way of putting pressure on the city to pay more. In Chile, which has become completely privatized, Suez has had to pay 5 million because people are complaining about the foul smell, etc. So it is a fact that there's no greater efficiency. It's just, well, we know that many of the private companies in the morning you spoke about Adani, Ambani. Is it efficiency or is there something else we don't know? What is happening with the Hindenburg report? Less corruption and fraud. Courts in France, Italy, and the USA have convicted executives and public officials for bribes paid by Suez and Veolia subsidiaries. According to a 1997 report by France's national audit body, it said, the lack of supervision and control of delegated public service, aggravated by the lack of transparency, has led to abuses. In the UK, the Severn Trent Water was convicted of serious fraud, and so on and so forth. People think regulators help protect the public, but regulators and private companies negotiate in secret with the government. That's why in most countries, public sector water agreements with the government are usually kept secret. All right. So in fact, it is not true. Now, just a last thing. What have been the outcomes? Success-wise, Manila, Philippines, Guayaquil in Ecuador, Colombia, few cities, Morocco, some cities, they claim there have been expanded access because of privatization. But Bolivia, Tanzania, Indonesia, Germany, Austria, it has been a failure. It has been aborted. In fact, Austria has brought into its constitution a clause saying that there can be no privatization. Okay. In recent years, around 180 cities and communities across 35 countries have gone back to public control of water. So the question to ask ourselves finally is, how are we going to deal with water? Are we going to deal with it? Of course, commodification is an issue. But commodification is only an issue depending on whether we see water as an instrument for our service as against water being part of us, of our own lives. Thank you.
My apologies for hurrying you. During such conferences, time is the commons. So we have our last speaker coming up, and we are trying to save the time for the next group, which is going to come up here. But Dr. Nulkar, you take your full time. Dr. Gurudas Nulkar, he is Director of Sustainability Institute, Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economy. The subject is riverine ecosystems and ecosystem services.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me here. Can we have the PPT, please? Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to talk about a little mundane thing about, a little bit about the science, river sciences. And the point I'm going to make is about ecosystems and ecosystem services. So river as an ecosystem and ecosystem. The reason why I've chosen this subject is because within the institutions and the policy making, this is a topic which is not understood completely. And therefore, it does not have an economic value at all. So I'm going to talk about three things. One is I'll talk a little bit about rivers and the Indian river system, and then I'll move on to the riverine ecosystem services. So that's just a 3-point thing which I'm going to talk about. So as we know it, if we look at the economic angle of rivers, as Dr. Tare was talking about in the morning, they are providers of fresh water, hydroelectricity, sand, fish, recreation, so on and so forth. And we tend to look at them in this narrow aspect. However, they are the distributors of fresh water. I mean, in nature, the most decentralized system of distribution of fresh water is precipitation. Unfortunately, it is not equitable. It is up to the rivers to carry the fresh water to the hinterland, and this is one of their main things. But they're also very complex systems with very critical linkages and roles in that. So rivers in the economy versus rivers in the ecology are two completely different subjects. However, they are equally important for the economy when we talk about the ecology. Right? So we need to understand the riverine ecosystems if we want to get a feel about how we are going to institutionalize the value of a riverine ecosystem. This is a beautiful illustration done by my friends at Oikos, which shows the source region, plains, and the mouth of the river. If you look at the source region, what are the diagnostic features of a source region? They're very hilly, rapid, they're cutting gorges, narrow channels, and you will see large boulders, typically what you see in the Himalayan rivers. Now, they've got very specific role in the source regions. Cutting gorges, ravines, transporting biomass, dispersing seeds, irrigating forests. This forms the very, very important function that that rivers have in the source regions. If you come to the plains, and the characteristics of the plains are flat lands and very gentle slope, undulations, much wider channels, braided flows, very slow speed, and smaller sediment loads. The roles are essentially deposition of sediment here, and therefore we have alluvial fields with the Indo-Gangetic Plain, fertilization of soil, irrigation of the floodplain, absorbing the floods, and discharging of the springs. These are essentially the roles in the plains. If you go to the mouth of the river, then we have the characteristic diagnostic features. You will see deltas and estuaries on the east coast and the west coast. You will see different kinds of things, changing braids. These braids keep changing over time, and it is the slowest flow, and therefore the finest silt is deposited. And India has one of the most productive ecosystems in the world, which is the Sundarbans. And the role is deposition, creating mud flats, mangroves, gateways for fauna, because the mangrove ecosystem are extremely productive, like I said before, and sequestering carbon. If you can you shift that? Yeah, if you look at the Indian river system, this is not working for me. If you look at the Indian river system, so you will have, if you cross-tabulate two things, the source region and the battery is down. Yeah, agreed. So if you look at the source region and the draining into, you will get the hilly regions, and this black thick line which I've drawn is essentially the water divide of India. One drop of rainfall which falls to the right of this line is going to drain into the Bay of Bengal, and the drop falling on the left is going to drain into the Arabian Sea. The longest rivers which drain into the Arabian Sea are flowing through Pakistan and not through India. And the shortest rivers which flow into the Arabian Sea are the ones which originate in India. And of course, the exception is Narmada, which is a very long river. So if you look at the river science, ecology of a river, if you want to understand what are ecosystem services, you need to look at what you see in this picture. So on one hand, you see the physical elements. So you have the water, the sunlight, the soil, and on the other side, you have the biological elements, which is the flora. So in the physical elements, you have rocks, pools, puddles, waterfalls, so on and so forth. Biological elements, there are many things you don't see here, the phytoplanktons, herbs, shrubs, trees, fish, crustaceans, so on and so forth. But that's not what an ecosystem is. An ecosystem is when there is a continuous exchange of matter and energy between the physical elements and the biological elements. So, and this exchange of matter and energy becomes extremely critical to the function of the river, which is self-purification. The river has an innate property of self-purification as it goes along. And that property of self-purification comes if the exchange of matter and energy between the physical and biological elements is left on their own. And this is what is then termed as an ecosystem. So if you look at, on one side, you have habitats for fauna, and on the other side, you have communities. An assemblage of communities is what gives the rivers its self-purification properties. So let me just spend some time on talking about what is exchange of matter and energy. In any landscape, on a river, you will see sunlight as the only source of energy. It falls upon the soil and water, it creates nutrients, it's taken up by plants, so on and so forth. You know the cycle, defecation and death. And sunlight is needed for all of this. If you add up all the green arrows, that is essentially the exchange of matter. And if you add up all the yellow arrows, that is exchange of energy. So the exchange of matter and energy is continuously taking place between the physical non-living elements and the living elements. And that creates all of these services. Now, if you look at the cross-section of a river, you will see what is happening here. You know, there are leaves falling in there. There is a riparian zone. There are rooted aquatic vegetation. You know, there are sediment transport, which is happening. There are crustaceans. There is a hyphoric zone, floating vegetation, all of this. And this creates a healthy exchange. Now, imagine in this picture, we replace the trees with buildings. Right? Then we stop the exchange of matter and energy. And then what happens? It no longer remains a river, but it becomes a flow of water. Now that's not a great thing for this. So this exchange of matter and energy, we know by different names. Hydrological cycle is exchange of matter and energy. Primary food production is exchange of matter and energy. Carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, phosphorus cycle, all of these cycles are exchanges of matter and energy. That's it. If we understand this, then we realize that conservation of a river, saving a river, is about understanding its ecological value, which comes from three things: the physical features, the biological components, and the processes which go on within the river. Right. And like we said, you know, the physical features, water, rainfall, temperature, substratum, what all do you have? The biological components are the microbes, the flora, fauna, the communities which interact between them, and the natural processes are the flood and the flow, the deposition and the erosion, chemical and biological and hydrogeological processes. And with that, we get what is the sweet spot between these three intersecting circles, which is the ecological services of the river. And these ecological services of the river are exactly what are completely ignored by the economic system. And these are the ones which give the life-sustaining property to the planet Earth. That's it. We need soil, we need water, we need sunlight, but that is our fixed deposit. Our current account are the ecological services. These are the ones, if we hamper them, then we are not going to get a thriving life-sustaining capacity of the planet. And this is what my argument is. How do we institutionalize this into the policy-making mechanism? How do we pay for ecosystem services? How do we pay people at the headwaters to conserve the forest there, to slopes, you know, the physical features? Biological diversity is essentially a manifestation of the physical diversity. If we do not preserve the physical diversity, the biological diversity is not going to be the same. And this is what we see in cities. If we don't preserve the habitats, the riparian zones, if we build buildings, then you're going to get water hyacinth. It's a no-brainer. You don't even have to ask anybody. It is going to be replaced by vegetation, which is invasive. It is going to be replaced by fish, which are economically important, but they're going to kill the local species, so on and so forth. So that is the economic value. It's the ecological value and the economic value are essentially converging in any river. And if we don't understand this, then we are a problem. So last slide. In ecological river restoration, the what and the how. What is it that you're going to do? We are going to improve the water quality, because river rejuvenation starts with improvement of water quality. We cannot have a beautiful river with polluted water. It has to be with water quality. Enabling the river to go back to its natural state is what we want to create, and restoring ecosystem services, reclaiming ecosystem services, and making it available for all living organisms, not just human beings. And how? So first, it starts with restoring physical diversity. Where are the riparian zones? Where are the habitats? Where are the rock puddles, pools, waterfalls, slopes? All of them need to be conserved and preserved. Then restoration of biological diversity is possible. Most often, NGOs start with restoring biological diversity without even giving a heed to the physical diversity. Restoring natural processes. We have to allow the river to erode, to cut gorges. We are not doing that. Removing interventions and working with all stakeholders. That finally is what is ecosystem services all about, which I'm arguing as this needs to be institutionalized into the economy. Thank you.
That was awesome. You finished 3 minutes before your time. So I'll just conclude within a minute if possible, because I've been told that the second group has to be called. But Devanshuji, the names given are from the second. नहीं, ये वाला तीसरा ग्रुप है, ये जो आपने दिया वो दूसरा ग्रुप. So I'll just, not possible to conclude actually. Just a minute for me. Dr. Gurudas Nulkar, with your elaborately inclusive, holistic, ecological view of the architecture and harmony of the river. I know that this is about 1/3 of your presentation because I've seen the whole one. It goes into the case history of Ram Nadi. You touched upon one of the three things very deeply, which Jose Anthony Joseph was speaking of. I did not respond to Jose Anthony, so I'm going to mix the two things up. Jose Anthony Joseph, I think you spoke about the summary of what we all stand from the beginning, from today morning, our relationship with water. You spoke about it with a profound reverence that reached us, because you spoke about as though we have to have a sustained dialogue about water. This small time is not enough for anyone here. The frequency of this dialogue has to increase. The depth of it, I think Dr. Gurudas Nulkar gave a small hint of what is the depth to which we have to go. And I think the last part is the accountability to us to stand up for water as though water was holding us accountable. I think that's my concluding remark. We need to think that water is witnessing us. And if water were to hold us accountable, for how long would we continue the frequency of these kind of meetings? We need to have them more and more. Need not have it elaborately like this as long as the dialogue goes on. So I think with the wide range of scope of topics which were here, also from Germany, Ulrike from there, what comes before us is the responsibility to continue these dialogues, because 2 days is not going to cover anything but the ice breaking. Thank you so much. I think the next group has to be called over here. So Devanshuji, can you take over? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I request the speakers to stay on stage, Shriyam to join us on stage to give the mementos and felicitate the speakers. And after this panel, I would like to invite the speakers from the previous panel as well on stage. Dr. Rana Pratap Singh, Mr. Prashant Hedao, Mr. Sanjay Kashyap, and Dr. Vinod Tare. I request the speakers from the previous panel to come to the stage. Sir, just remain on the stage for one more minute. Yeah. Dr. Rana Pratap Singh, Mr. Prashant Hedao, Mr. Sanjay Kashyap, and Dr. Vinod Tare, please join us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for your insights. Please stay seated. Before we start the next session, we'll just play a very short video. And I think it would be interesting for everybody to watch it. So if you can have the AV on, please.
प्यास बुझाए हर तिनके की हम नमन तुझे 100 बार करें, हम नमन तुझे 100 बार करें।
गोदावरी हमारी माँ है। प्यारे बच्चों, गोदावरी को फिर एक बार अविरल और निर्मल बनाना है। गोदावरी की अविरलता और निर्मलता उसके शुद्ध सदा प्रवाह से बनेगी और ये काम बच्चों से लेकर बड़ों तक सबको मिलके करना पड़ेगा। जब माँ बीमार होती है तो बच्चे भी बीमार होते हैं। हम अपने घर का सारा कूड़ा कचरा सब डालते हैं। ये बाढ़ और सुखाड़ और गोदावरी में बहता गंदा जल हमारे जीवन के लिए बड़ा संकट पैदा कर रहा है। इस विचार को समझ के अभी आज से ही इस काम के लिए जुटना होगा।
तुझे जीव तुझे लहू तू ही हो मेरा, पाए तू ही भीतर मेरे, मैं हूँ एक रूप बस तेरा। बस ये लक्ष्य मेरा तू बस ये लक्ष्य हो मेरा। ओ ये काया जिससे बनी तू ही तो वही माटी है न लेती है ना पाती है बस देते देते जाती है इस वक्त तू है होता तो हमको भी जैसी खाती है ये लक्ष्य मेरा तू है ये लक्ष्य हो मेरा तेरी ही रक्षा नित्य हो यही हमारा लक्ष्य हो मेरा तू है ये लक्ष्य हो मेरा
तो आइए हम सब मिलकर नदियों का सम्मान करें
उनकी रक्षा करें
We would like to acknowledge the producer of this stirring anthem, Mr. Rajesh Pandit. Rajesh ji, please. And the Namami Goda anthem is central to the Aviral Godavari project, which the Satsang Foundation is partnering with. It's a multi-state, multi-year project. It's just barely started, but we hope to bring sustainable change and create, or rather, bring back the perennial nature of Godavari. So thank you so much for that. Let me move on to the last, but a very, very important session of the day, which is on sustainable and innovative financing solutions for river rejuvenation. I call upon the moderator and the panelists for this session, Mr. Ujjwal Chavan, Wari Foundation. Could you please join us on stage? Mr. G. Ashok Kumar, Director General, Namami Gange, would be joining us virtually. Mr. Narendra Chugh, President of Maharashtra Jal Biradari. Narendra ji, please join us. And Mr. Amit Padjoshi, CEO of Palladium India. Could you please join us on stage? I'm sorry, I'm missing somebody's name here. I was missing the name on the list of Mr. Mahendra Mahajan. Please join us on stage as well. Apologies for that. Thank you. All yours.
Yeah. Good evening, all. So this is, I think, the last session of today's seminar and discussion. I'll start with our experience, and I will focus about the finances aspect of our Mission 500. Mission 500 is a people's movement. Name is given because we wanted to create a reservoir of 500 crore liters reservoir in Chalisgaon Tehsil, one small tehsil in Jalgaon district. We'll go through the journey very fast. It was started in 2017. One farmer committed suicide in that area. And the basic concept of this is JCB, a Pockland machine, is given by some NGO or CSR, and farmers put diesel in that machine and they create small tanks by deepening and winding of rivers and rivulets. This is like Johad in small Johad. Johad are big in Rajasthan. Here they are very small. Typical size of the structure is 30 to 50 lakh liters average. So far, 70 villages participated in 7 districts and created a reservoir of 450 crore liters of water. The goal was to create a water reservoir of 500 crore liters. We have reached very near to the goal. Raise the groundwater layer up to 10 feet from the ground level. When we create 30 small check dams in the area of 1,000 hectare of village, the groundwater level typically within 2 to 3 years rises to the level where in the month of August, people can literally fill the bucket with their hands. Rejuvenate the rivers when groundwater level reaches to that level. Then the river we used to dry by the month of October, November in Diwali. Now they are flowing till February and March, and ensuring the water availability for farmers and ecology. The method is again creating small check dams. I am summarizing it fast. A key feature of this movement is Pach Patil team. Bhaiji repeatedly insists on indigenous knowledge system. Community-based decentralized water management system is the solution for the flood and drought and climate change, what we are facing today. The indigenous community and the people who are able to ensure the people's participation and farmers' participation. Farmers are major stakeholder in water usage. 80% of the water is used for the irrigation, and irrigation is done by the farmers. Therefore, if farmers are not involved in the right from the decision-making, policy formation, implementation, then our policy are hanging high in the sky, not reaching up to the ground level. So Pach Patil are the people. Patil used to be the headman in the historical times. Pach Patil are the people who take responsibility of 5 villages each. They sit along with the farmers, create the awareness, make them spend 50%, more than 50% of expenditure for diesel, and then Pockland machine is given by NGOs like Sakai Relief Fund, Nam Foundation, Rotary Club, etc. Milestones. In the first year, we created 14 crore liters of water reservoir. It was then in the first year, we tried to implement the government scheme, Jalakti Shivar, but there were glitches. So we take help of the Sakai Relief Fund. And the experience was very encouraging. There was no siphoning and the efficiency was high. So same thing was replicated in 5 villages, 6 villages in the year 2018. In the second year, we ensure that the 50% expenditure should be incurred by the farmers. With the success of this project, third year it reached up to 16 villages, and in third year, 14 people participated and took responsibility of 5 villages each. Then the fourth year, 34 villages. Sixth year now, 70 villages. Not only the recharge of the rivers, last year, the drought problem in the Chalisgaon city was solved because of people's participation. Mission Tito Dongri River cleaning. I will summarize in a single sentence. 1,500 dumpers of silt was removed from the 7-kilometer stretch of Tito Dongri. The total expenditure was 45 lakh, and Chalisgaon Municipal Corporation incurred only 4,80,000 rupees. This is the power of people's participation. Thank you. Outcomes. as seen in the objective, specialties. These are the last slides. It is self-sustainable, people's driven, because 60% expenditure of farmers. We say it is truly a people's movement, by the people, for the people. Transparent, NGO directly pay to the machine vendors and farmers directly pay to petrol pumps. So me or my Pach Patil never comes in contact with the money. Therefore, there is no allegation possible. Voluntary selfless service by Pach Patil. Indigenous skill use for here the saintly people are sitting over here, and C20 has that context. So all this Pach Patil move and implement the Warkari philosophy. Warkari Sampradaya is big Sampradaya in Maharashtra. So I am also Warkari and Kirtankar. Sri Am is sitting along with us, and we call Bhaiji as Tukaram Maharaj of Rajasthan. So our Pach Patil also following that thing. And without spirituality, without true spirituality, I am not talking about the religious thing, spirituality, the people cannot be motivated to this extent. Future plans, I will skip this thing. There are some accolades, Jalprari Award and Rajendra Singh Sekhawat of the Jal Shakti Mantralaya and all these things. This is something very important about the finances. And this model can be implemented further. As I discussed, for desiltation of 7 kilometers of stretch of Chalisgaon Tehsil, the total expenditure of 45 lakhs rupees, municipality incur only 4,87,000. Remaining is sponsored by NGOs. BJS was there, Sakari Relief Fund was there, and 3 local industries were there. Now this work is already been done, and this is established and seen by the government. The government people came to us. Now what we are proposing is, after work is completed, now we have work in 70 villages. The farmers has contributed 50%. Now government may go in the field, check whether really work is done, estimate as per their estimates, and what these NGOs and CSR has contributed, that should be reimbursed after completion of work. And that is not total amount of reimbursement. Contribution made by the farmers need not to be reimbursed because they are the beneficiary, they are the owner. If the NGOs and CSR company getting back what they have spent on the ground, then this cycle can be replicated and move forward. So this is impact-based social service. Government or guarantor should see the impact and then should reimburse to the people. So regarding the finances, we want to propose this internationally, this kind of social service and social impact-based social services being accepted. We hope that this is accepted in India, especially in Maharashtra. Maharashtra has very vibrant civil society. So I stop with this keynote, how it should go, the finances about the water reservation, water conservation. I thank all the people present here for patient leading. We'll complete by 6:30. So I invite Narendra Chubji to share his views regarding he has very good experience of river rejuvenation. Agrani River is rejuvenated by Narendra Chubji and his team under the able guidance of Bhaiji. We are eager to hear your views on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ujjwalji. Thank the organizers to give me this opportunity to share my views with you. Can we put up yeah. So I'm not a water expert. I am no finance expert. So you all will be wondering that why I am here to talk about financing of all this, river related works. I have an experience of being part of a team which has rejuvenated Agrani River. The work started in 2013 and till today it is continuing its work in progress. But in this last 10 years, the river which was in a drought prone area declared as a dark zone because this river passes through a chronically drought-prone area of Maharashtra. Everybody might not be knowing this, but Jat, Kauthemankal, Miraj, all these taluka places of Sangli district are totally drought-prone, and they are always in the list of droughts whenever there is drought in India. So in such a scenario, few of my friends from Sangli visited Dr. Rajendra Singh ji's ashram once, and they requested him that we have been hearing for so many years that you have rejuvenated 10, 12 rivers. Now we are fed up with all this. You know, always listening to you that I have revived 10 rivers, I have revived 12 rivers. Can you do something to our river, Agrani, which is flowing in Sangli district? So he said, if you take up the challenge, if you take up the responsibility, I am there to guide you, to mentor you throughout this experiment. And so this whole opportunity arose in 2013 to take up this work. I was part of the team, not actually trying to lead the team, but somehow the whole responsibility came on me. And as I told you, I was no water expert, but over a period of time, I started realizing that whatever information, whatever knowledge system that Dr. Rajendra Singh ji was we were trying to translate it on the ground. Yeah, next. Next. Now, this Agrani River is one of the two rivers which joins Krishna River from the left bank. There are many rivers which are right bank having a confluence with Krishna River with the right bank. Next. This is 105 kilometers long river. It is an interstate river. It 60 kilometers flows through Maharashtra and 45 kilometers through Karnataka. So it was a challenge because Dr. Rajendra Singh ji told us that there are water disputes, water conflicts between the states, between the districts, between the countries. You know, we have to establish a kind of a relationship between the Karnataka Jal Biradari team and the Maharashtra Jal Biradari team where they are cooperating. And the people and the societies of both these states should feel, yes, this is our river. So Karnataka people started cooperating in and working for the conservation and rejuvenation of the watershed within the Maharashtra area and near the origin of the river. The origin of the river, you see, is a beautiful temple, which is Agastya Muni temple. I have never seen this kind of a temple, and I was very, very impressed the moment I saw that, you know, this is the origin of the Agrani River. Next. Next. So, though this river is 105 kilometers long, it has 107 villages in its river basin of 5 talukas. You see from top, KR51 is safe. Only one watershed out of 7 is safe. All other are semi-critical, critical, and very critical, you know, overexploited. This itself tells the story how deeply it was, you know, in the dark zone. So next. So Dr. Rajendra Singh ji told us about 2 principles. One was regarding the nature. I mean, regarding the natural systems. So he told us that पानी जहां दौड़ता है, वहां इसे चलना सिखाना है. जहां रेंगने लगे, वहां इसे ठहराना है. जहां ठहर जाए, वहीं धरती के पेट में बिठाना है, ताकि नजर न लगे सूरज की. जब कभी सूखा और अकाल आए, तो मर्यादित होकर उसका इस्तेमाल करना. मुझे लगता है पूरी साइंस इसमें थी कि क्या करना है हमें नदी के साथ, पानी के साथ, वर्षा की बूंदों के साथ हमें क्या करना है. तो इस तरह के स्ट्रक्चर्स इसी तरह से डिजाइन करते हुए हम लोग फिर इस नदी को रिजुविनेट कर पाए। दूसरा, फिर उन्होंने कहा कि देखो जब भी हमें रिवर को रिजुविनेट करना है तो जब तक हमारे साथ संत नहीं है, पूरा शासन नहीं है और समाज नहीं है तो ये काम पूरा नहीं हो सकता है। तो संतों का मतलब तो नहीं, बैक साइड, ये संतों का मतलब यहाँ देखिए बहुत सारे साइंटिस्ट बैठे हैं, कोई जियोलॉजिस्ट है, कोई हाइड्रोलॉजिस्ट है, कोई हमें नदी की साइंस समझा रहा था, और राजेंद्र सिंह जी हम सबको समझा रहे हैं कि कैसे ये शासन मतलब संतों, ये भी संत हैं हमारे लिए, क्योंकि वो बाहर की दुनिया के बारे में हमारे जो ज्ञान बढ़ाते हैं। और जो हमारे संत हैं वो कर्नाटक की एक मठ का सीन है जहां पर कर्नाटक के लोग आए थे साथ में कि हम महाराष्ट्र की नदी को जब पुनर्जीवित करेंगे, क्योंकि उसका उगम वहां है, तो कर्नाटक भी सब सुजलाम सुफलाम हो जाएगा। तो शासन में इस दौरान 2013 से हम लोगों ने इस तरह से वहां की लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ काम किया कि हर महीने वो जल बिरादरी की टीम के साथ बैठकर ये अग्रणी की रिवर रिजुविनेशन कैसे की जाए इसके ऊपर चर्चा होती थी। धीरे धीरे जैसे विनोद भाई ने कहा कि पहले तो ये टेक्टिकल होता है, कुछ मीटिंग्स होती हैं, फिर वो स्ट्रेटेजी हो जाती है, और फिर institutionalized. Today I want to tell you that it's institutionalized. Every month the meeting happens between the collector and the Jal Biradari. Next. और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट तो समाज, ये पहली मीटिंग 2013 में हम नदी के सूखे पात्र में बैठे हैं 2013 की मीटिंग में, और यहां पर से ही हमें समझ में आया कि ये नदी कितनी लंबाई है, इसके क्या प्रश्न हैं, उन्हीं के साथ डिस्कस करते करते, और जब हमने उनसे कहा कि देखो 12 नदियों को पुनर्जीवित किया है सूखे इलाके में जहां 100-200 mm की बारिश होती है, तो उनके मन में भी, उनकी भी आंखों में एक होप सा जगा, और उन्होंने कहा अच्छा ऐसा हो सकता है, तो चलो हम भी इसमें काम में जुड़ते हैं और देखें कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं मिलकर। और ये लगातार सभी गांवों में मीटिंग्स कर करके वो लोगों के ज्ञान से, लोगों का ज्ञान लेकर हम वो कलेक्टर के मीटिंग में जाकर उनकी जो स्कीम्स थी उनके साथ कैसे इंटीग्रेट किया जाए, और इनके अपने साधन, उस ये सब को मिलके हम लोगों ने काम शुरू किया। नेक्स्ट। तो जब पैसे की कमी हो तो क्या करना चाहिए, काम तो करना है। तो देखिए तन का श्रम का फिजिकल लेबर, किस तरह से वो खोदाई करते गए, अपने तालाबों की जो मिट्टी गाद निकालने का काम उन्होंने शुरू किया। नीचे आप देखेंगे एक किसान है, उनका नाम मिस्टर बर्डे, उनके बगल में ही ये बांध का काम हो रहा था। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं सुबह सुबह इसको पानी मारने को आऊंगा, तो कोई पानी मारने आ जाता था, कोई एक पैक सीमेंट देता था, कोई कहता था कि मैं एक सैंड की गाड़ी दे दूंगा, कोई कहता था मैं एक मेटल की गाड़ी दे दूंगा। इस तरह करते करते ये बांध बने। नेक्स्ट। लोगों ने पेड़ लगाए, हमने डीप सीसीटी की। डीप सीसीटी ये आगे पूरा ब्यौरा है कि कितने सारे काम हो गए इसको लेकर। ये डीप सीसीटी की स्कूल के बच्चों ने वहां पर सैपलिंग्स लगवाए। वहां पर एक बड़ा पहाड़ है, लगभग 25 हेक्टर उसके आसपास के डीप सीसीटी करके, वो डीप सीसीटी के ऊपर ये पुराने आप चित्र देखोगे तो आप हैरान हो जाओगे कि इतना बदल कैसे हो सकता है। नेक्स्ट। और इनका ज्ञान, ये इनके मन की बातें, इनके कम्युनिटी नॉलेज, इसका विजडम, ये हमारे फाइनेंस थे, ये हमारे रिसोर्सेस थे, जिसको लेकर हम लोगों ने ये काम को बढ़ाया आगे। नेक्स्ट। देखो ये दन उज्जवल जी बता रहे थे कि मशीन तो मिल गई और लोगों ने डीजल दे दिया। मशीन मिल गई, लोगों ने डीजल कर दिया, किसी ने मशीन दी, किसी ने डीजल दिया, ऐसा करके बहुत बड़े बड़े काम, इतने बड़े बड़े तालाब यहाँ पर निर्माण हो गए। नेक्स्ट। अग्रणी नदी पर 11 बांध लोगों ने बांधे, अपने ही खर्चे से, अपने ही पैसों से। 47 बांध शासन ने बांधे, 47, कोई भी बांध 30 मीटर के ऊपर नहीं, लेकिन ये जो 11 बांध थे, क्योंकि वो 30 मीटर के ऊपर बांध नहीं बनाते, तो 50 मीटर से लेके 75 मीटर के बांध ये हमारे लोगों ने पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन से बने। महाकाली नदी पे 5 और महाकाली नदी जो उसकी उपनदी अग्रणी पे, उसकी उपनदियों पे और 5 बांध, ऐसे टोटल 21 बांध लोगों ने बनाए और 68 बांध, टोटल 68 में से 21 बांध लोगों ने बनाए और 21 बांध लोगों के पार्टिसिपेशन से हुए। टोटल चेक डैम्स पर 68। इस पर लगभग शासन ने 10-12 करोड़ रुपए खर्चा किए ये 47 बांध पे, और जल बिरादरी ने कुल 3 करोड़ रुपए 21 बांधों के निर्माण के लिए खर्चा किए, जिसमें लोगों ने जो श्रम दिया, जो सीमेंट दी, ये उसमें इंक्लूड नहीं है। लेकिन और एक बात जो उज्जवल जी बता रहे थे, हम लोगों ने गवर्नमेंट से कहा कि देखो ये 21 बांध लोगों ने तैयार कर दिए, आप इसका फिजिकल ऑडिट करिए, फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट करिए, टेक्निकल ऑडिट करिए, और इस पे जो खर्च हुआ है उसका 60% उस कम्युनिटी को दीजिए ताकि वो आगे का काम कर सके। लेकिन ये भी माना नहीं गया। नेक्स्ट, ये नीचे का जो ब्यौरा है वो डीप सीसीटी कितने हेक्टर्स पे हुए, लगभग 316 हेक्टर्स पे डीप सीसीटी का काम हुआ। नेक्स्ट, समय के अभाव में मुझे 10 साल की स्टोरी 10-15 मिनट में बोलनी पड़ रही है। दोनों तरफ जो वाइडनिंग करके हम लोगों ने नदी को चौड़ा किया, उसके ऊपर 1,25,000 बैम्बू की सैपलिंग्स लगा दिए दोनों तरफ। ये हम लोगों ने जो ओड़े हैं, नाले हैं, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह जी हमको बोलते हैं कि नदी को नाला बनाना सबसे बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार है और नाले को नदी बना देना सबसे बड़ा सदाचार है। तो 51 किलोमीटर के नालों को नदी का स्वरूप दे दिया। आगे के चित्रों में वो आपको दिखेगा। ट्री प्लांटेशन 1,25,000, सॉरी आई स्विच ओवर टू हिंदी। Desilting of lakes, whatever soil was, this fertile soil was recovered from desilting of the tanks, of all these tanks, was spread over nearly 250 hectares of barren lands. And the farmers who were having barren lands, they were working as landless laborers with other farmers. After getting this fertile soil, they started cultivating their own lands. Then we distributed, because that area, Agrani River Basin area, is conducive to the growth of Kesar mango. So we decided that to supplement the earnings of the farmers, we will be distributing 70,000. We have distributed 70,000, and the whole calculation is that the whole calculation is like if 5,000 rupees a plant, mango plant gives, then 70,000 into 5,000 will be nearly 35 crores. These are the pictures which speak by itself. Next, before, after. Next. और उसी सोर्स पे देखिए वो टावर, यहाँ पर टावर, ये जो मशीन जहां खड़ी है वो कॉर्नर पे खड़ी है। तो दीज आर द एक्चुअल, उसी जगह पर खड़ा रह के बाद में की फोटोज। नेक्स्ट, ड्यूरिंग द वर्क, आफ्टर द वर्क, ऐसा पूरा 51 किलोमीटर के ओड़ों पर हो गया है। पूरी 60 किलोमीटर की नदी का करना, वाइडनिंग, डीपनिंग करना, ये पूरा काम कंप्लीट हो गया है। अभी हम लोग फॉरेस्ट की एरिया में ज्यादा काम कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट, this is next. ये मियावाकी फॉरेस्ट उस माउंटेन पे किया, 3,000 फीट लंबा पाइपलाइन डाल के उस पहाड़ पे ले गए और वहां पर मियावाकी फॉरेस्ट लगभग 9,000 स्क्वायर फीट पे किया हुआ है। ये 1 साल के बाद का दृश्य है। नेक्स्ट, ये स्ट्रीम्स का वाइडनिंग। नेक्स्ट, next, some pictures only. Next, we have drone shootings of the entire river, of the entire thing. being short of time, I have a documentary of 7-10 minutes, but I don't think the time would permit it, but that gives a better picture. Nevertheless, I have been able to explain to you. I just wanted to make last 2-3 points. That irrigation budget is totally dedicated to the surface water, whereas in Maharashtra, 42% of the dams in India are in Maharashtra. Still, Maharashtra's irrigation capacity is only 22% through dams. 78% is through groundwater. But 92, 95 or 98% of the whole budget of water resources is focused on the surface water and nothing is given for the groundwater. Maybe 5 to 10%. So this is an anomaly which has to be corrected. And I think this should be an important recommendation from here. Before 2013, there was not a single check dam. So in the morning, our friend Avinash Surve ji was saying that Tembu lift irrigation scheme used to give water there, but all the water, you must have seen in the previous slide, the origin of the river is at 885 meters above sea level, and the confluence is at 550, 300 meters drop in 100 kilometers. So it's a huge drop. So all the water used to flow down. So after construction of all these check dams, the water has started impounding, getting impounded in that. So, and the beauty of the small check dams is 70% of, only 30% of the water is impounded, 70% is left ahead, and that 70% gets, additional 30% water between the two check dams that gets replenished into 100%, and again 70% is left ahead. That's why when Maharashtra's stretch of river got revived, the extra water was all going to Karnataka, and that's why there was no conflict. And Karnataka also built all the check dams downstream, and today the entire river from origin to confluence is revived. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Vijay. The solution is universal as such. I will summarize some key points. One very important key point: this person, Narenji, is a true person. Live, we can feel him, and the pictures shown by him are also true and genuine. Somebody wants to go. The next speaker is from government. He is DG of Namami Gange program. So whatever he claimed that so many dams and check dams are done, they're physically present and can be verified. The expenditure, the claim part of the expenditure can vary. That's fine. But even after doing this kind of work, humongous work they have done, and very good work at very high efficiency as compared to the government system. And what created, as Vijay said, that the collaboration between the two states. What is future for this kind of projects? There are 4 stakeholders. One, there should be a guarantor, like a big international fund or government. Then the risk investor, who has taken a risk to finance the NGOs kind of thing, or Sakar Relief Fund kind of thing. They are risk investors. They are taking risk to invest in the social projects. Then there are implementers like Narendra ji. Narendra ji is not full-time social activist. He is a builder, developer kind of thing. Out of his own will, he has spent. So he is the implementer. And there has to be a third-party audit, like from Tata Institute of Social Sciences or a government agency. If it is found true, then the risk investor who has invested in this kind of project should be reimbursed by the government or guaranteed. So with this kind of...
One last point. This project has received the best river rejuvenation award by Jal Shakti Ministry.
That means the project is found true and genuine and worthy of being awarded. So next point, we need to go to reimburse the finances of these kind of projects. With this, And it is not new invention we are proposing from this forum in India. It is internationally being accepted. So without further delay, I would like to invite Mr. G. Kumar, he is Director General of Namami Gange Project, the government official seeing the government, supervising the government scheme, and what kind of finances should focus on this kind of projects. We request sir to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. I am Ashok Kumar. One correction from your side. Nice to be a part of it because just one second. My connection is also getting unstable here. Okay. Nice to be a part of this program because I have seen a lot of our esteemed colleagues, Rajendra Singh ji, Vinod Tare ji, Vinod, all are there to this program. So I'm happy to be associated with that. And I've been watching the presentation of the people from about 1.5 hours back. Very nice presentations made by Dr. Gurdas Nalkar, who talked about ecology, etc., etc. So is my screen coming to, is my screen is being shared?
Yes.
Okay, now since the topic given is sustainable and innovative financing and solution for river rejuvenation, I'll go very fast and then I need not talk about river rejuvenation to people like Rajendra Singh ji is there, who is our Guruji, who have been guiding us all through. So I'll go fast with the program and what are the we had gone through it. So this is the main slide, which is the summary of all the slides. I put it in the beginning. To ensure sustainability, the government had taken up 4 major convergence of funds, pooling of resources, and all water-related issues to be attacked in a single sort of under one command. And then we also wanted to ensure that we actually taken up a lot of initiatives like Heart by Heart and Heart by Aarti, etc., etc. I'll come to it later. We want to have participation of people, INGOs, based organizations, etc., etc., corporate bodies, private entrepreneurs, private sector, and startups. So the second part is people's participation and Jan Bhagidari. And third is the capacity building of institutions, new as well as existing, so that they take over and run and sustain it for this, because government cannot keep it on funding it for continuous. They can make the capex, but opex of operation. So that is where the capacity was built up. People should know what is expected of them to join, or and auditors when they talk about social auditing. The speaker before was Narendra ji was speaking about social auditing. If people know what is to be audited, so social auditors also capacity. Then when we started many of the projects, the people who were actually executing, they didn't have sufficient capacity to do it. They didn't have the wherewithal to do it. They didn't have better way to prepare DPR. So all these vendor preparation and capacity building has had to be built in, and the quality conscious has to be brought in. वो पहले जुगाड़ करके काम करना नहीं था. It has to be a conscious to be built into the program. And again, the capacity of the financial institutions, because they may have different funding money with them, but then a lot of funds with them, but then how to invest it wisely, how to take a decision and all. So that also the capacity building has had to be done. A lot of workshops with the various funding agencies, because they thought that sector was a very difficult sector to get into it. So that like, confidence of the financial institutions to lend money. So we also, the fourth important pillar was this about the encourage innovations, which I come to later on. The concept of Ardhaganga, which the Honorable Prime Minister talked about, encourage innovations in technology, monitoring, communications, all were part of the program for sustainability. We need to have transparency and fixed accountability and responsibility for the project execution. And the last and most important in almost all the government projects is the avoid delay in the completion of projects, because generally we find the project cycle is very long. So conceiving to delivery takes a long time. There's a time overrun, there's a cost overrun, and the things get thoroughly wasted in many places. By the time the project is completed, probably the pipelines which were brought to bring sewage to water to a particular area gets clogged. So that has to be replaced. When the pipeline is replaced, the main system which was built, that will not go function. So to avoid all these things, we need to have the project completion in a faster mode. So these are the 4 major pillars which we are ensuring on for sustainability. So this is the takeaway from what I was said. First one was, if you see, was the whole of government approach. This is why the Jal Shakti of Ministry of Jal Shakti was created in 2019, bringing all major departments together. And also we started something very interestingly. Various schemes started. Namami Gange in 2014, Smart Cities in 2015, Jal Jeevan Mission 2019, Atal Bhujal Yojana, Swachh Bharat Mission, all under various funding patterns, mixing up funds. And very interesting, the Cash to Rain campaign in 2000, which saw 4.58 million structures constructed, rainwater structures, at a cost about $US. All these things were brought in by involving different funding for Manrega, the Campa funds, the Amrit, the funds from the state governments, district mineral funds, etc., corporate funds, etc., etc. Those are convergence part of it. Now, the budgetary allocations, if you look at it earlier, before 2013-14, about 15,000 crore was there. Now it has come to about 90 crore is what we are talking about now, for 97 latest budget. So there's a phenomenal increase in what allocation of budget from the government of India. And that's why it's a great thing for us that the water as a resource has been recognized. And see the graphs of how small towers are there in 2014, and then increased in 2021, 22, 2023, 23, 24, etc. So I'll go fast with the Namami. It is a 2,500 kilometer long river, and it's about 11 states, which accounts for about 43% of India's population. So people thought that it cannot be cleaned up. So we, with all the support from the people there, we had taken it up where. So Namami Gange is an Indian river conservation program. It is acknowledged as one of the big river projects in the world. And incidentally, on 13 December last year, 2022, it was been acknowledged as one of the 10 flagship programs of the world. Out of about 200 programs, this has been recognized as one of the best and top programs which are done this year. So this is the 5 pillars of the Namami Gange is Nirmal Dhara, Nirmal Ganga, Aviral Dhara, Jan Dhara, and Gyan Ganga, and the Ardha Ganga. I'll come to the 423 projects worth about 35,000 crore has been sanctioned. These are the various project sanctioned. If you look at it, most of the important to the large chunk of money had gone to the sewage infrastructure, but we have moved from the sewage infrastructure to other aspects of it. I'll come to that later. So this is the completion of projects. We have done about 3,000 milliliter capacity in, generation has been done. If you look at it, the last 1 year, we have done about 2,000 milliliter capacity created compared to 900 in the last 7 years. And we managed to do it also because how this is very important that the project cycle completion has to be made faster. Now, this is the Nirmal Ganga part of it, where the water has to be kept in. So basically, sewage treatment plant and industrial effluent treatment plants were built up. Riverfront development was taken up, and pollution assessment and surveillance were taken up. And this is the very important financing part of it is the model which we had created called hybrid annuity model, where 1% of the capital cost during construction and 60% of the next 15 years. This is to ensure that the STP built is run. Because what used to happen earlier was STPs contractors के लिए बना के छोड़ देते थे, वो काम नहीं करता था, वो काम करते नहीं था. So now with this hybrid annuity model makes it, we'll get only 40% if we complete the project, and then next 60% will be paid over 15 years of time. So that's a very interesting model, because unless he maintains it for 15 years, he will not get the money invested in the project. And also he has to maintain the O&M, continue maintain भी करना पड़ता है. And अगर पानी की quality जो parameters उसी पे नहीं है, so this will not get the money. So that's a very interesting model which has been picked up by World Bank and others. We also had this one city, one operator model, and unique one which we started this last year was about the IDB loan, which means that the World Bank itself that if the project payment is to be ensured by the government of India, or somehow government of India fails, then the World Bank will pay it. So this is all something to boost. These are all different financial package system, but all I am trying to say is that in the hybrid annuity model, where the maintenance is maintained for 15 years, assured by government of India, that's why there's a lot of investments which has come in, and a lot of people are coming to bid for us. I can tell you a very interesting case. Earlier, 2 years back, the number of people who used to come for a contract bidding was about 2 or 3. Now in Virat, we had 19 people bidding for it, which means that the confidence of investors and the contractors also increased, and then we are now foreign investors coming and putting money in our projects. So this is a very, very major change, because it has improved governance, and also it is a performance-based contracting. So again, Aviral Ganga, which the Rajendra Singh ji always talks about, and when Narendra ji also talked about, this is to ensure that there's a country water. इसके लिए काफी योगदान किया है. We have put notification भी किया है, rejuvenation small rivers and springs का भी काम किया है, afforestation भी काफी जगह पे किया है, and wetland and pond conservation भी हमने शुरू किया. पिछले 2 साल से काफी wetland को identify करके उसी का भी काम चल रहा है. So Jan Ganga is to get the people participation to Ganga Utsav etc. हम करते रहते हैं. And we recently launched what is called as a River City Alliance, where the people who are on cities on the banks of rivers have been brought. 107 river के जो करीब के cities को जोड़ के एक River City Alliance बना है, ताकि river is an integral part of the city and the planning process. पुणे में पहले वर्कशॉप हुआ था फरवरी में, काफी पार्टिसिपेशन हुआ. So this is a very interesting concept, and the Earth Ganga model which the government PM talks about is to ensure that river and people, नदी और लोगों का economic pool से हो, आर्थिक pool से हो, ताकि दोनों में फायदा हो, and that is what we have been pushing it in a very big way. So the major milestone achieved is actually, if you notice that a lot of areas, the main stem has been cleaned up. So this is the picture of the stretch. If you see the stretches in 2020-22, most of the main stem stretch have been pollution free. Only 2 stretches में वो भी category 5 में है, which is the lowest polluted stretches. So this is a काफी अच्छा improvement हुआ है. This has also been approved supported by the increase in biodiversity. So large number of dolphins have now come back, from 300 to 3,300 dolphins we have got back, and a lot of fisheries have come up. These are all indications of the improved water quality. And some of the accolades we have received is that, as I said, the UN ecosystem award mila tha, Prime Minister award mila tha, many awards. Now I'll come to other interventions where the public participation जो बोल रहे हैं. एक तो कैश टू रेन कैंपेन था, जहाँ पे appropriate rainwater harvesting structure करने की बात करते थे. And this is where you look at the funding process. Manrega, Amrit, Campa, Finance Commission, state and local funds, district mineral funds, CSR, all सबको इकट्ठा करके we made this program, Cash to Rain campaign, where the slogan was Cash to Rain, जहाँ बरसे जब भी बरसे. Basically, the idea was to ensure that maximum rainwater harvesting is done, and also set up Jal Shakti Kendras in every district, and with people's participation. And the result of it is very, very interesting. We almost 47 lakh structures we had constructed in 7 months' time, spending about 65,000 crores from Manrega alone. So Manrega to rural area में काम आता था, and बाकी city urban areas में आते थे, CSR funding आते थे, और Finance Commission से आते थे, सबको जोड़ के हमने ये program किया था. And it is, as somebody was mentioning, photographic evidence है हमारे पास. There are almost 16 lakh photographs of the work done is available in the website. कोई भी देख सकते हैं उसमें latitude, longitudes भी दिखाते हैं, photographs भी है, and you can go and verify the works done. This is to ensure transparency, because we remember that one of the pillars which we started, we wanted to ensure to make Jal Andolan and Jan Andolan was to have transparency. So all this information is available in the website, and photograph के साथ डाला है ताकि कोई भी जाके check कर सकते हैं and verify कर सकते हैं. And the Jalyukt Shivar Abhiyan, which was done in Maharashtra, is another funding model where, as was mentioned, the government procured the petrol, etc. दे दिया था.
Restrict the time.
Last bit, I'm coming to that. So this is the last of it. So these are a couple of the funding models. Tare ji hai wahan pe, he will elaborate more things on that. And thanks for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for elaborate presentation about the finances. This is one typical model of governance and government, wherein all the finances are pulled in, and then there are activities scheduled, and there is a tender, and in the tender the implementation is there. Good implementation and good profit also. Another model what we are proposing henceforth is what pulling our resources through NGOs and CSR and international fund, rather than decentralizing in the hands of government, it can be decentralized in the hands of people who are contributing and benefiting in the decision-making process. If they, now this is open forum for discussion, henceforth, because policy, what the government and the people and civil society will make now, that will decide the future. If it is decentralized in the hands of people, it will be better implemented.
It is actually decentralized. It is actually nice because the district area committees are actually looking at the part of it. We only sanction it.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you so much for these inputs. Now I request our next speaker, Mr. Mahendra Mahajan, to share his pearls of wisdom with his experience. Please come.
सभियों को मेरा प्रणाम. There is a rapture as the Kasalganga pattern of flood and drought relief through the people's participation is placed before us. I'm telling a story, reverse migration. This project has various landmark achievements like reverse migration, along with employment generation, success in milk production along with horticulture. And that why Government of India gave this project the first ever National Water Award for the Rejuvenation. Due to the drought region, water management is included in from childhood. Even when water is available from the revival of Kasalganga River, water is used by springly through the drip irrigation. Under the guidance of international waterman Dr. Rajendra Singh ji, farmers, villagers, youth, and women of Sangola, Pandharpur, Malshiras Tahsils have proved their worth to make Kasalganga a stream which is become tributary of Chandrabhaga River. The very three important words Dr. Rajendra Singh's like Sant, Shashan or Samaj coming together in the beauty of this project of water and soil conservation. This is our efforts to tell the important points to dignitaries, expert and scholar like us. This is the achievement of Solapur district in the drought-prone area of Maharashtra state in India. We see that many villages have taken 15 to 20 years in rural development. But through the Kasalganga project, rural development has been boosted in 4 years. Public participation was helped by government agency, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, Tata Trust, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha. Areas that have experienced rapid development and have experienced as higher rate disaster risk, However, our farmers proved their ability to stand anew without being discouraged by adversity. Therefore, the problem of farmer suicide has not arisen. Killer cow, goat, sheep, Pandharpuri buffalo remain the support system of drought-stricken farmers. The migration problem was serious. Thus, between 1980 and 1985, pomegranate cultivation increased and beginning of socio-economical change began. Pomegranate were destroyed by disease bugs when the pomegranate were ripening. As a solution of farmers are now turning low water crops, vegetables, other fruits along with milk. With the availability of water from the revival of Kasalganga River, highly educated youth have worked in agriculture. The farmers have not attraction of urbanization. Major policy decision was taken by Govt of Maharashtra due to this project. The revival of Kasarganga was planted in Mahud village of Sangola Tehsil. 5 kilometers of river was revived in 1 month. Then the villagers of Kolegaon, Katfal started reviving the river with public participation. Then the 42 kilometers Kasalganga river was revived. One of the highlight of the rehabilitation work was that the agriculture department used to pay 60 to 65 rupees per cubic meter for desilt removal. In Kasalganga revival, the same cost came 28 to 30 rupees per cubic meter. This information Dr. Rajendra Singh ji conveyed to the Govt of Maharashtra. Therefore, in the second phase of Jalyukt Shivar Abhiyan, which is being implemented in Maharashtra, the price of the cubic meter has been fixed 30 rupees. The income of agriculture and ancillary industries in 23 villages under the Kasalganga project are increased by 20% to 931 crores. With the sustainable water availability and agriculture while providing drinking water to an area of 1 lakh population. At the same time, 680 millimeter of rain were received in area in 2020 and 44.7 millimeter in 2021, which is average less than 300 mm of the rain. The level of river Kasalganga has increased significantly due to the rains that had fallen in 1 or 3 days. Had the rehabilitation of work not be done, at least 5 villages would be suffered the brunt of the floods. Moreover, a Katfal village, one example you have, that is Katfal village, where 90% of villagers migrate for the employment. Farmers now sell 1 crore rupees worth of capsicum per day due to the water. A nationalized bank opened a branch in Katfal village. Milk production in Mahim village has increased 3 times to 33,000 liters per day. For this project, मैं गर्व से बात करने के लिए चाहता हूं कि इस प्रोजेक्ट के लिए मैं जिस परिवार से आता हूं, सकाल मीडिया ग्रुप, इन्होंने इस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रोत्साहित किया है, ये मैं नम्रता से आपको बताना चाहता हूं. Famous actor Chinmay Udgirkar and Rutuja Bagwe are branding our project so that more and more should come forward, join the work. Now we have undertaken works like as forestation, groundwater recharge, setting up process industries for employment of women for women empowerment beside emphasis will be given solve the problem of saline water. We are thankful to the Satsang Foundation who have given this opportunity share the project on such platform. Actually, we feel that this model may be small, but will definitely give a direction to the world to solve the issue of displacement and avoid third world water war. Thank you. Jai Hind.
This model is very small, but as nicely stated by Gandhiji, the small is beautiful. Think global and act local. Very nice model, implemented nicely on the ground. And it can be summarized that rupees 60 to 65 per cubic meter was the government expenditure, whereas they have cut down the cost to the rupees 28 to 30 cubic meters. And this is not isolated example or exception. This is because when people comes in and there is a social audit, there is a transparency automatically, and most importantly, there is no component of profit to anybody. So because of this transparency and no component of profit, the cost is reduced. Now, I request our next speaker, Mr. Amit Pardoshi, to share his experience with us.
Thank you, everyone. And it's the last speaker of the day, so probably I know the stretch of the time. But thank you very much for this opportunity. While the presentation is there, a breadth of experience and knowledge in this room, so I would still consider myself a student. We have been discussing today since morning about how exactly we catalyze communities, how we involve the right of the river and so on and so forth, where is the gap and how to address it. But we still are talking about an important gap of financing gap. I represent Palladium, a part of the Sakal Group ecosystem, which is a development firm working in creating positive impact, finding the right balance between social outcomes as well as financial progress. While we discussed a lot about the gaps between creating that ecological services, which our previous panel speakers talk about, but this is the gap of financing which is already existing. I understand there's enormous amount of funding which is going into water management, river rejuvenation, but still there is a significant amount of financing gap is required to respect to the great ideas which are being implemented on ground. Where exactly it is going to come from? And it is not the prerogative of government to spend each and every penny in this process. So that is where the concept of alternate financing comes into play, where in the private sector, whether it is philanthropist capital, whether it is high net worth individuals, whether it is foundations, pool in money, keeping a focus on social outcome, making it more outcome focused and ensuring that the results, and it is more result oriented or tied to results. While Government of India's budget roughly around 1.1% is around water, they're expected there would be 3%, and that is where this gap is. And that is where innovative finance comes in. To summarize the definition of innovative finance, and that's an interesting concept which we are working as a group, is to how exactly catalyze private sector capital to achieve the social outcomes, balancing between the social sector, balancing between the social outcomes and the financial impact. So in a nutshell, creating a positive impact for each and every stakeholders, whether it is the community, whether it is the commercial activities, whether it's the government, and whether it's the entire ecosystem around it. And this is the structure which I would like to spend 1 or 2 minutes, probably my last but one slide. We are talking about a traditional approach of financing, which is profit making. We are talking about to the right side, wherein social and environmental impact is a very high-end outcome, which is a CSR funds and charities and so on. So there is a confluence where is a balance which can be created, creating innovative financing, which is result-oriented, which is impact-oriented, and more so tied up with an outcome-based approach. And this is something which is not out of the air. It has been established, it has been practiced. For example, these are various modes of innovative financing, right from the traditional public-private partnership, pool financing, REITs, grant CSR, and bonds. which constitute roughly around 60 to 70 to 80%. Innovative financing is a new area where we are conceptualizing in terms of various instruments, whether it is impact investing, whether it is creating result-based bonds. For example, now we are working, we as a firm had created world's first health impact bond in a different sector, wherein there would be an investor who would be investing for a desired outcome which has been designed. Once and only the outcomes is achieved, then somebody is going to pay you back. If it is not achieved, the entire money is at risk. Hence, our implementation partner, Ujjwal, as you're talking about, a player comes in to ensure it is achieved. So everything is result tied, outcome tied. So it ensures that there is an outcome-oriented approach even to utilizing that finance. And that is where a balance between a social progress and a financial progress is there. And we are currently designing a similar instrument with Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. So there's something very interesting field. Every other as an institutions are working around creating an innovative finance as a streamline, which would augment to the efforts to the demand of the sector, which would augment to the support which is given by government in terms of creating a parallel institutional mechanism in financing the ideas which has been deliberating since morning today. And that's where, as we move tomorrow to a workshop, we'll be deliberating more on that. I am cognizant of the time. These are two case studies. Interesting approach taken in UK, wherein something similar, which all examples we have been discussing, they're rejuvenating the peatlands, the forest lands, the woodlands by private sector capital with the intent that there is only social return as well as helping the communities. The communities are part of it. And that's a huge amount of effort going on in creating various initiatives which are related to carbon sequestration, which are related to natural front management, but with an alternate financing in place, so that there are commercial organizations, there are philanthropy organizations pulling in money with a tagged outcome already freezed in, which helps the community and bind the community. This is one example. As a group, we are doing it. There are other examples, many such examples across the globe. One such example recently was announced by World Bank. They have created a 50 million fund. Again, it is an outcome-based fund, which is aiming at treating purified water right at the source for the children, so that there is a save in carbon footprint for bringing the water right from the purification plant to the school. And again, it is a model of innovative financing wherein private capital is infused with no commercial profit, but the savings from carbon credit is being recycled to churn the private capital again and again. So this is a very innovative model, which I could have more time of it, but happy to answer any queries offline and online around that. But creating a platform for the great ideas which would be discussed today and would be discussed tomorrow, and how exactly we can finance it, not only dependent on a traditional model of government financing or traditional model of grants and CSR, creating a, I would say, more responsible way of financing mechanism, ensuring that you are tied with outcomes, tied with the communities being part of it and benefiting of it, as well as ensuring that there are commercial returns to ensure there is a recycle of the finance. With that, I conclude. Happy to take up any questions. I hope I have not taken much time, but happy to take questions further. Thank you.
Oh, sure. My dear friends, very important takeaway were there in the presentation. First, impact-based social service is not something new. What he has presented, he presented with the examples. And if impact is achieved, then only there is a reimbursement by the government or big funds. If impact is not achieved, then there is no reimbursement. Therefore, there is a risk of losing all the investment. So this is impact-based social service. Very important point you have made over here. And when in Indian discussion forum like this, somebody talks about, yes, UK has done this for social service, purely for the social project without any profit motive. Then our policymakers and our forums come to know that, oh, it is happening over there, let us implement. He has given another example, very important example here. World Bank has come up with, World Bank is not government body, UK was government body, government is reimbursing for the impact-based social service. Now, World Bank has come with the emission reduction linked bond. If there is a reduction in the emission, then such kind of project will get reimbursement from the World Bank. So this is really innovative what India should go further. And the risk investor like Abhijit Pawar is here. They are the people who are taking risk. If social impact is created, this kind of organization, Palladium Group kind of organizations should get reimbursement either from government or from the World Bank or big international fund. With this, our session comes to end. If any questions are there, people are requested and feel free to ask the question. There are a couple of announcements to be made. So please don't leave the seat.
Thank you so much for moderating the session. Thank you all the speakers. Please stay on the stage. Sir, can I call upon you to felicitate the speakers? Aji, thank you so much for joining us. While they come up on the stage, let me thank everybody who's in this room and everybody who has joined virtually, whether as a speaker, panelist, or as the audience. The participation in this event in any which form is absolutely critical to taking the mission forward, not only in India, but worldwide. We also thank the partners in this event, the conclave. It's not over yet. I'll get into that announcement briefly, but everybody has worked very hard to make today happen, and tomorrow is another day. I'll shortly announce about that as well. So please wait for a couple of minutes while we go through the felicitations. Thank you so much. Just a closing announcement I would like to make. For tomorrow, everybody who is in this room who may not have registered for the roundtable tomorrow, please do join us in the morning. Breakfast will be served here, and we'll start with the roundtable discussions, which will result in documenting the findings from this conclave, today's session, as well as the discussions tomorrow, which would find their way into the policy paper to the C20 through the C20 to G20. Secondly, a very important announcement, there's high tea being served in this room. So please do, it's been a long day. Everybody has participated with full enthusiasm. We all need some energy, so please stay back for the high tea. Thank you so much. And a very big round of applause for everybody who's worked behind the scenes to make this event happen, including Amit and his team as well.
कुछ हुआ उसके लिए कोई ग्रुप है जो इसका फाइंडिंग्स को कुछ बना रहे